generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple minds.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend, brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Endless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, intended full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and flight to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me at the sacred justice plotting to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, ignited by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit correct.
Completely unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You worked your ass off hoping for a promotion or something. Years and years and years gone. You're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
If you're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labors, you aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Now let's get organized!
Yeah, blessings. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, blessings to Shabruta. You know, peace be with you, brother. I hope you're doing okay. You know, I greatly appreciate your friendship, as I've said. The anonymous Shabruta. A great contributor to the show and the material here. And we got certain comments here. There's only a few comments, so let me get through the comments before I open up the presentations here, right? And there's a lot of material I'm going to get trying to go through in the next 2 weeks or so. I believe it'll take me like 2 weeks to get through all of the writings. I'm reading some original writings, that relate to the material, okay, that we're sort of exploring here. So I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Okay, and I'm also relating it to various sources, right? So I have my own considerations. Obviously, I'm curating the material here, right? But yeah, Ebitard and Toilet Bowl Birth tied to Thorpe's Jimbot. Yeah, I think they're tied to Andrew Wilson through Jimbot. They had Jay Dyer on their show, right? And of course, there's a rather bombastic series of clips by the Ortho Bros on Death to Compromise channel. If you guys are paying attention, quite damnable opinions they have. Here's the link for that. Browns Boy dropped in the chat. Okay, there's another clip. Professional theological argument breakdown by Ebitard. Right. They're obviously missing in action are local trolls. So it is what it is with that. Right, we got Reddington out here. Blessings, brother.
Yo.
Lizard Tree. Nature conflates the skeptic. Ah.
It's just basically me in the chat putting quotes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I noticed that. The philosopher is lost and linguist. Random fan appreciates that. Ragamuffin. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Okay. Quote by Nietzsche. Right. We did an entire series on Nietzsche and his response to Christianity. And of course, Christian Nietzsche. That's coming up with Rene Girard. Right. So we'll do a little series on Girard and Thiel. So we're going to open it up and talk about those ideas. Right. This is a quote that relates to our presentations. Okay. Even to declare that there is no intrinsic nature or metaphysical reality behind phenomenal appearances is itself a metaphysical claim. To state that reality is wholly mechanistically physical. Okay, so that's the trip we've been on, is to adopt a metaphysical position. To be eliminativist is to hold a metaphysical stance, right? We actually covered that on, we delved into that with Dr. Scribina on episode 4 of our show. But yeah, we're looking for a non-technical analysis, right? Of God, nature, man, and technology, right? Or technique itself, right? Which is the essence of the technological, right? Which is comprised of symbols, language, machines. And I think math and logic are diminutions of language, right? And I'll explain a little bit of how I believe that this takes place, right? Here shortly, before I move into some of my writings and look at the total corruption of nature, right? The use of fertility rights in relation to soil. Okay, and trying to control nature, and so that is one of the ideas that leads to separation from nature, universalism, cultural relativism, and the myth of progress. Right, so there's a lot of ideas that seem to find semblance, right, in the progression of ideas. Okay, so we're going to take a deep look at the process of Balinization, okay, and its relation to the ancient Israelites. Okay, and then and we're going to look at the loss of the theopolitical state, okay, within Aquinas, and of course we're tracking down the decline of values, right, and the entrance of knowledge. Now, I gave a presentation on faith yesterday. I think that I connected faith to waiting for, not waiting for all the facts to come into act, right? So I related faith to this idea. Okay, we got is this really my cousin? Oh yeah, this is my cousin. Blessings. The doc's my own cousin. But but yeah, you know what I mean. The homie's here. Yeah, I appreciate him.
He doxed himself.
But yeah, blessings, to the homie, of course, to the family. What's this, Shama Dudar? Who are you? We got my cousins in the chat trolling, of course. Why, he says. Well, I appreciate the people that are watching. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, thank you, cause I love you too. Yeah, I know it's Shama Bhai. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you. Okay, yeah, I love you too, sir. Of course, I love you. Yeah, and yeah, sorry I couldn't sit down last time. We were doing this show, but yeah. So, the rise of universalism. Obviously, this is happening in Europe, and it's created, by the Hellenistic Jews. Right, so we'll get into that at the end of the show. We got a lot of different ideas coming up at the end of the show, right? So yeah, let me get into this process of Balinization, and I'll play some music for you guys, right? So yeah, so as I stated earlier, right, we went through Thomas Paine and the idea that Israel, your God shall rule over you. That verse that Thomas Paine uses. Right, in order for his universalistic interpretation, okay, his liberal interpretation of the Bible that he uses in, this idea, right, in common sense, right, and of course, the ideas of the French Revolution, right, that ellul is also going to talk about when we open up the chapter on the state, the political techniques that find range there, right. So there's a lot of ideas. So what we're talking about is the rise of a technological consciousness, the loss of intrinsic values. Okay, the movement from faith to knowledge, okay, and the decrease in values, in intrinsic values, right? Because of universalism, the idea of the archetypal man, the separation of nature, the loss of traditional values, okay, cultural relativism, atomism, and eventually individualistic tendencies, right, within the person, right? And this is all brought through the democratic impulse, obviously, right? The democratic impulse, right? Okay, liberal society, right? The political ideal, right? And the scientific ideal, right? They were the cause of liberalism, have created a world system, okay? Now, this is what we're living under today, right? But it would have been impossible, right, without two sides of the coin, Rome and Jerusalem, right? So how did the Jews get themselves in trouble? Right? How did the Jews get themselves in trouble? Right. Well, they wanted a clear definition of leadership. They wanted to, hack the theopolitical state to try to control nature and dominate mankind. Right. They wanted a system of laws that was perfect. Right. And yeah, so let's get into it. Right. And they created fertility rights in relation to trying to hack nature. Right. So let's get into it. He says, he says, this is me. The Jews wanted a clear definition of leadership, I say, right? Even pleaded for a divine ruler. In ancient times, The order between heaven and earth was sustained by the divine ruler. Hold on, let me make my cousins mods. What the hell? Obviously,
Might be relevant.
yeah, it might be relevant. Yeah, it might be relevant to make my cousins moderators on my own channel. Since a bunch of people I don't even know are moderators here. Blessings. I mean, add as moderator, because I know some, a rogue mod would just delete my family. Wouldn't that be funny? I mean, but yeah, add as moderator. So yeah,
Mildly amusing at least.
yeah. So so yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you for watching, guys. Yeah, there's lots of important information in my book for you guys. It's not just about, obviously all my cousins are doctors, right? So they have no idea what's going on in the world. But it's very important for you guys. Blessings. But so yeah, but it says the Jews wanted a clear definition of leadership, even pleaded for a divine ruler. In ancient times, the order between heaven and earth was sustained by the divine ruler, right? We talked about this, right? The unity of God, king, and people, right? Even Taoism believes in this unity, right? That was changed over time, right? The theopolitical state lost its edge, right? And now we have the rule of politics and science, right? Combined, they create a deadly force called political science. All right. Some blame Machiavelli for that, right? But I think that he is not responsible for it. Okay, because he did not want to create political idealism, right? He actually critiqued both science and religion, right? But I think the more so it was about Hobbes and Locke, right? I think Rousseau has a response to Hobbes and Locke we looked at, right? Of course, in his social contract, right? And that was used for the French Revolution, right? So we have a lot of different ideas that we're working with, right? Obviously, Rousseau also had a critique of Enlightenment ideas. That's going to be relevant as well, right? To understand ideas like Kant and Hegel, right? That influence the political idealism of people like Marx. Okay. And obviously Marx and Darwin, okay, and because they both believed in a sort of pseudo eschatology. Okay. Darwin wrote that the civilized races will conquer the barbarians. Right. Marx said that his theory of communism would create an international movement. International movement. Okay. So he says, so Buber points out, right, and Buber was part of the Haskalah, right, as we pointed out yesterday, right, the Jewish Enlightenment in Europe, right? People like Moses Mendelssohn, who were collaborating with Immanuel Kant, were part of the Jewish Enlightenment, right, in Europe. The Jews were part of a sort of Reformation and an Enlightenment, right? They paralleled the Christian Reformation and Enlightenment, right? With 15th century, they invented things like the Lurianic Kabbalah, Hasidic Judaism, okay, and other ideas, right? Obviously, they refined things like the Kabbalah with that, right? So it says here, as Buber points out, there was a distinction to be had between the magic of spontaneity that was centered around the use of chaos. Again, I talked about how important these ideas are for that the scientific ethos and the occult ethos seems to be linked with these ideas of chaos and emergence, right? Which emergence is kind of a new form of emanationism, right? So that seems to be propagating as well. Okay, so the magic of spontaneity that was centered around the use of chaos, right, which uses the already existing order to obtain a deeper insight. The Elohim, by contrast, was having no fixed place, quote unquote. And everywhere at once, the house of God of Moses was a traveling house. It could not be localized by magic. The throne of God of Israel wrapped around the whole of the universe while remaining still. The Jews were a nomadic people, drawn out of the city into the wilderness. Okay, that's a huge idea, right? Going to the wilderness usually means it's usually an act of purification, going away from the city, right? In the Bible, right? The going from the city to the wilderness, right, is about, right, in many ways, right, some type of act of, you know, getting away from both technical necessity of the city, right, in one way, but also the cultural, conformity, right, the cultural influences, right, which the city, because it seems to have trade, right, and all that, right, it seems to absorb various cultures, as we've seen, right? So, whenever the Jews get mixed into the city, right, it seems like, and obviously the whole idea of the Jewish Enlightenment was cultural assimilationism, as we talked about, right? Right, so is this process of Balinization taking place today? Right, because we have both the link of population control, right, with the link of eugenics, with the link of climate change. Right, so is this process of Balinization taking place? Are we trying to control fertility rights and hack nature? Right, and it's all about control. Right, it's all about control. It's all about localizing the rule of God, right? The throne of God of Israel wrapped around the whole of the universe while remaining still. The Jews were a nomadic people drawn out of the city into the wilderness to build a nation for themselves according to the decree of God. The characteristics described in Numbers 23:9, where it states, quote, behold a people that dwell alone among the nations, unquote. The first precondition of serving God is drawing out from the many and a loneliness in the crowd. Of this nation of various tribes and elders were a God that would only speak to one man through the use of signs. God did not speak directly to Moses himself. God is the one and the unnameable, quote unquote. The God of Moses is beyond description and beyond definition. God is I am that I am, or Ehia, Asher, Ehia. God is half interjection, half pronoun, according to Buber. This type of speech is what distinguishes religious doctrine from mere literature. The speech sounds like something from the Upanishads instead of out of Homeric tales. What is even more distinct about the God of Moses is that he rules over the angels as well as the demons. Yahweh absorbed everything demonic, quote unquote. God takes over the whole of a person when he directs them to complete a certain task. Each man has a direct relationship to God by fulfillment of the covenant. A covenant is a relationship with God established by obedience of the will of God. An idol, conversely, is a mediator between oneself and God that is purely obsolete. Purely obsolete. God says in the Bible, quote, who makes peace and creates evil? I, Yahweh, do all these things, unquote. Genesis 32:29. God says in the book of Job that he sends rain to the desert where nothing ever grows out of pleasure. God orders the heavens, and man is just a clay pot. Man is no mediator between the divine and corporeal. Man meets the divine on his own terms. God gives those he chooses 4 stages to fulfill his will. The first step is a flight to the wilderness. The second step is continued service to God and purification of one's soul through the practice of divine ritual. The third step is a vision, which results in the quest or a trial in the fortification of one's faith. The final step is an encounter with the divine in a state of peace and justice and harmony, an establishment of the rule of God. God summons a people or I'm sorry, God summons a prophet. Right? God summoned the prophet. Right? Or the Nabi. Which is to be distinguished from a king, to prepare the people, right? So the Bible distinguishes, right, the rule of God with corrupt rule, right? Also distinguishes the prophet from the king. Okay, so the king is to prepare the people and to draw them out for the preparation of service to cause of God. A sign of God is an incarnation of the word. God says, as God says in Exodus 4:22, my firstborn son is Israel, unquote, quote unquote. God shows the nations of the Jews the futility of magic of Pharaoh. Moses comes to prescribe not a man-made law, but a universal creed. Okay, so that's important. Right? This idea that Moses is not establishing a man-made law. When Moses takes the Jews out of Egypt, however, they complain to him that enslavement under the Pharaoh is preferable to death in the desert. Immediately, the Jews wish to be established as an independent nation. But Gideon has already warned them, as we read in Judges 8:23. I should not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you, unquote. Okay, so here we have the quote by the quote that's quoted by Thomas Paine, right? Your God shall rule over you. Right? God tells the Jews, quote, ye are a stiff-necked people, unquote, in Exodus 34:9. Buber takes this to mean a permanent passion for success and a rebellious mind. Indeed, the obstinacy it takes to follow one's own path and is equal in proportion to one's doubting of one's own knowledge. Such are the prerequisites to become a truth seeker, but when this formula is out of balance, much is left to be desired, as many have noticed. Once the message is reached, then one has to hang up the phone. Moses organizes his people to fight. Many tribes and clans are hence absorbed into the Jewish people, such as Amalekites and Midianites. As in ancient Africa, Arabia, Persia, India, China, the key formula for the state was God, king, and people. Moses was a representative of a theopolitical ideal. This was a covenant, or berith, which was expressed in one of 4 ways. The first way it was expressed was between 2 people who share power on an equal footing. The second way it could be expressed was in a way where one power was subsumed and the other and protected by another power. The third way was the covenant that God made with all living creatures in Genesis. The fourth way expressed here is a covenant between God and a people or a nation, brought about by a theopolitical arrangement and a strict adherence to God's law. God does not give up authority to bring those he protects into his own jurisdiction. As it says in Deuteronomy, God wished to make Israel a kingdom of priests. Okay, a kingdom of priests. the Mamlaket Kohanim. Mamlaket Kohanim. Mamlaket Kohanim is rule of the Lord. The rule of the Lord, folks. Can there be any clearer expression of a theopolitical ideal than this Mamlaket Kohanim, right? Rule of the Lord, right? Situation here. Okay, is where God becomes Malek or a ruler only after the whole organization submits to following God's command. The spirit or Ruach is what is brought forth through the law and by the power that radiates through the law, dietary regulations, sexual ordinances, the law concerning property were maintained. The establishment of the covenant is followed by the Decalogue. Okay, so that's a key point, right? As soon as they establish a covenant, the covenant and the law are established in one same move. Yeah, they are not argued for by ethical or philosophical means, but are religious and political. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Anderson who came through last time. Excellent contributor to the show. You know, he rocked out with us last time, and excellent stuff that he was doing out here. Discussions that we were having on Saturday were intense, folks. Okay, we were talking about God, nature, technology, man's relationship to nature, all sorts of ideas. The technological singularity, right? And of course, he was kind enough to take a look at my book, read through it, and give some very good reviews of the material therein, right? So yeah.
And putting the Spanish Inquisition on Twilight.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to write a book that maybe would be relevant during the past 100 years and during the next 100 years, right? So the fact is that, you know, this is a sort of textbook, you know, of material, you know, to get people to see where the sources of religion and philosophy really come from, right? Yeah, blessings. Thank you. And yeah, of course. So yeah. So they are not, so the Decalogue is not argued for by ethical or philosophical means, okay, but it's religious and political. Okay, which this theopolitical state, okay, once you have the political ideal detach yourself from the theopolitical state, you have the birth of basically universalism, in my opinion. Right, it coincides with both liberalism and science. Right. Of course, classical liberalism formed in the 16th century. The scientific enlightenment started during the same time. Okay, so it's clear that they had a different notion of the state in relationship to the people, and they got rid of the idea of the king. They got rid of the idea of nature and intrinsic values and traditional values. Right, so this is how we've gotten to our modern situation, folks. This is called modernism, if you didn't know. Okay, a stepping stone to futurism. Right, as we are cataloging, right, the you know, liberalism gave birth to its executioner, the world technological system. Right. So how do we get into this issue, this problem? Let's take a look. Okay, there's a little bit more of this. And then we'll play some music for you guys. And then we'll move on to Skolmowski. Right, then we'll move on to ellul. And then we'll move on to, you know, I'll take a little break. Okay, and put something on for 30 minutes right? Because we covered some very important news and themes with NPC the game. I want to play that 30-minute segment, right? Meanwhile, I'll probably go and eat and make a coffee for myself, right? And then I'll return with the Tao Te Ching. Okay, and we got the last 10 chapters available, okay, on the Tao Te Ching. Okay, and we're also going to look at some ideas of transhumanism with Derrick Jensen, okay, and George Drafon, right? And of course, we're looking at some little video by Derrick Jensen as well, if I could find it again, you know, and yeah, interesting reflections on all sides. You know what I mean? And of course, we have quite an eclectic, um, quite an eclectic range of people from different philosophies and different worldviews coming together to point out the same problem, right? So we're not focused on any, you know, particular worldview, or you know, that's not really how we get down here, right? The problems are too big to summarize by any one worldview, right? That is there, right? And this is why I have to continuously point out, okay, that we're living in a world technological system, right? And yeah, let me read this statement, because I've written this statement and I kind of put it in the back there. You know, it says the machine lies, where basically I talk about machines, how human beings have lost control of the machines, and how the machines are being used to deceive the great mass of humanity. Right? We explain how a system can become autonomous. Right? Most people are under the illusion that we control the machines and that technology is basically good once we free them from their delusion. Right? We can begin to enlist their support to overthrow the rule of the machines. Machines and tools have a cross-cultural genealogy that is not mastered by the individual. We use tools, we operate machines. Okay? The machine transforms human society by getting man to organize society at the level of techniques and to the efficiency of the use of machines. If you examine, okay, who the people are that are ruling over you, right? The people who create the machines are themselves conditioned by the use of machines, right? What creates, right? Okay, the thoughts, okay, and creations, okay, have imaginations of their own. Okay, and it's manifesting before our eyes. Blessings, folks. Yeah, we got the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate. Okay, we have tons of unique videos on that channel. I don't say tons, maybe 24, right? But yeah, we got Reddington's channel. Okay, we got Mr. Anderson's channel, of course. Okay, yeah. So come through, guys. Right? Blessings. But yeah, let me go on for a little bit here, and then we'll move on to music. You know, all the things I said, right? We got lots of music for you guys today. Right, so I say, let me see. Jesus, however, did not focus on. Okay, here, hold on. The only the only parallel in history that can be found is the religious and ethical teachings of Jesus that are not aimed at society or a nation, but rather the individual. Jesus, however, did not focus on theopolitical rulers, having seen them already established in Moses. Jesus applied the law of Moses in terms of the individual. This is the meaning of his coming to fulfill the law. What else could it mean? The law that all the other laws hang on is not worshiping other gods in the form of idols. According to Buber, the soul of the Decalogue is to be found in the word thou, quote unquote. This symbolizes the divine voice. There is the exclusion of worship of all other gods. This combines with a dedication of his invisible but manifesting presence and the removal of external sensory representations. The community protects, quote, life, marriage, property, and social honor. Okay, let me repeat that. The community protects life, marriage, property, and social honor. Of course, we no longer have communities, right? We only have loosely you know, binded collectives, right? Cold collectivities instead of hot collectivities, right? Okay, all exit, no voice, right? And yeah, the idea of, you know, these loose bonds, okay, they create fleeting, you know, chains, you know, and of course, what it is, you know, really superficial chains. You know, if even one weak link in the chain, then the whole chain is broken, right, folks? But that's not how society is kept together, right? Well, kept together by loose bonds, right? Where rights, okay, RITES, are exchanged for rights, RIGHTS, right, which have become universalized, right? I mean, non-local. But yeah, you know, we don't have communities anymore. We only have loose collectives, right? From community to collective. Okay. It's a huge shift. A huge shift. Right? A lot of these things I'm saying, they seem very subtle, but they have powerful, okay, cumulative, you know, advances throughout history, right? So yeah, the community protects life, marriage, property, and social honor. Okay, all those things are hugely important. All those things are dispensed with in modern society. Okay, which becomes, okay, it centralizes production, right? It equalizes affairs between men and women, right? As we say, you know, hatred between men and women, right? Hatred between young and old, hatred between black and white. It's all products of modernism, right? Despite their um, idea of universalism, right? They have a very bad track record, right? In keeping societies together, right? Keeping people who acknowledge each other's differences, right? From not assimilating, right? Through technical complexity that's being imposed on a grand scale. Okay, Buber wrongfully extrapolates that the covenant is not like a contract and cannot be broken because it is a divine bond. If this were true, why would this not be explicitly mentioned in the Bible? If God does not care for the soul of a man, as Buber alleges, and merely wishes to establish his nation, then why is the covenant connected with the words on the tablet at all? This situation seems troubling. According to one view, God makes laws, renews laws, makes covenants, breaks covenants, and exacts penalties and offers blessings. All this is within God's jurisdiction. Divine rule should not be limited by earthly rule. If you disobey, quote, ordaining the sins of the father upon the children unto the third and fourth generation, says God, is what will be exacted. Say not to yourselves that we are the children of Abraham, but out of these stones God can raise up new children of Abraham. God has no need for a nation that fears him, period. No nation should be established in God's name if all nations are to serve God. The rule of God is destiny. No earthly institution, whether religious or stately, can have jurisdiction over the rule of God. We cannot assist the rule of God. It is for the rule of God to give assistance to us. Oppression of widows and orphans is forbidden. The unjust community is visited by war. Those who turn away orphans and widows, God will make their wives widows and their sons orphaned. God will make their wives widows and their sons orphaned. God orders those who follow him to release slaves every 7th year, to allow the usufruct of the land to lay fallow. Israel begins to worship a golden bull instead of Yahweh. Moses, seeing this, breaks the tablets. Smashing of the tablets signifies breaking of the covenant. The Jews are no longer protected. Moses establishes the tent of meeting, where he convenes with God alone. He establishes a priestly class of the Levites to assist him in purging the savage whims of the people. Moses pleads to his own people that whoever is with Yahweh should go with him, meaning that certain of them had rejected his teaching. Moses teaches a free relation to the soil, to free the slaves every 7th year, and to protect the poor. He shows how the land is a baraka, quote unquote, or blessing power. Moses is not a professional priest like the Levites, but it is the Levites who band together to rebel against his special relationship with God. In every religion, the first heretics are most learned scholars. It is often they who, by learning the laws, learn to manipulate them. A Baalinization process occurs, and Yahweh is transformed into Baal. As articulated by Buber, the claims is that the whole of a people are holy, for Yahweh is in their midst. Okay, compare that with the statement earlier. The whole of the people is holy because Yahweh is in their midst. And compare that to everything we said before, right? They've reversed the message completely. On this basis, they attacked Moses. For if they are holy, then nobody has priority over anyone else. As a result, there is no need for one human to exercise power over another person, and the authority of Moses is illegitimated. These people wanted to possess God, quote unquote. As Moses himself notes, he has no office or special authority, but is merely a messenger. Some of the Jews took advantage of this. Moses, not differentiating between the realms of religion and politics, as Paul clearly does. Obviously, a lot of this is in relation to the spread of Christianity, right? Because that's what my book's about. To Europe. And then it's sort of lapsing, and then the rise of liberal ideals. Right, and of course, a lot of this has to do with also Thomas Aquinas, right, which we'll get into next time. Right, next time we're going to look at Thomas Aquinas, how he separated the church and the state. Huge idea, right, that sort of cut down the theopolitical ideal, right? The first step is this process of Baalinization. The second step is the separation of the church and the state, right, or putting these in two separate but equal spheres, as Thomas Aquinas does. Okay. So if all people are holy, then no man can give orders, right? The attempt was to cut off leaders, okay, power by establishing a column within society, but external to its normal, a fifth column, right, within society. It's supposed to say, right? But external to normal functions, Buber notes that this has been motivation for many secret societies and cults of the past. A secret society often regards itself as a protector of the essence of the tribe and its spine, the true tribe, right, within the greater tribe, right? This is the history of antinomian sects, right? Buber correctly notes, quote, The true argument of the rebellion is that in the world of the law that has been inspired always becomes emptied of the spirit, but that in the state it continues to maintain its claim of full inspiration, or in other words, that the living element dies off. This is coupled with the belief that the law must renew itself in purifying fires of the spirit. This combines with the eschatological expectation, quote unquote, and the rule of God will bring the end of law. As in the presence of God, the law is no longer required. Okay. So this is what Jesus emphatically rejected. He came to affirm the law of Moses and to reject the oral traditions of the Pharisees, I believe. Some of them, right? He merely told the Jews that they should identify with the message as the saving grace, for he had come to fulfill the prophecy of the Jewish Messiah. Neither Talmudic doctrine or another person coming instead of Jesus as Messiah matches the simple decree of these laws, which forbid oppression and deal with corruption of wealth, food, and sexual relations. Okay, since these practices are detrimental to the health of any society, exacerbated by the use of idols, worshiping God, it is quite optimal to eradicate such practices in favor of God's decree. The major stumbling block is the priestly class inventing new models to purify the law through remembrance of the spiritual essence. These reforms are often dangerous innovations. We find the Christians and Jews do not take these doctrines and warnings seriously in regard to their own teaching, and doctrines that have become transformed by the process of world history or Western history. Of course, now Islam has the same problem, right? In the modern age, right? Of course, at the time of the Jews, they were the ones beginning to create this problem, right? Almost every country on the earth had the link between God, king, and people, right? How did these problems get started, right? Then you have the Hellenistic Jews, right? Then you have the combining of religious ideals and philosophical ideals, right? Then you have the ideas of St. Thomas Aquinas, right? And his fight against Aristotelianism, right? And finally, you have the championing of the kings instead of the Pope in the Protestant Reformation, right? And the development of the state into a separate entity. Right? So how did this process get started? What's the problem? Right? There even grew among some of the Israelites a worship of the Phoenician rain god Baal. This was an agrarian god that was worshipped through fertility rites and an elemental ritual expression based on tilling of the soil. Buber writes, quote, human sexuality becomes bound up with divine sexuality. The divinity is drawn down into the duality of the corporeal nature and the relation of man and wife. This driving force of libido represented the unity of the organic life and the moisture of the soil. While Baal represents a contradiction from without, the contradiction from within between Moses and the priestly class characterizes the true test of the Jews. One is Baalinization of Yahweh, seen in all sorts of Kabbalistic rites. The other is a feeling of entitlement, that every Jew is born holy and therefore contains the Spirit. These are all brought about by a sense of anthropomorphism, which in the case of Baalinization takes place in the form of trying to invent your own God. Trying to invent your own God. And in the second sense, it is making God conform to your own human schedule through the self-fulfilling prophecy of setting up an eternal rule on earth. However, there is plenty of evidence as well that before this promise was fulfilled, all this idolatry would have to be purged from the hearts of the people of Israel. At his death, Moses could see the promised land as he climbed a mountain alone. There, as he laid his eyes on the land of promise, he died alone. Moses led his people to the promised land, but died before he could ever enter, and died alone. And the people did not make it into the land with Moses. This is a telling sign, because even after entering the Holy Land, God raised up an army of non-believers, the Babylonians, to destroy their temple and put the Jews into captivity. The curious segment of history that occurs in Judea, when it is later located within the Roman Empire, was a pivotal period in Jewish history during the time of the Roman-Jewish War. During the time of the Roman-Jewish War. After this period, both the Talmud, or Jewish oral tradition, and the Gospels, as well as the canonical books now included within the New Testament, were being formulated. These first 300 years provide an interesting relationship between Jews and pagans. Jewish scholars, argue that the lack of development of codified structure of law led to the rise of heresies like the Christian faith. As Christianity rose up, it became a major persecutor of Jews. The glory of the church was depicted as an elegantly dressed noblewoman with her sister. The synagogue was shown in tattered clothes, looking down at herself. The Jews viewed Jesus as a follower of Hillel. Because of Jesus' opposition to the Sadducees, he was killed by Rome. They are not willing to take any credit for the murder of Jesus that they blamed for the early church. Okay, I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff.
It's stuff like that where I think, I forget which gospel it is, but when you have Jesus at the trial and he's put before the people, and they basically, the gospel says, let his blood be upon our heads, or something like that. And I think that's an interpolation. It's part of why Christianity's had so much hatred against the Jews, because they blame the death of Jesus upon them because of such passages in Scripture. I mean, that's part of it. That's not all of it, but
yeah, the hatred is partly mutual until this idea, where they get rid of the theopolitical state. They have the rise of universalism, and then they have both the Jewish Reformation, the Christian Reformation, followed by the Jewish and the Christian Enlightenment. Right? So it's different for a while until it's not different. So it's interesting.
that's the problem with early Christianity. I'm not entirely sure we know how many forgeries versus authentic extant manuscripts we have.
Yeah. So you have the culmination of several things, right? You have the relation of the Jews to Rome, right, which is basically explained by Josephus, right? You have the relation of the Jews to pagan philosophy, which is explained by Philo. And you have various shifts, right, that go on during time, right? Okay, okay, let's take a little break and listen to some music here, right? And I have some new mixes for you guys, right, that I made and created. One of them I've already premiered on the Truther Cop show, right? So this is the one here, okay, that we basically put on the Truther Cop show. The other one, I have a video of an old video. Okay, I wanted to make a video with myself but I didn't have like camera equipment. I didn't know how to like go around, make like IRL, like IRL video of myself. Kind of needed like maybe Solid to hold the camera, but we didn't get to have time to do that. I mean, but yeah, I nevertheless made a slowed down video of myself walking to one of the videos. So yeah, and it's sort of a celebratory video, honestly. Reflecting on my little minor successes. Really, I mean, some people say it's not so minor. Other people say that I'm a complete joke. So in time, we'll see who's right. I mean, but yeah, trying to find a balance. By Ross G, and then we'll be back with Skolmowski, right? The loss from
Atmosphere.
Oh yeah, the Atmosphere. Yeah, trying to find a balance. Ross G and Atmosphere. Blessings.
They love the taste of blood. And I don't know what that means, but I know that I mean it. Maybe they're as evil as they seem, or maybe I only look out the window when it's scenic. Atmosphere finally made a good record. Yeah, right, that shit almost sounds convincing. The last time I felt as sick and contradictive as this was the last time we played a show in Cincy. Get real, they tell me. If only they knew how real this life really gets. They would stop acting like a silly bitch. They would respect the cock, whether or not they believed in it. Doesn't take much, and that's messed up, because these people do a lot of simple shit to impress us. While everyone was trying to outdo the last man, I was just a ghost trying to catch some Miss Pac-Man. Hello ma'am, would you be interested in some sexual positions and emotional investments? See, I'm not insane, in fact I'm kinda rational when I be asking, yo, where did all the passion go? East Coast, West Coast, down south, Midwest. Nowadays everybody knows how to get fresh. Somebody give me a big yes. God bless America, but she stole the beef from Bless. Now I'm too fucked up to dance, so I'ma sit with my hand on the front of my pants. You can't achieve your goals if you don't take that chance. So go pry open that trunk and get those amps. You know, days of kings and queens, I was a jester. Treat me like a god, or they treat me like a leopard. You see me move back and forth between both. I'm trying to find a balance, I'm trying to build a balance. Days of kings and queens, I was a jester. Treat me like a god, or they treat me like a leopard. You see me move back and forth between both. I'm trying to find a balance. I'm trying to find a balance, I'm trying to build a balance. I'm trying to find a balance, I'm trying to build a balance. So now I keep a close eye on my pets, because they make most of their moves off of instinct and sense. It's eat, sleep, fuck, and self-defense. So straight, you can set your clocks and place bets. Wait, let's pray on a blind, deaf, dumb, dead hustle. Maybe a couple will love what you said. MCs drag their feet across a big naked land with an empty bag of seed and a fake shake of hands. Yeah, I got some last words. Fuck all of y'all. Stop writing raps and go play volleyball. Gotta journey the world in a hurry, cause my attorney didn't put enough girls on the jury. Guilty of dropping these bombs in the city, but I'm innocent. Love is the motive, that's why I'm killing them. Guilty of setting my fire in all 50, but I'm innocent. Blame it on my equilibrium.
You. Yeah, blessings, guys. And of course, there's another little one. And of course, we'll be back in about, 5 minutes or so. Blessings to the people that are here. Okay, we're going to bring Skolmowski and then Ellul. Okay, and hopefully that'll be the next hour and a half of the presentation. Please click the link if you guys want to, join and, the conversations is open format show. Okay, and of course, you could respond or react to any of the material that we're covering. We've elicited some pretty critical discussions from several people. Okay, and yeah. And yeah, it's been quite a journey, folks. You know, here's one of the first videos I ever made. I mean, along with Sun is Shining by DJ Crush, mixed with some LP and some Aesop Rock called We're Famous.
Nice.
Lessons to all the people. Yeah. Lessons to all the people. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, blessings to the 12 people out here rocking out with me. You guys are real OGs, man. I greatly appreciate you guys, man. You know, honestly, you could have been anywhere in the world. But yeah, the thing is that, you know, there's a lot of trash out there. You know, people are basically funneled by algorithms, AI tools, you know, and negative reinforcement on these channels. But they're participating in literal fake drama for clicks and views. You know, creating fake characters. Okay, we've cataloged much of it. You know, but yeah, the fact that people, you know, think that these other shows are real, you know, that these are real people, you know, that they're talking about real things. Oh my God, get a life. Seriously. Yeah, seriously, get a life. Right? But yeah,
The slop.
Yeah, the slop is real, man. I mean, it's a virus, civilization virus. But yeah, you know, I'm glad to not do that here with you guys. I mean, I'm glad to go on other shows and totally shake it up, totally shake up the whole thing. I mean, put them in their place. You know, blessings to all the people that are here. We're gonna be famous, and even if we're not, we're gonna have a critical look. Okay, we're gonna have serious discussions. We're gonna have people that are with us. Right? I mean, and yeah, even if I'm not here, you know, I don't have to be here. And I put 300 videos out. Okay, they've got tons of information in them, an entire book there. Okay, take it and run with it. I mean, yeah, but blessings, folks. Thank you.
Ready. Death. I'm ready. Jux. All right. I said I'm ready. Yo, man. A lot of superstars. I've got no, we didn't. I've got some shit I gotta get off my chest, man. I've been sitting here being quiet for a long time, man. Yeah. We are a lot of motherfuckers been talking a lot of shit. Wrong name. Don't know shit. Wrong time. Far be it for me, but I'm gonna have to break shit down real fucking simple for you. Who else is gonna do it, man? Come on. I brought that genuine shit in '96 before you knew the underground or independent exists. I watched the whole scene straight jump on the dick after stepping a KCR lit and flexing my shit. No gun talk, no gimmicks, just rounds of raw dog, dirty, dusty, intelligent wit and word murdering. The hardcore poetic that's formed without burglary. Potent and shook the shit out of rappers who just learned to me. Every time I prescribe a new pill, revolution. Quickly define a standard for indie rap distribution. Arrogant, unafraid shit developed riding a train thinking a brain fuck. Bad touch exam, but it soon became bucks. Had everybody sprung wondering where I came from. Screaming out independence, fuck with an insane tongue. With an indelible squad of design monsters. Innovating with styles that made biters look like imposters. So he scripted an album and signed a raucous, selling 100,000 without a radio chart hit. Preposterous sonics taking the world hostage. Classic hip-hop homage, dirty with style progress. Now I come from the 80s juvenile Brooklyn. Cats was like Subway Pass Kid, good looking. Now someone else taking a ride with what's mine, so I had to develop styles with a death device cooked in. So when I battled in basements, I had 8 sentences waiting ready for the 4 you had laced in. And I was taught to be patient. Why? Only faggots switch they shit up just to get famous. So when I finally blew up, I remained sick, earning respect in ghettos and birds for word placement. Back when the independent scene remained faceless, we were the only crew who promised your ass we'd take it. Mold it, shape it, living outside the matrix, hold it, make it, more than many at your major labels. Hold it sacred, living it for the culture. Told you plainly, protected it from the vultures. That's why I always get respect for true soldiers and laugh at the critics claim it every year. Hip-hop's over. Fuck you, hip-hop just started. It's funny how the most nostalgic cats are the ones who were never part of it. But true veterans will give dap to those who started it, then humbly move the fuck on and come with that new retarded shit. New slang, new thought, new sound, new heart. You thought, you hang, you clown, you don't, you drown. I won't dumb it down, I'm dumbing out with these rounds. I'm alive, motherfucker, plus I'm gunning for clowns. You're a mine, motherfucker, don't be coming for pounds. Till you can break out of that invisible box, you're not down. My favorite ones are the ones who started out young, rapped about comic books, spaceships, and over Quan 1. And even though they were soft, they had fun, but they couldn't break out the frame of the town they came from. Some of these faggots used to send me the demos, keeping their puppy styles in the company flow kennels. But since they had no identity from the start, they started to present the scene when they couldn't become a part. They've been failing for years and call themselves vets, that's bold. Motherfucker, you're not a vet, you're just old. I'll slap the shit out you, then continue my nerd rap, making this money fist over fist. Fuck what you heard. Rookie cats talking about boom bap and golden ages pat themselves on the back for making that new outdated shit. But I've been putting out vinyl since 93 and never look back once at y'all trying to chase me. You don't innovate because you can't innovate, it's not a choice, despite what you might tell your boys. Keep your identity crisis under the table. I always knew who I was and I'll always be more famous. So I'm saying, Ace.
Oh, that's the one right there.
Funny watching jokes blow up and all the fucking
Where's
cats
my voice? We buzzing now.
Point fingers, kicking their feet, kicking the dirt, looking down at the ground.
You hate my face.
The funny part about it is, cats are doing exactly what they want to do.
You right here, where you at?
Change our music for anybody. Still punch you in your shit.
Check it. For the best in the bender biz. 1-800 laser face. Leave the last CE off for crabs and bob and haterade. Dig it. Daddy dug his own tunnel under the gutters where the numbers bleed. Hunters froze up and exposed Rapunzel weeds. Tugboat. Tug a root out brutal dirt first. The feudal human oodles. It was right under your poodle skirt. Welcome to Bazooka Works. Halogen Halo eyesore. The revolution will not be apologized for. Warbucks X-Lex megaphone on the fashion pig pageant while my dick draw a dog in a style magnet. Frag a rocket 4-figure watch. I clock 99 set wristbands and still know the time when your record flops. Emphasis on a sick with it factor. Exhibit A, E, F. Genesis of the klepto reactor. Wanna burgle the buzz off a definitive cast after a life of labor can't start paying innovators back. Baby, you ain't felt the collection. Stuck running bases with little bears under the wing of punch-drunk butter makers. That engine sputters while a hound dog's wire cutter mechanical rabbits. Bantamweight puppies ain't rabid enough to snatch them. Pop-lock dynamos is approach with a golden focal point. I'm soaking it. Resume sturdy composure, soldier bliss. Wrong name by our molders can often expose your phobias. Watch a cobra grow hands to hold his own tongue when he notices. Off city legitty critter. Bark with me off filthy document. Cat piss on a kitty litter moccasins. Welcome to Mikasa Monsters Inc. Dropping bangers out the rocket ship. Your own private apocalypse.
Honor it.
For fuck's sake.
Original.
Wild flyer, what a denial. I Twitch easy raider.
Father it.
I will dog.
Original.
Wild open with banged out cutlery from a slang mouth teacher. And money is an ugly god. We all hawk, but I got landman cannibal natural evolving squawk box. That means when I wake up and decide to comprise the new shit, it's not some watered down version of what my favorite crews did. Puff the magic Komodo bitch rapper stuff kimonos and shark fame out of perfect work and unique look. I'm done. B-boy, feed that to the needy. Shut your liquor hole, fuck you in 3D. Easy.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Disflex bombed the factory. We got to make a cool video for that song. I mean, definitely. We'll be making some dope ass videos for that shit. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. 30-day beat challenge. Whoa. 30-day beat challenge. What's that about? I'd love to participate. We should go on and, maybe I could freestyle or do something on your channel. I mean, I'd love to do something like that. And I'm trying to hook up where we could freestyle, or like people can drop beats and maybe we could have like battles. I mean, through the StreamYards. I mean, but they'd have to hook up the audio correctly. But it is what it is. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys being here, right? Let me open this up. Knowledge and values, Skolmowski, right? And get into expansion of material, right? And of course, we'll be looking at Aquinas next time, right? And I made a lot of these points before as well. But yeah, let me open this up and go to the 4 different segments of knowledge and values, right? And that would be Plato, the fusion of knowledge with values without ascertaining the primacy of one over the other. Okay, now Plato did that, but I don't think Socrates really did that, right? Plato, Socrates is kind of a joke, right? Okay, he's more of a universalist, right? Than the Socrates of Xenophon, for instance, right? Who was more following the ideas of politics and ethics, right? He was like huge into those ideas, right? Right. Some might say that, Socrates considered ethics the rule of all the other arts. Right. He certainly gave huge preeminence to ethical principles, right, in his analysis, unlike Plato, I think. A distinction can be made between the teachings of Socrates and the ideas of Plato, right? And that's up to educated people to make those distinctions. Okay. Televised apocalypse. I love you, brother. Thank you for being here. Make one beat a day, publish it for 30 days. Great. It is haram indeed. It's haram to do a bad job when you could do a good job. For sure. Socrates is the beginning of the story. Yeah. And the pre-Socratics, right? As I talked about, Parmenides, right? The whole idea of Plato's philosophy, he admitted his ideas collapse with the whole idea of the universal forms, right? In Plato's Parmenides, which he puts in the mouth of a young Socrates, right? Unseasoned Socrates talking to Parmenides, right? But yeah, the problem is he's putting knowledge on the same plane as values, right? When it's clear that values created knowledge, right? Going back to that Scorbina quote we quoted at the beginning of the show. Okay, and it's crazy, right? Epistemological systems, metaphysical systems are impregnated with value judgments, valuations, right? But yeah, the fusion of knowledge with values without ascertaining the primacy of one over the other. Okay, Christianity, the fusion of the two by ascertaining the primacy of values over knowledge. Okay, I think that is the correct position, personally. I think also he could even put, Christianity, Islam, maybe Confucianism attached to that. Right? They both talk about the primacy of values, right? And the primacy of politics, really, right? Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the theopolitical state. okay, sort of the tub stopper for the universal enterprise, right? And the technological world state needs universalism. And of course, it needs them to get its thing started, and then it doesn't need them, right? Then it doesn't need them anymore. Now, here's where we get into huge trouble. Whereas in the 16th century, and huge changes happened in the 1100s that signaled the changes in the 1600s, I believe. Right? People like Maimonides, okay, and St. Thomas Aquinas. Okay, creating an idea in their own way, right? That knowledge and God are kind of separate. Right? And obviously in Maimonides you have the notion of via negativa. Right? You can only say what God is not. Right? So that separates knowledge from God, right? It's also an idea of reason and faith functioning in two separate but equal spheres. Right? And that goes the same with revelation and scripture and the laws. Right? Being in two separate but equal spheres. Which begins to signify the problem that Kant created. Right, of course, his political ideal was utopianism. Okay, he's a follower of Swedenborg, also espoused utopianism. Okay, the kingdom of God on earth was a Swedenborgian sort of concept that was sort of hijacked by people like Marx.
Sheesh.
Indeed, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you can pervert that, yeah.
Oh yeah. As we asked Nick Volt on Saturday, he was espousing utopianism, and I said, well, do you think utopia is possible? And he said, no. It's simply an idea that should be aimed for.
That's why it's utopia.
Yeah. Real utopia doesn't exist according to science. It can't. Right? According to
also called copium.
Yeah, the paradox of knowledge. The closer you get to knowledge, the further you get away from it. The Zeno's paradox. Yeah, who's causing that? And what are we doing against those people? Who's causing the children to have amputees, to have amputations? Is it the Jews? Is it the Israelis? And what are we doing? We're actively supporting them. We're actively supporting channels who support those guys. Right? And we're not spreading the word about the Jews. Right? I just did 2 hours on the Jews and how we got into the problems that we're in. So it's time to wake up and take a critical look at the problems and take responsibility for them. Okay, I'm sorry. Sitting here on a computer that's monitored by the Zionists and the U.S. government. Okay, it's time to. Okay, and yet we have time to watch all these drama and LARP shows all the time with the fake drama all the time. What are we doing for the problems in the world? Why are we educating people? Okay, I've seen it all. My time is accounted for, and so is yours. Okay, we've seen people sit in these chats for hours, looking at the fake chatters and the fake actors, and then complaining that there's too many problems in the world. It's like, well, you guys don't support anybody who's trying to solve the problems. And then you complain about them. You don't even know what's going on. Let's be honest. You don't even know what's going on. You don't know what type of realm you're living in. You don't know anything. How could we imagine what type of realm we're living in when we don't even know what's the relationship between mankind and technology, human beings and the earth, man and knowledge? We haven't figured out these simple things yet. Okay, we've created a system that we can't control, and we can blame it on whoever we want. Blame it on whoever you want. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to the problems you helped create. And you know, I love you guys. It's not really about that. Yeah, the whole point of Americanism was to gain support for the Palestinian genocide. Yeah, I mean, dude, duh. Yeah, you got to go within. You got to go within. You got to go within. Separation, and that's huge. I agree with that in terms of the hell realm thing, in terms of not trying to create a utopia in this realm. They're right. The people who talk about the hell realm stuff, they're right. You shouldn't try to create a utopia. They're absolutely right about that one. 1,000,000%. So we gotta, we gotta be able to, see, the game is being played on a huge level, folks. If you have to ask the question, who benefits, then all questions of practicality have to go out the window. I'm not going to engage with people who don't have A, ideological purity, and B, they aren't seeking for truth. When they're playing some other game, their motives are totally convoluted. Okay, I have to go discover what their motives are first. Then engage with people who are absolute fucking clowns and who are not even ideologically motivated. I'm not going to have ideological wars with people who aren't even ideologically motivated. Okay, if me and you want to search for truth, then we can both play the truth game. We could agree to disagree even. Right, but it's a failure to play that game with people whose motives are not that. It's a waste of fucking time to play that game with people who don't have that in mind. There's only so much time in the world, folks. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, bass backwards. Okay,
I love that name.
We gotta get cooking here. We gotta get cooking here. Look at what you're involved in. Have a little bit of awareness, right? We're being funneled by algorithms, okay, negative reinforcement, okay, gaslighting, fake drama, and AI tools. The combination of all these things, nobody has to pay anyone to control anyone. Right? We're all being engineered. Nature doesn't lie. However, the machine has been programmed to. Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself, honestly. It is, of course, the empiricist position, okay, that the separation of values from knowledge while ascertaining the primacy of factual knowledge over values. And I think added to that is the total dismissal of values in and of themselves. Okay, as being related to any epistemological or metaphysical foundation. And I apologize if I offended anybody. You know, I'm not having a great time, you know, personally, and you know, there's many things we talked about, you know, especially Sterling Ray, that which is, I don't mean to offend you, of course. You've been one of my great friends in this experience, I would like to say. I appreciate all you guys. But yeah, let's check this out. We're looking at information, knowledge, wisdom, right? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? The T.S. Eliot quote. Information based on communication, right? Knowledge based on language. And wisdom. Which I say is a mysterious force that guides both knowledge and experience, right? And of course, it's wisdom that shapes knowledge, right? And I say that, you know, wisdom may be on a different level. You know, the level of beyond language, right? Which I say symbolism is usually beyond language, right? But I think it's on the I think it's really on the level of action. On the level of action, right? Give me a second, folks. Okay. And yeah. So here we go. And I've been talking for way too long. I've been talking for like 30 minutes. What's wrong with me? So something happened between 1700s and 1900s, says Skolmowski, right? Okay, we divided man into halves. We separated man's knowledge from his essence and his values from his transcendental concerns. Okay, remember, we were at Kant in the 1700s, right? So he's moving forward from there, right? Okay, so knowledge became isolated, put into a special container called the brain. That's right. Right? Kant was a believer in empiricism. Right? He affirmed empiricist ideals. But he also affirmed, or he separated, right, values from knowledge, right? He said morals were in a different space. Right? They were in the intuitive realm. So he goes on to say, knowledge became isolated. Knowledge became isolated, put into a special container called the brain. This container became, came to be regulated as a chest of tools. You pick up from this chest this or that tool for the task at hand. There's no longer the unity of man and his knowledge. There are only specialized tools to handle specialized tasks. At this point, knowledge becomes mere information. Okay. Okay, so no longer a unity of man and his knowledge. Right. So this is, so first you have the separation of man and nature. Then you have the separation of man and knowledge. Right. It's really that simple, folks. Okay, it's really that simple, folks. Definitely. Definitely. Okay, no longer a unity of man is not. There are only specialized tools to handle specialized tasks. At this point, knowledge becomes mere information. Okay, and notice the idea of compartmentalization. Right, soon it becomes translated into bits of computerized information. The only process is depersonalized, mechanized, computerized. And also, before all that, right, you have two things. I mean, three things: compartmentalization of knowledge, myth of progress, universalism. Okay, they're the precursors to this state of mind, to this complete rule of the experts and specialization, right? Compartmentalization led to specialization. Leads to complexification and assimilation. It's not hard to see. It's not hard to see. The separation of facts from values, of man from his knowledge, of physical phenomena from all other phenomena, resulted in the atomization of the physical world and as well as of the human world. Right? Atoms in the void, right? Okay, the process of isolation, abstraction, and estrangement of one phenomenon from the other phenomenon, a precondition of successful practice of modern natural science. Okay, let me read that again. The process of isolation, abstraction, and estrangement of phenomenon from other phenomenon, a precondition of the successful practice of modern natural science. Right, that's right. Right, in order to observe something, you have to isolate it. You have to draw an abbreviation of the phenomenon in question. Right? So is this abbreviation of reality that's used for experiment and observation? Right? Can that yield truth? Right? If truth is related to holistic and intrinsic nature of things, right? These are all great questions. Okay, isolation, abstraction, and estrangement. Preconditions of the scientific idea, right? In fact, a process of conceptual alienation. This conceptual alienation became in turn human alienation. Man estranged himself from his knowledge and his values. Thus, the primary cause of contemporary alienation is a mistaken conception of the universe in which everything is separated and divided, in which the human being is equally atomized and divided. The present compartmentalization is unnatural. Unnatural. Okay, I love that phrase. The compartmentalization is unnatural. Right, unnatural compartmentalization. That pretty much sums it up.
Yep.
Separation of nature and compartmentalization. In order to restore our sanity and to recompose our divided selves, we have to rethink some of the basic premises. To begin with, we have to realize that the state of one's knowledge is an important characteristic of the state of one's being. This reinstatement of the view of knowledge held by Plato, Augustine, and Copernicus. Okay, this view is still held among primitive societies, notably among some of the tribes of the American Indians. The statement that our knowledge is an important aspect of our being, that as total biosocial organisms, we cannot and do not act independently of our knowledge, is not an expression of nostalgia for paradise lost. It is a statement describing the human condition. How can we validate such a claim, particularly in our times when knowledge seems to be divorced from life? If the integration of relevant knowledge is indispensable for the coherence of one's life, then it simply follows that to deprive people of this knowledge may be by the source of confusion and incoherence in their lives. One does not have to be an astute observer to perceive that this is exactly what has happened in our contemporary world. It's exactly what's happened in our contemporary world. I think he's absolutely right. Young people, and not only the young, are lost, confused, alienated because they do not have relevant knowledge to guide them. That's right. Foolish is a man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks. Right? Knowledge used to also be attached to local traditions, right? That's another thing that's missing here. Okay, the whole realm of thumos, as I laid out yesterday, right? Heart functioning alongside of mind. So let's go on. He says, okay, they do not have a compass, a sense of center that would make sense of the world around them. Instead, they are furnished with bits of information and data, with expertise, which they so often find to be irrelevant knowledge. This is a pathological situation. Knowledge does not render enlightenment, but confusion. The amassing of information only furthers the process of alienation. Okay. So this is the inherent danger of knowledge. Right? This is why knowledge cannot be tied to inherent values. Right? And intrinsic values, right? The situation is especially pathological because never in history has mankind learning and supposedly knowledge been pursued on such a vast scale as today, and never has the estrangement of man from the world and from his fellow man been greater than today, which is quite interesting, right? Right, as I said earlier, the same thing that universalism seeks to achieve, it does the opposite. Right, this is because it creates a system based on scientific totalitarianism. Right, so it can't possibly result in freedom of everyone. Right, the cause must lie then in the nature of the knowledge we pursue. Ding, 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 ding. Obviously. Right, the refusal to separate good knowledge from bad knowledge. Okay, and seeking of knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Huge red flag there. Huge red flag there. Okay, knowledge alienated from the human mind and human values. in turn desensitizes and alienates people who acquire this knowledge. Let me drop the link in the chat. Of course, everyone is allowed to come and join these discussions within reason. Okay. But let us be very careful when we say that this knowledge is irrelevant, he says. Right? For in one sense, it is very relevant. It is relevant to the economic system, which is mainly interested in maximization of profit. Okay? It is relevant to the technological society. That's right. As we have known it, he says. Right? It is relevant to the conception of the world as a factory. The system of economic, ecological, and human exploitation is not interested in knowledge, let alone wisdom. But it is vitally interested in information and expertise. Right? The rule of experts. It is interested in its smooth functioning, which is based on technological efficiency. For this reason, we furnish our students and ourselves with information and expertise, not with knowledge. Right? Because knowledge is still tied to humans, right? Information is not, as I said. And attempted to explain to several people on the panel last time. Okay, we had a very fruitful discussion with Angeline on that very same topic, right? So go check out Saturday's presentation if you guys want, right? But yeah, he's absolutely right. Right? Turning the world into a factory, right? Separation of nature, separation of man from. Yeah, blessings, DJ.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up, man?
Is my mic all right? I'm on a
Yeah.
Walmart phone, so
Yeah, it's good.
Audio is good.
Yeah, it's good. Happy to have you. Yeah. Yeah, happy to have you. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, so he's laid out the main culprits here. I mean, technological efficiency. Okay, the transformation of knowledge into information. Language into communication, as we've said. Okay, so he says, let us ask ourselves a most general question at this point. Is there one underlying reason for this eclipse of values and other pathologies that follow from it? Perhaps the most succinct answer to the question was given by Max Scheler, who said, quote, to conceive the world as value-free is a task which men set themselves on account of a value. The vital value of mastery and power over things, especially nature, and especially other men. Which seems well and good, right? Seems like you're living the dream, right? Until you try to create or engineer something that guarantees it. And that's exactly what universalism is. Right? And that's why when it atomizes, universalizes, collectivizes, and then atomizes. Right? It seeks all it creates all men in its own image. But as we're gonna see in ellul, it's gonna be huge. Right? Homo economicus. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, so we realize nowadays that this mastery has been an illusion, right? Of course. Right? This is like, literally created by like Freemasons and stuff, right? Okay, that you master reason and then master nature, and everybody who doesn't get to do that is like an animal, a beast, a burden, right? Which they learned from the Kabbalah. But yeah, I'm going to go back to this, the process of isolation, abstraction, and estrangement of one phenomenon from another phenomenon. Precursor to the scientific, and then the separation of values and knowledge. Yeah, so he says, we cannot subdue the world to our will without destroying, at least seriously impairing ourselves. However, we still maintain and perpetuate the system which was designed for this grand and ultimate pitiful folly. There's another general question which should be raised, namely the question of relation of theory or practice. The separation of values of knowledge may be seen as an abstract philosophical matter on one level, but this separation is an indispensable part of the process of turning people into materialists. In order to maintain the present consumptive society and conception of the world as a factory, let us not complain that there is no relationship between theory and practice. Okay, the separation of theory and practice is simply the separation of science and technology. And of course, it's practice that guides the theory. To be quite frank, there's ingenious theories have been created and maintained in order to justify and maintain parasitic practices with regard to other people and nature with regard to other people and nature at large. It should be emphasized that the system is equally parasitic on people and nature at large. It is of the utmost importance that we understand the relation between economic forces of a society and its conception of nature and of the universe, between our daily practices and the outlook on the world we hold. These larger outlooks on the world views imposed on us subtly and sometimes insidiously justify and motivate our daily practices. Indeed, they do, my dear friends. Okay, we got to move on to ellul here. Okay, before we lose track of the time here. And of course, 3 hours into the show, I will be playing important news covers that I did on NPC the game. Okay, and I'll be taking a little break, going outside. Okay, I'm facing terrible bout of depression, for which I've procured a pack of cigarettes. So I'll go take a coffee and go smoke a cigarette 3 hours into the show and play some news for you guys. Right? And we'll figure out what's going on. Okay, yeah, we'll move on. Okay, but yeah. So we're looking at the democratic process and how it's been hijacked by technique, and how liberalism has been hijacked by the technological world system. Okay, and I just gave a whole ideological scheme in which that takes place. So how does this happen on a practical level? Right? Well, it's the it's whether these so-called values, right, of scientific totalitarianism are imposed or selected, right? And we all know that they're imposed. Right? Standardization is a conflict with choice, right? The technological scope is supposed to increase freedom and choice, right? But these are precisely the things that it destroys. Right. Standardization creates norms. Norms create planning. And planning creates loss of choice, right? We got our friend DJ Isolated. Of course, he'll be doing a 30-day beat challenge.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Actually, it's funny. It just goes to show how interesting the mind is. So like, I've been playing with this idea. I've seen like other cats and stuff do it online. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. Wasn't really thinking about it like on a social media, like I'll get views at cloud or whatever. I was just like, could I do it? Just the plain discipline of it. Probably catch some skills on the way. And the moment like I just decided, hey, I'm gonna commit to this. Boom, I'm right at like finishing old beats that I abandoned. You know what I mean? So like, I just find that interesting. So like, even when you make like a mental covenant, an agreement, or a commitment to something, an attitude shift can immediately have an effect. So
yeah, true. Yeah, very true. Yeah, but guys, go check out his channel. Blessings.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, dude. If you ever want to present things up here, you're free to. It's a public
I'm just
forum.
waiting until we get to talk shit about like Deleuze and Nick Land.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's gonna come up. Yeah, that's gonna come up too.
Oh, they'll come up eventually.
We did that a lot in the beginning, and then we
Yeah.
sort of took a break from it, and yeah, we'll be bringing that back as well. Of course, there's a lot of foundational concepts, that lead to those guys, right? Like Land is going off on like Kant. He's got a whole chapter on Kant in
Yeah.
Fang Numina, right? So people won't even understand that, and I gave a little. I played that chapter and then, sort of gave 2 or 3 explanations of it on Neurojack's show. And I think I want to take a huge look at Peter Thiel and his whole philosophical angle. Before I get
Thiel's
into Nick
kind
Land.
of he seems he's good at obscura, right? So like he's publicly made statements which seem to align him with accelerationism, but it's unclear as to how and what faction. Because as you probably know, like there's a left and right faction, which is fucking wild work. They should be outside of that paradigm, but they're not. So
yeah,
Us being linked up to the military with the detachment 201.
yeah. I'm doing sort of a dual coverage of 2 different concepts, and I'll be talking more about it. I think on Saturday, because I'm introducing some new concepts on Saturday. But it's this link between Discordianism and accelerationism. And I said there are 2 types of futurism, right? And I think that the political world is being motivated on that end, and so I say that basically accelerationism comprises sort of the alt-right mentality, right? And then Discordianism sort of comprises the new left mentality.
Yeah.
Right. Sort of the new left, its whole return to nature ideology, and then the new right and its idea of technocracy, essentially. Right. Look at where they're at, right?
Yeah, which is crazy because it seems like it's picking up traction within like normie, like conservative and right leaning spheres. which makes zero sense because so much of it is antithetical to the so-called conservative values. So,
oh yeah, it's because, as Nick Land says, right, capitalism and technology are in a information feedback loop, right? You know, and of course that was way predicted by Ellul, right, in this chapter on economics. Hugely predicted.
I had to read over 4 or 5 times because I couldn't believe it that Land and others believe that capitalism is literally like an alien artificial intelligence in and of itself.
Yeah, they're liberals. You know, they're anarchists. You know, because that's what Ellul basically says. He says,
Yeah.
look, if you want decentralization plus technology, that's anarchism.
Yeah.
You know, and it's utopianism. You know, so you know, it's
but
a
we're
special.
not included. Like the end of the thesis even goes back to like Hegel's end of history. They're on some end of history. We're not included. This state of humanity is not included in that vision of the future. So
Yeah, blessings, Denise. Oh yeah, and then so we're gonna look at, you know, there's different ideas that are connected, like Thiel. You know, there's obviously Moldbug and Land. And there's the ideas of Alexander Dugin, right? So all these are sort of hyper modern ideas that yeah, we're gonna delve into those. But yeah, on the other channel, we're doing a sort of cool series where we're looking at the alt right and liberalism, and really connecting it to the ideas of Nietzsche and Julius Evola, right? So we're taking a look at their works on their own terms before we sort of delve into those ideas. But yeah, they had huge attacks against liberalism, universalism, right? I'm talking about Nietzsche and Evola, right? That are and obviously those influenced hugely, right, these postmodernists, right? Where they tried to, I mean, as I said, the postmodernists, right, they tried to put a pretty face on two guys, Hegel and Nietzsche, right, in which they transformed them into two Jewish guys, right, Marx and Freud, right, because they're much more amenable, right. So basically, Marx is basically like a physicalist, right, secularized version of Hegel.
Yeah.
Right, and then Freud is basically a secularized, humanistic approach to Nietzsche. Right, who literally said that you should create psychology as a science and it should be the king of the sciences and all that stuff. And so Nietzsche was, part of the problem. Ultimately, he's on the wrong side of history, right? So is Rousseau. But they had some ideas that can help us because they critiqued Enlightenment thought and they critiqued liberalism, especially classical liberalism. Right. So I'm laying down a huge foundation here. So we're going through these ideas. The people who want to go on the ride with me, they'll definitely, get a free education. It is what it is. But yeah.
I got new headphones, so that's what I see.
Yeah, your mic is scuffed. Sounds like you're underwater.
Oh man, awful. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good though. It's like muffled, but yeah. Yeah, hopefully you get it fixed. Maybe I could fix it. I don't think so. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, blessings, Vanta. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, that is very beautiful. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And yeah. So yeah, as I said, standardization. It's against liberalism. It's against democratization of means. Right? And so is centralization, right? Large scale technologies, right? So this is what's going on. And please feel free to tap into this. Yeah, blessings.
So on liberalism, this is something that I think might be interesting for this. So this is there is and can be no philosophical apology for liberalism. Its apologies, when not simply rhetorical, are emotional and pragmatic. But the most striking fact about the liberal, to any relative unbiased observer, is not so much the inadequacy of his doctrine as his own seeming oblivion to this inadequacy. This fact, which is understandably irritating to the well meaning critics of liberalism, has only one plausible explanation. The liberal is undisturbed even by fundamental deficiencies and contradictions in his own philosophy because his primary interest is elsewhere. If he is not concerned to found the political and social order upon divine truth, if he is indifferent to the reality of heaven and hell, if he conceives of God as a mere idea or a vague and personal power, it is because he is more immediately interested in worldly ends. Isn't this like kind of what we were talking about earlier too? Doesn't that sound like almost exactly what we were saying?
Yes, 100%.
That's wild, isn't it? I'll read the rest of this little section. It says, and because everything else is vague or abstract to him, the liberal may be interested in culture, in learning, in business, or merely in comfort, but every one of his pursuits, the dimension of the absolute, is simply absent. He is unable or unwilling to think in the terms of ends, of ultimate things. The thirst for the absolute truth has vanished. It has been swallowed up in worldliness. In the liberal universe, of course, truth, which is to say learning, is quite compatible with worldliness. But there's much more to truth than learning. Quote, everyone that is the truth heareth my voice. No one was rightly sought the truth, which is not encountered at the end of the search, whether to accept it or reject it. It goes on, but basically it's just, it talks about Nietzsche. It's given a second definition of nihilism, or rather a commentary on the definition there is no truth, and that is there is no answer to the question why. So it's a connection between liberalism, nihilism, Nietzsche, so figure add a little bit of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm trying to figure out who else is live right now. It seems like some pretty interesting lives going on right now. But also, the one I'd like to point out is Neurojack is killing the scene with political commentary, man. You guys want to go check him out? That's up to you guys.
He's still going, like 7 hours or something.
He's still going. The guy's a beast. So we definitely recommend Neurojack. I mean, he's doing an experimental stream, experimental 25. I believe I was on there earlier. So yeah, you could rewind and watch the part that I was on. Unseen Warfare was on earlier. So yeah, there's several options right now for different coverage that we're doing. Right, freedom ain't free. Oh yeah, that's a very important anti-liberal theme. Neurojack's on it as always.
I like to argue that free will ain't free either. So that one gets tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a sacred cow among a lot of everybody. Just modernity, like leftists, liberals, conservatives, like challenging how we frame or see free will. It's a sacred cow. People freak out when you say, well, maybe it's not as free as we imagine. To even suggest that for whatever, like people like they responsively, like they get cringed out, like they just can't deal with it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just removed the I just say free will doesn't exist. I argue against people who say it does exist. And that's just my stance on it. I think like as Jafar al-Sadiq said, and I know that Unseen is gonna offer a rebuttal here, right? But I think God is good, and man does not have free will. I think both of these have to be worked out somehow, right? And of course, I think that taken together, they are quite mysterious, right? But yeah, we have to understand a lot of things before we get into free will. But yeah, so free will, I just say philosophically, I don't think that it can exist. Now, obviously, all problems are not philosophical problems, or scientific problems. So that's also an issue. Obviously, people have said in the moral scope it should be better that it exists, right? And there's good arguments to be made in that realm, but I've argued that even if you were to be good, goodness lies in obedience to God and His will. So then you give up your own will to obey God. It's just that simple. But yeah, go ahead, Unseen.
Yeah, I would say like, I think a lot about what you like talk about, like technique and these different things and desires and passions, like they tend to enslave man, and like our choices are sort of limited. That's my perspective on it. Like as far as like, you know, uh, we can have the illusion of choice sometimes. That's true. But I think, just, as a Christian, there is a distinction that God did give us free will, like to choose, and that's the whole, thing of the Garden of Eden. It's like, man has a choice to give in to, to go against God or go with his will, you know. And I don't know. It's a definitely a deep question, and certain subjects, like there's words that can be conflated onto other words if we're not careful. It's a very detailed subject, from what I've seen. But I understand why you would say that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially freedom for people who have not mastered their desires is self-destruction. So morally speaking, there are certain boundaries as well to freedom. But yeah.
I've made an observation that I've not seen anywhere else. I'll see what you guys think of it. From my vantage point, not everybody has the same quality of agency, and I don't think this is never dependent on something arbitrary like race or culture or anything silly like that. But I think there's almost like it would almost appear there's almost like subspecies within humanity, and they have varying degrees of agency, and thus they respond to whatever range of agency they might have. So it just appears to me some people don't have that much agency. So and that's that's wild, but yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's in touch with their heart chakra. I mean, they don't have access to the spirit. I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, so people that are completely, I guess they're subverted. So that's an actual reality. Um, there's people who are basically, going to create babies because they met somebody because of algorithm. So yeah, world's in trouble.
I think an important distinction, as far as like from my point of view on this, is like, then this gets confused oftentimes. It's like omniscience and predetermination, like these types of things, like, and it's like God knowing all things and God deciding things before they happen. Those are kind of two different things, right? It's like I can know something's going to happen. That doesn't mean I cause it to happen, I guess. Like, even if you are the creator of something, you're not the cause behind it. If there's the choice. And if there was no choice, then would we really know what is evil? I guess, like, if you didn't have, or even what's good, or how would you know? There was no choice. There.
I mean, it's a rather large topic. We'll never get to ellul at this point if keep going on it.
Yeah, but it is the main issue, because freedom, obviously the notion of freedom and democracy is inextricably linked, so, and obviously they're linked precisely in the same way that universalism and individualism is linked, right? So yeah, let's, but I digress. Reddington is definitely right. So let's move on to ellul here. And I appreciate the 20 people that are watching this. There's lots of nonsense on. There's also neurojack, which is not nonsense. Blessings.
It's controlled nonsense.
Yeah, it's controlled nonsense. Controlled chaos. Okay. Contained chaos replaced with natural gracefulness. That's the plan, folks. Okay. But yeah. Let's see if we could do it. So yeah, let's analyze this. He says we must analyze. Oh, he says analyze too. Twins, of course. But yeah, we must analyze. Yeah. Yeah, he says we must analyze this notion of choice further. Obviously, as I said, standardization goes up, choice goes out. Right? We often say, quote, "It is not democratic that certain persons are excluded by poverty from certain blessings, which deprives them of any possibility of choice. If we extend well-being by standardization, we will improve the democratic conditions of the poor," unquote. Unfortunately, this is not the case. If we admit the fact, which is certainly true, that the absence of choice occasioned by poverty is anti-democratic, it is not by removing the more or less great freedom of choice, which the majority still possess, okay, that we will have democracy. Right? In all countries, the majority still have some choice. And to take this away from them is to consecrate the opposite of democracy. Bertolino is aware of this. He attempts to compensate for his risky assertion in two ways. First, he tells us that standardization must be accompanied by inquiry into human tastes and desires, a procedure which will reintroduce personal choice within standardization. Okay, so to speak, the proposal appears to be completely utopian. Standardization implies a certain investment of funds over long periods of time. But clearly, these investments will never be seriously questioned just because the public taste changes. Furthermore, technical developments follows its own proper laws. Okay, not the taste of the public. Okay, it was not the public which demanded air travel and television. Technical progress created these things, and they were technically diffused and imposed on the public. The mechanism of standardization is identical with that of every technique. Second, Bertolino supposes standardization to be democratic insofar as it represents the conviction of the individuals who accept it. It is not sufficient that it be egalitarian, in fact. It must be accompanied by popular consciousness that an egalitarian situation and a more complete equality are being realized through its agency. Okay, now this is a huge idea, is that democratization and equalization of means, right, which is imposed, right, takes away choice and freedom. Right, it's automation of choice and the efficiency of means, which eclipses freedom. Right. So, I mean, obviously, ellul is extremely right here. Right? He says that the people are thus making progress towards a social democracy. If a regime is sanctioned by the people, it can be indeed be maintained that it is democratic. But of course, that is precisely what Hitler said of his regime. We must not lose sight of the fact that today popular support can be secured with great ease by means of certain precise techniques. But this point does not matter much here. What is important is the fact that Bertolino's desire to show at any price that technique is democratic leads to a strange conception of democracy. We may best illustrate this by means of two quotations. He says, quote, democracy is the adhesion of each citizen individually to the opinion of the majority. This majority opinion becomes an irrefragable and indisputable line of conduct. The individual is duty bound to look upon the line, economic or political, more political, dictated by the majority as the best for society. The individual becomes democratic in this way. Sounds like tyranny of the majority. Sounds like factionalism. In short, sounds like anti-democracy, right? But yeah, democracy consists, here's the second quote, democracy consists in the practice of regarding and using certain goods in a common way. Democracy supposes that individual transcends himself in order to realize social values and with the others, and in the same way as the others. Did you hear that? In the same way as the others. Of course, technical means are technical means. Everybody has them at their disposal. Or do they? These textual citations recall some strange speeches we have heard. The transition of the majority to a condition of unanimity through the adhesion of the individual, who renounces his individuality to meld with the collectivity, is precisely the transition from democracy to dictatorship. It is true, right? It is true that standardization demands this kind of democracy and that it could not be reconciled with any other democratic form. But democracy, in this case, is only a name superimposed on the reality of dictatorship. Whatever aspects of economic technique we examine, we always find this opposition between technique and democracy. And he says, the conflict between technique and democracy appears clearly in Soviet planning. The Soviets maintained the 5-year plan. In its second phase, moves from the base to the summit. And that the decision of the base is decisive. We're on page 214 here. However, the following question cannot be avoided. Since technicians establish both norms and details, how is it possible to reconcile production directives which originate at the summit with the desires of the workers' cells at the base? Soviet studies maintain that this antinomy can be resolved by so-called production conferences, quote unquote. But what we witness, in fact, is a technical centralization of wages and norms. Particularly instructive and worthy of note is the history of the plan in 1955. Khrushchev, in denouncing the errors of Stalin, declared that until then planning had been bureaucratic and authoritarian, based on mere statistics, quote unquote. And moreover, the plan of 1950 had been fulfilled by only 30% of enterprises. He said that it was necessary to democratize the plan because the active participation of the workers was indispensable. What in fact has been result of Khrushchev's good intentions. One, The workers have been given latitude to increase the goals set by the plan, not to decrease them. 2, the workers have had freedoms to study the ways and means to obtain maximum productivity. Notice how he threw the word freedom in there. 3, a propaganda campaign for increasing productivity has been launched, which has turned out to be the most intensive since the original introduction of the 5-year plans. In this campaign, the slogan repeated ceaselessly, quote, "The state plan is the law for every enterprise," unquote. Democratic freedom is clearly discernible in all this. So exactly. Right. What is freedom if it has to be imposed top down? Through technical means of decentralizing, essentially. Right. So that the individual can be brought in line with the collective.
Do you remember what Stalin's 5-year plan was? It was industrialization, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I remember now.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it.
Well, you're the one who showed me it.
Yeah, that may be true. I have surface knowledge of many things.
Yeah, I put it somewhere. It was pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, Lul's huge at studying this stuff.
I was confusing it with Lenin's directives, because what Lenin did in 1922, he said, if it is necessary for accomplishment of certain political aims to resort to a series of cruelties, then it is imperative to accomplish them in the most energetic way and in the shortest span of time possible. For otherwise, the masses of people will not endure a prolonged utilization of cruelties. In this connection, the larger amount of representatives of the bourgeoisie and reactionary churchmen we will succeed in executing by shooting, the better. But that's not the same thing. See, I was confusing those two. I thought that was the 5-year plan or something.
Yeah, let me share this screen here for a 5-year plan of Soviet Union. And we're pulling up on a large-ish break here. Okay, where we're going to take a break for about 30 minutes. Okay, I'm going to play some news coverage that I did yesterday on NPC The Game. And then I'm going to play some music. Nationwide centralized economic plans. Achieve rapid industrialization of the Soviet Union. Place major focus on heavy industry. And of course, one of the huge aspects of that was elimination of the kulaks, the farmers, peasant farmers.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't he limit trade or something like that too?
Yeah.
And then that led to hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people sort of starving to death and freezing.
Yeah, he caused a lot of more.
Right.
Genocide.
Unreal, dude.
And he employed these people like Yagoda that we talked about on the previous show.
Yeah.
And the guy had a chemical weapons lab. Secret chemical weapons lab.
All right. Yeah, he was talking about poisoning people, right? Yeah. All while they're talking about, creating a utopia. all in the same breath.
Right. Yeah, so there's quite a bit we've looked at so far, folks. I mean, this first 3 hours of the show has been really insightful on a lot of different topics. Let me read this last paragraph and then we'll go ahead and take a little break here. It says the decisive point in the development of these production conferences, quote unquote, is the necessity of technical progress, right? Which may not be held back by the desires of the workers. A workers' committee cannot regulate the complexity of technical problems. Moreover, a view of the whole, which the workers certainly cannot have, is necessary in order to unify wages and norms on the plane of macroeconomy. Without this, social inequality and economic disequilibrium would be inevitable. Along the same line, a stringent control of production tempos and distribution of revenue, distribution of revenues is mandatory. Whatever the efficiency of the plan, all this leads both for the elaboration of the plan, for its execution, to the primacy of technical demands imposed authoritatively on all democratic orientations. All that is demanded of the man who carries out the plan is that he adapt himself to its norms, and that he find a stimulus to his productivity and the overfulfillment of these norms. All that can be conceded to him is sufficient time to adopt the norms. To save face, there is endless talk about psychological climate, environment, and socialist rivalry. We shall study this point in detail in the last chapter. It suffices for the present to make the following comparison. A soldier who takes part in an attack because he's forced to do so, and a soldier who is moved by patriotic enthusiasm do not share the same psychological climate, but both bring themselves to kill in the same way. As far as efficiency and collective results are concerned, psychological methods have been discovered and elaborated which give the first soldier a belligerence equivalent to the patriotic ardor of the second. Democracy has nothing to do with the matter. Says Lul. Okay, that is a chilling end to this section. But yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's two things, right? One is democracy, one is technology. Right? It's just like before. Right? Just as liberalism, sort of had to censor and contain the religious outlook, right? So the technical necessity has to censor and contain the democratic outlook, right? It's all part of one system. Okay, so I'm going to take a break for 30 minutes. You guys can stick around and listen to this presentation, either on the panel or in the chat, or you guys could go watch Neurojack or any of the other shows that are here. But there's very important coverage here, okay, in this thing. So we're going to get into some news here, right, that I did with NPC the game. And hopefully we don't get banned, right? So we'll see what happens. Okay, but yeah, here's me with NPC the game, and I'll be back in just 30 minutes, folks. So it won't be a very long break, and we'll be back with some music. And then we'll bring the Tao Te Ching into the discussion with Lao Tzu. Okay, and two different translations we're looking at. Okay, one is by Seraphim Rose, Hieromonk, Seraphim Rose. And the other is by the occultist, Aleister Crowley. Right, so it's interesting stuff, folks. Yeah, blessings to all. So we come back with that.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
You say he just dropped the biggest load you ever seen? He knows what he's doing.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you
There we go.
that?
There we go. There we go. USA, USA, USA. No. Oh shit! What the fuck, man? First F-bomb, man. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't drop that. Dropped it, yeah, man. And when they talk about dropping loads, I mean, my spidey senses pick up. You know, especially when the president 47 is talking about that stuff. So, yeah, exactly. That's for the energy, right? Yeah, even though he'd be fucking shit up just like the rest of them. Yeah, where we at? Okay, let's see this Donald Trump stuff. Yeah, so a viral post posted by ex user Lord Bebo hypothesized that President Trump communicated with Iran to stage the attacks as part of a backdoor deal. Backdoor wink with Infowars host Alex Jones posting a video breaking it down. Alex Jones said a lot of people are saying, well, let him say it.
On January 3rd, 2020, Trump ordered the killing of Iran's main general Soleimani, if you remember. And then at the time, Trump came out on television and then again later and said, listen, the Iranians had to save face. And so when we killed him for actions that he'd done to our people over the years, they called Trump and said, we're going to fire these missiles at your base, but we're going to make a miss, which they did. And it was face saving. So a lot of people are saying, oh, there's a backroom deal right now with the Iranians. And this is all face saving. And Trump bombed these nuke bases, but it didn't destroy them. And they already moved their uranium out. And so this is all a bunch of kabuki theater. It was back then. Okay. But now I'm not sure. But I hope that's the case. I see kind of the Q people out there saying this is 50D chess and all the rest of it. Everything's fine and everything's great. Meanwhile, you have North Korea saying they're going to give nukes to Iran so that people stop attacking them. We've got Medvedev, the big Russian leader, saying a bunch of countries are talking about it. The world sees this and understands if you got nukes like North Korea, you get left alone. If the West thinks you don't, then they'll take you out. For my information, they've had the fissile material for a long time to make the bombs. Now they can hit Israel. I see Israel's concern. The point is, if they do close the Strait of Hormuz, as they've announced they're planning to do, I hope they back off of that. If this isn't just kabuki theater.
Shout out to Shazzy Bear. Miss. Good to see you, Miss. Good to see you.
Between these governments, posturing, still a lot of people getting killed, then this just races into escalation of nuclear war, according to all the top think tanks, actuaries, and war game groups that go on. But I'm going to post, right after this clip, what Trump said, back at the time about what really happened. And then it's up to you to decide for yourself. I mean, I hope the mullahs take this as a chance to back down. I'm not seeing that anywhere from them, but it's all fluid right now and things change quickly. So is this all a bunch of kabuki theater? Is this 500 million D chess? We're sure going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Trump talking about the last time the Iranians called him up to say, hey, we're just doing this to save face. And now Trump's saving face with this, just to make it look like he's backing Israel. I don't know. Doesn't look like that to me on the surface, but we're covering every angle here. Remember, these different reports I put out are different scenarios, different angles. So we war game this. This is what happens in geopolitical analysis, military analysis. It's not you just choose what story you want to believe and you go with this narrative. No, you've got a full spectrum, analyze it all. Like I told you, the Iranians are going to go, hey, we already moved all the fissile material, uranium out months ago.
Full spectrum dominance.
Them shipping the stuff out months ago. And now it's being reported that it didn't do anything. So now Israel will say, well, we got to keep attacking and keep attacking. It just goes on and on and on. It's out of control.
And somebody who's definitely in control, and he's my
nigga.
my brother, my brother is in the building. What's going on, big dog?
Yeah, blessings.
Blessings, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. Where do we start, man? Where do we start? Yeah, first of all, Alex Jones, I was going to bring up your comment, what you said about 9/11, just to put it in context. Even though I'll put in context real quick. I really love Alex Jones as a broadcaster per se, but I realized he said some wild and some fucking not accurate shit, you know. So anyway, what is your thoughts about whatever comes to mind first?
Well, I guess we could start with Alex Jones, basically totally controlled. You know, he had Jerome Corsi, Steve Pachenik on his show. You know, he runs cover for John Birch Society. You know, you can't type Knights of Malta in his on his comments or anything, on his website. You can't, if you type the word, it'll automatically get erased. I found that out recently. Right? So he's connected to all these various groups. He changed his mind on 9/11. You know, he said first that Israel did 9/11, then it was Saudi Arabia and the Chicons. And he also
they launched, there was a missile launch that Bill Cooper exposed.
Yeah, he called Putin a demon.
During 2000.
He called Putin a demon and a dictator, and then he turned around and started supporting him.
Yeah, he's gone back and forth with Trump for sure.
Yeah, he's gone back and forth with all that stuff. See, one of the main defenders of the John Birch Society was Roy Cohen, who was literally Trump's mentor. Right? And obviously Trump's connected to Epstein. All that shit came out even before.
His father, Jones's father, was part of the John Birch Society as well as Tucker Carlson family.
Yeah, actually, he's directly connected to Tucker Carlson because he got the Voice of America broadcasting station.
Yeah, he's on his thumbnail. If you look, I see on X his wallpaper. Yeah, Jones is him and Tucker on there.
Yeah. So he's directly connected to Tucker, to Tucker's dad, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's compromised. So what can we say about? I don't mean to rush you, but like this daily astrology forecasting is basically an hour 15 minutes if we extended time. So we got about like 15 minutes, maybe 20. So what is your take on the whole this theory and the whole Iran Israel? Because I haven't heard you say it yet. I mean, what you have to say? I'm really curious. I've been really curious about this whole situation, Machine.
Well, I mean, he had that guy Bolton in there last time, you know, as a defense secretary. You know, that guy was a huge war hawk for Iran. You know, so he demonstrated already that he was going to go to war with Iran, even during his last presidency. Right,
just by the people he surrounded himself with.
Yeah, just by the people he surrounded himself, like Bolton. Right, is a huge example. And putting him as defense secretary was a huge move, signaling to Israel and all the people. You know, so he's surrounded by Zionist supporters. Obviously, his son-in-law, you know, is a Zionist supporter.
Kushner, Jared.
Yeah, he goes and prays at the grave of the Lubavitcher Rebbe. Right. So it's pretty interesting that they're all connected to Israel in a lot of ways, right? So it's pretty obvious what position they're going to take. But Alex Jones, obviously, he's spreading misinfo in a very peculiar way, right? Making Trump look good, positioning himself against both Israel and Iran, which they've been doing. Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones have been pushing the opinion that you should be neutral in the war, but that just supports Israel because they're winning. Right. So it's tacit support for Israel in the conflict.
Yeah, I would say that. Let's break that down real quick. Like it would be because of all the atrocities that the Jewish state has been pulling on the
official number. Yeah, the
Right.
official number is 50,000 they killed since the war started. You know,
50,000.
50,000, yeah.
And there's men, women, and children.
Oh yeah, mostly children, really. You know, I mean, I have to say that Gaza is the #1 place in the world for child amputees.
Fuck.
Yeah, man.
In the world?
In the world, yeah.
It's not even that big though.
So they butchered children, and these are the facts, right? They butchered women and children, right? You know, and even in Iran, you know, they killed hundreds of people. You know, they barely injured, you know, like 20 people in Israel. You know, so I mean, it's fascinating stuff. You know what I mean? It goes with the theory that I have that Israel is the ruling state in the world, not America anymore. You know,
okay. Well, when do you think that happened?
They crossed that Rubicon a long time ago. Right? You know what I mean? I'd say 1970, or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
You know, like Yom Kippur War, when they were thinking of nuking Egypt.
Yeah.
You know, they actually have a deal where they were about to nuke Egypt. The same time, the U.S. was doing military operations in Iran, trying to replace their democratically elected leader for BP oil.
British Petroleum.
So, yeah. So they put the Shah back in place, you know, for British Petroleum.
Right.
I mean, so I mean, is what he's saying. I mean, I think he's not going deep enough with how rigged everything is.
Now, speaking of Iran, it's a theocracy, right? It's meaning that it's the religious elite run the country, right? We could say,
yeah.
Iran. So, what's your feeling about Iran? Like, I mean, it's easy to say, like, you know, he's a good guy, bad guy, but
it's not a legitimate caliphate. It's not a legitimate caliphate, in my opinion. I mean, it's
and the caliphate is when the religion is the authority over the people.
Yeah, Khomeini had all sorts of warped ideas. He wanted to combine like Sharia law and like socialism.
Really?
Right. Yeah, if you read his writings and stuff. So I
even heard he was a Mason. He has connection to a Mason before.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but some of the Shias, right, the leaders, right, they're highly connected to the Mason, because the Shias are what started the Ismailis, and the Ismailis are basically the ones who started the Hashashins, right, the Templars, right. So there's a huge history there, right. So the Shias have a history with occultism, and right,
that's the Mystery Babylon cult that
Bill Cooper spoke
about.
The Sunnis do too, because of Sufi Islam, right? So they both got connections to occultism, right? But
wow,
yeah.
And so what do you see happening? Like what in the next in the next couple months, dude? I think Joe Cool's a Mason. He's definitely a Mason. He's a fellow traveler.
I think it'll take. Like I heard an Israeli official say on the news today, they said that they don't know if in 7 years this operation actually hastened the arrival of Iran attaining nuclear weapons, or if they permanently stopped them. So they have no idea if they actually strengthened their attempt, or so. I mean, that's what I have to say about it. Is that what's my opinion as a whole? Israel's gonna go. Israel's gonna be defeated eventually.
You think so? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Israel is going to be defeated, and the thing that's going to defeat it is the Islamic world. I mean, you know, and that's a sad truth. But you know, we have billions of people to keep. Yeah, we have billions of people to keep throwing at the problem, and they've got nothing. All they've got is technology.
Why do you say sad truth?
Because people think that it's an eschatological scheme that the Jews have returned to Israel, so it's going to be a huge letdown for a great majority of people who believe that. Right, so I think, what are they going to do after that happens? You know, they're probably going to, you know, and I'll probably get my whole channel taken away for saying stuff like that. But yeah, it is what it is. Right?
Yeah, now Russia, where do they play? Then I'll ask China into all this.
Russia is totally in support of Israel. Putin owns a company, Gazprom. You know, he's totally in line with those interests, right?
Right.
So Putin, you know, he fought alongside the West in the war on terror, right? So Israel's been fighting the war on terror. So they were so U.S., Saudi Arabia, Russia, and all these people were allies in the war on terror.
Yeah.
With Israel.
Yeah.
which Netanyahu declared that they need a Pearl Harbor style attack to get the America into the war in the Middle East. He declared that in his book, how the war on terror, how the West can win, or something like that. It's titled. He wrote the book.
So he actually said that, man.
Oh yeah,
Shades of Carol Quigley.
He said that as a Fox News contributor. He was a Fox News contributor.
He wasn't even prime minister yet.
Yeah.
No. Damn. No, with China though, like my buddy Jeff, he sent me something in Thai, and they sent me something about how the day these missiles started, that Iran started hitting Israel, was this, that belt program, the Beltway. What do they call that? Well, they're trying to do a train from China all the way through the Middle East, all the way through Asia to the Middle East. You heard about that project? That project?
No, I haven't.
Got it right here. Let me see it. Let me go.
But they've been doing stuff like this for a long time. The Belt and Road Initiative.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So let me get this for you real quick. It says an interesting detail that is almost unnoticed against the backdrop of the strikes on Iran. The first missile was fired at the country's territory, flew almost simultaneously with the launch of the new railway route from China to Iran. The first train from Zanzan arrived at the Iranian logistic hub on May 25th, 2025. This route has been coordinated and built since 2021, immediately after Iran and China signed a strategic agreement worth $400 billion as part of the One Belt, One Road initiative. The essence of the project is simple. Industrial goods from China now go directly to Iran by land, bypassing all U.S. zones of influence, military bases, and sanction controls. Iran received not just supplies, it gains a role of key transport hub connections. Any thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, it just looked like what they're been doing for a long time. They had the Belt and Road, thing. That's what the some people say that the Russian-Afghan war was about the same thing too.
About the same thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then they armed the Afghanis, and they created the Taliban. You know what I mean, right? And then they go back and to kill those people. See, this is the same thing. They what I'm telling you is these guys had a Shah and they got rid of him and changed the government themselves in a democratically elected government, and then they changed it back to the Shah, and then Khomeini took over the country by force.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's like how did they not play a role in that?
Right. And then Gary Baxter says that Iran supplies 85% of petroleum to China. Who's what's up, Haimza Oracle? Alexander, good to see you. We went a little earlier today. We got the brother Machine Lies, fucking legend. Right person to talk to right now. What do you think the hidden hand is in all this? Because I call it Masonic sorcery theater. There seems to be something augmented over this geopolitical drama. But what do you think the hidden hand is?
I think we're going back to an age where a small country like Israel can dominate world politics, just like in the days of Britain, right? In the days of Britain, they had a naval force, right? That was unmatched, right? Today, they have cyber force that is unmatched.
Right. Right.
So it's the same type of, the same thing they use for communications, for transportation, and right, they've hijacked the system, right? So, but the solution is that they put all their eggs in one basket, right? So,
all in one basket. And what happens when you do that? Sometimes the basket tumbles over and busts, right? Busts and all the eggs break. Information and communication control wins for sure. So what's up, Browns boy?
So we're back in an age where a small country like Israel can dominate world politics, right? Just like how Britain could back in the day. And right,
Mhm.
it changed after that to large states. Why? Because of the Industrial Revolution. Right, the more
Right.
land you have, the more factories you can make. But now it's changed to internet. Right, so after the fourth
Right.
industrial revolution, it's going to change. Right, and they're running out of oil. It's peak oil. Right, so
Also,
time's
it's
up.
actually running out.
Oh, they're done.
It's not an endless supply.
They've reached peak oil. No, it's not an endless supply. They've reached peak oil. They need to transform all of the technology. They need to upgrade all of the technology. It's going to take the next 20 to 30 years to upgrade all the systems.
Right.
Right.
This
And
means that our way of life is going to be completely changed, then, right?
Oh yeah, in the next 20 to 30 years, I believe our way of life is going to be completely changed. Right. And it already has been in the last 20 years. You know, in the last 20 years, they brought the Patriot Act and all of that stuff, and Occupy Wall Street, and you had Anonymous and all the stupid shit. All right, and then you had the the global situation. I mean, right, with the diseases and stuff. So, I mean, so there's all of these situations that have compiled that have totally changed the face of world politics.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're gonna start a new thing. You know, what would Jesus do? We're gonna say, what would ellul do? So, what would he think about all this?
Well, I mean, he was not a supporter of war. You know, he actually helped the Jays. You know, during the Nazi invasion of France.
Oh, that's right. I remember you showed that obscure video about that, the lecture. Yeah.
So Ellul's, he's Switzerland in this whole thing, right?
And that's kind of like what you're saying the Fuentes and Jones are trying to get us, wants the masses, the 85% to do, right? Right, to be neutral. But in the neutrality is actually serving the small hat.
Yeah, and then this country, I mean, what can you say about this country? This country is totally controlled by Christian Zionists. I mean, they have a huge, they fund both political parties. Haim Saban funds the Democrats. The Sheldon Adelson funds the Republicans. It's a sick joke. So either they should get that money out of politics and try to figure out who actually runs this country, right? Or, people can keep on playing these games, with the brain rot news coverage. I mean,
that's how bad it is. It's actually the news coverages. Remember, we did a broadcast like about philosophy and brain rot, and like, dude, you're right, bro. It is brain rot coverage. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like that is a ridiculous proposition. Like that they're like that they planned it. Like, come on, dude. Like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So why did they build all these nuclear facilities? Like, are you fucking crazy? Right? So what's surprising is that he's allowed to go up there and spread misinformation like that. He has to be a Fed.
Right. This is what they're saying. He's pushing this theory right here, where this Lebo guy, but all it is he even admits it. It's the old QAnon shit. He says, number one, this is the theory: Iran's nuclear facilities were evacuated, and the equipment moved out days in advance. What's your thoughts on that, real quick? No, we don't know that, right? For sure.
There's no source. I mean,
right.
Notice there's no source for any of these things. Lord Bebo.
No, there's not.
Who is Lord Bebo?
It's a Twitter guy. A guy on X.
A Twitter guy. Oh, wow. So let's
name Lord Bebo. Sounds like a Majin Buu sub character.
If your name is Lord and you're not a Lord, I mean, that's a bad look already.
Yeah.
You're some kind of clown.
Look at this number 4 point. U.S. satellites showed the evacuation of the facility by the Iranians. Hence, the Americans knew the facility is empty and not operational. Like, once again, no proof of that. And the number 7, the only logical conclusion. Go ahead.
So they didn't seize millions of dollars worth of equipment after they already evacuated. It's just so stupid. I mean, right? So then the solution is to blow it up with GBs, or GBUs.
That's what they're saying. The only logical conclusion is that Iran and the U.S. made a secret deal to end the war. U.S. strikes empty facilities. Iran will retaliate, but misses. Right? Okay.
Before you go too far, would have never happened with me. I had Iran in check. We hit them very hard for something that they did, and they had to hit back. They feel they have to do that, and I understand that. They called me to tell me we're going to hit a certain location, but we're not going to hit it. It's going to be outside of the perimeter.
Who called you?
Iran called me, called for me. And they let us know that we had.
So here, hold on, pause it. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So Iran called him on the phone and told him where they're going to attack in the U.S. What the fuck? Who's buying this shit? You know, like,
I mean, if
what?
that's the case, it's like, why are you
what?
guys so cozy?
Yeah, and then why are you attacking people on behalf of another country? Like, the very weird, dude. Like, there's no answer. It's really weird.
Yeah. What's really weird is Lord Bebo's avatar. If you can see it right here, is it's a Scottish Terrier. I don't know if that's like some secret symbol or something.
6 or 7 failed in the air.
When was this?
This was prior to the attack on a fort that we had where they hit back. Do you remember when they sent 18 missiles or 16 missiles? 5 failed. They let us know, don't move. We're going to have to hit you back. Psychologically, we have to do that because we hit them on something. You remember. They
called him and said, don't move, or we're going to hit you again.
They weren't going to hit inside the fort. And the media was going, and now
That's some crazy-ish
the media was going wild because they say it's strange. They're very accurate missiles. How come they all missed?
Clown show.
Nobody was killed, if you remember.
Yeah,
with all
that's
of
true.
those missiles, nobody was killed. Now they had to do it because they have people and they have to show strength.
So he's admitting, if anything, he's admitting that this is theater. A certain percentage of this is theater. Probably almost all of it, but you know what I mean? Where they sacrifice real people. Real people die sometimes.
So they aimed the missiles, but they said, please don't attack us. We're not going to hit you. That was respect. We had respect.
Okay. There you go, Lord Bebo. Can we get him on the TM Machine Lies broadcast? If I can get you Lord Bebo, will you sit down with him and talk to him?
Yeah, I mean, I got the same 2 questions. I mean,
What's that?
Literally, the ones I just asked. I mean, right?
Okay, yeah. Exactly.
You know,
Where's this coming from, man?
Yeah, like,
where's the receipts?
Yeah, like they let him know that he's gonna attack, and then why is he attacking based on, you know, intel from another country?
Right. Exactly.
And then if that's gonna increase the likelihood of them attacking the U.S., why would you go ahead and do it?
I know it's just too dangerous. Like Zephyr says right here, that's a very expensive theater.
Right. You're gonna go and attack. You're gonna go and attack another country. You know, for another country. You know, in hopes that they won't attack you. And then he's saying they called me up and said they're gonna attack this location. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah.
It's a backdoor deal. Pause, like Buddha said, and he said, Buddha said that he's turning Alex Jones is morphing into Stone Cold Stunner, and Stone Cold. Yeah, I mean he has lost a lot of weight and doing all this shit, but here's the thing, you're right, and yeah, thanks for keeping us honest, bro. Keeping it honest in the sense that don't forget about the messenger. Remember, it was Marshall McLuhan that said the medium is the messenger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there you go, man. That says it all. And
here's what he's trying to do. He's trying to position himself like he's responding, working with Iran and Netanyahu. You know, that's why they staged the fight with Netanyahu.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they were friends with it. You know what I mean?
It's K-Fabi.
Yeah.
That's wrestling shit. Yeah. It really is.
Oh yeah.
It really is. Yeah. Yeah. God guarding will go up. It's crazy to think that they're all in it. It's worth unnecessary work to keep the alleged. Yeah, it is a lot of work, bro. Fucking, like I said, people fucking die from this shit. And I don't want to be I don't want to become like the most popular streamer in the Panelverse off of some Taiwan shit either, too. You know, because like, you know what I mean? Like, this shit's real, even though we say it's a theater and all that, like it's serious. It's fucking lunatics machine out here. Lunatics out here, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get I gotta do some NPC things, bro. So I appreciate you coming up, man. When are you going live next?
9:15 p.m. Eastern.
9:15 p.m.
So come check me out.
2 hours from now, about 2 hours from now, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Over the machines. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be out there for you guys.
Blessings to you, brother.
Yeah, blessings to you, my friend. Yeah, thank you for having me again. Yeah.
No, dude, it's been a year this month, bro, that we've been friends, dog. We've known each other.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Excellent.
It's June I met you. Remember
Yeah, I
with
still remember.
with Krishnamurti?
Krishnamurti. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Krishnamurti versus Houston Smith. Legendary video.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
so I appreciate you, Machine. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Of course, my friend.
Be well, man.
Yeah, definitely praying for you. Yeah. Peace.
Thank you. Peace. Legend. Yeah. So, yeah, man. There is the man himself, the professor, the real Doctor Strange, in a good way. The machine lies. Yeah. So yeah. So Zephyr, I see you, sister. Good to see you. So 9:15 Eastern, which is 2 hours from now, a little less than 2 hours. Everybody, let's head over to the Machine Lies. So shout out to everybody for coming in. The Shazzy Bear, thanks for coming through. Speakeasy, he was killing it last night. Going to war with these guys on the Panelverse. Mad Mystic, yeah. Solid content. Leave Sherelle alone though. Okay. Yeah, donations are welcome, guys. Thank you, Markello. I really appreciate all your hard work. And you and Shadow and everyone else. Lady Luck, Wheels.
Alrighty.
Why don't you just take my blood?
Let me drop his link to NPC the game. And please give him a few subs here. If you guys aren't already subbed there. Okay, to NPC the game. So let me NPC the game. And very informative right there. Okay, when I entered the stream there, broke down several topics there, and of course he's familiar with a lot of those angles. As you can see, he's a very intelligent fellow. NPC the game. So I greatly appreciate his time. Go check him out. And actually, way more informative than Cockbody Hotline's entire stream, most likely. You know, way more getting to the deeper issues of why this stuff is faked, why this stuff is staged. Okay, and the auto hoax thesis, you know, that he basically stole from Quantum of Consciousness and Infinite Plane Society.
Auto hoaxers give me a headache.
Yeah. Yeah, they're too insistent a little bit.
Like, unfortunately, AI and shit like that doesn't make it any better when talking to them.
Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. We're gonna move on to the Tao Te Ching. Okay, and we're gonna have some music here. So yeah, blessings, guys. Right? Let me open up this music here for you guys. Blessings. Greatly appreciate your time. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy this. I'll drop the link here. I mean, you guys could join you know, the stream and have some conversations about the Tao Te Ching if you like. You know, we've been focusing on it for a very long time, and we'll be focusing on another Taoist work, the Shangzu, in great detail as well, right? So looking at different sections from that. So yeah, you guys are welcome to join. And here's our music for you guys. Blessings, man. Little meditative segment to prepare you for Taoism.
Is a bit misleading. In the beginning, the Lord said to himself, "Get lost, man." And he disappeared from sight and became all of us. The quest for liberation, the quest for deliverance from thinking that you are just you, and realizing after all who you are. We are all entranced, we are all spellbound, under the influence of a certain kind of thinking, which makes us just like hypnotized chickens with their noses to a white chalk line, and they can't get off. So in the same way, that white chalk line corresponds to the ego. Each one of us thinks, I am I. We've been told so. We've been educated that way from childhood. So we think, I am I. Not this I that we think we are, but the I which is
break away. We'll be back in a few minutes and lots more. Radio.
57.
Thank you for tuning in.
Every 3 seconds, someone's identity is stolen.
Worry, fear, afraid to live, worry, fear.
Identity theft protection.
Call now.
1-800-666.
Fear.
57.
Hello, hello.
Greetings, sis. How you doing today?
Really good. Thank you.
It says I don't know why it's okay.
I have a video in the back, but
Yeah. Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't know if you've seen this. So this is my I made this so long ago, but this is my little Ellen Watts. And it was done actually by an artist, and then another artist obviously used it as his intro. But you want to talk about solid, right? You mind if I play?
No, not at all. Go ahead and play.
I think you're gonna love
Blessings.
it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, sis.
Blessings,
Yeah.
blessings, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like hoodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjigged.
Well, okay, that was rude. Only because you gotta hear the song. Right? You have to complete it.
Yeah, it's dope.
This is very old school. This is POS. He's this is Midwestern hip hop. I know we've talked about this a little bit because this is
yeah.
I'm a Rhymesayers group, right? And they did that intro.
Yeah, it's excellent band. Yeah.
Bird Peterson. So yeah, man, respect to those guys. But right, that intro is so good, and it's long, but it's good. So thank you for letting me play that because that quote is
Excellent stuff, especially the Alan Watts.
Right.
Sort of the opposite of disinterested idealism and mediated thought is the spontaneous action and the unmediated act. So that ties into natural simplicity, not trying to control nature, and letting things find their way.
Exactly. Sorry. Good chaos. Thank you. That's if you don't know, that's my thing.
Oh yeah. As Shang Tzu likes to say, free and easy wandering. But yeah, let's check this out. I think we're on chapter 70. We're on the last 10 chapters here. Okay, so we've made an arduous journey to look at various perspectives of the Tao Te Ching. And we've looked at especially one chapter in grave detail, right? And that would be 57, I believe. So let me go into this. Gay, lesbian. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Blessing Soul Read Analytics. Thank you for being here. Okay. I don't know if I'm a gay lesbian yet. I'm halfway there. And I won't let you know which one, gay or lesbian, but that's a mystery. We'll take that journey together, folks. But yeah, gay lesbian. Shout out to all the gay lesbians. I believe Soul Read Analytics is of that cohort or something. I think he's shouting them out. Yeah, blessings. Of course, we don't discriminate here. But yeah, pain. Chapter 70. Pain of heart. Endured in devotion of the way is the way to perfection. The way to the perfect humility, perfect love, through it, the follower of the way comes to full stature, right? Okay, as Lao Tzu says, he says, give up learning, put an end to all your troubles, give up sageliness. Okay, he says, when there's trouble, then loyal ministers appear, right? When there's chaos in the family, then you have rules of filial piety. Right, so the best way to be is to work without taking credit, produce without ownership. And of course, we gave various examples of the uncarved block, right? And natural simplicity versus cultural refinement, which relates here to the primordial essence. Perfect humility relates to the uncreated realm. Right? As Lao Tzu says, the unnamed is the beginning of heaven and earth. Of course, those who are bound by desire see only the outward container, right? It's love and humility that actually frees you of that, right? So he said, through it he becomes stronger. Therefore, the sage said, when opposing armies are evenly matched, the one that is in grief over losses is the one that will be victorious. Okay, so that is the power of passion. Right? It has real value. Right? So say you say knowledge and intelligence and all those things, okay, have been exhausted. Right? Then what determines the final result? Compare that to the line of ellul earlier about the two soldiers and how technical means reduces their passion. Of course, modern warfare makes the passionate soldier equal to the one, the one that does it for patriotism, equal to the one who does it for, because he has to do it, right? He's been conscripted, right? But yeah, as they say, an army of donkeys with a lion as its head is going to beat an army of lions with a donkey as its head, right? is the one that will be victorious. Without offenses, humility has not been tested. Without offenses, humility has not been tested. Ooh. Right? Those who are offended are easily manipulated, right? As
I
Plato
mean,
says. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, it's okay. I mean, I talk way too much as it is, so
It's
we
okay.
give you the floor always. But
No, you're
just
welcome.
no, I appreciate you a lot. Um, just getting into like what excessiveness means and idle hands, versus a
Right.
mission, and then we get into people who want to placate, especially lately, and not really understanding what it means to be righteous without being selfish, right? Like are you doing it for the Lord, or are you just like kind of placating in your own potential for fortune? And obviously it's a little less, especially in our circumstances, that you know great fortune is amongst us, but just that that's the playing factor. So generally it's the other way around, right? A little bit.
Oh yeah.
And thus becomes stronger.
Yeah,
But
you gotta get it.
and this is why, even though I think you were kind of touching on, or no, I'm going to apologize, somebody else was actually tonight, just on the concept of feminism,
Yeah.
and to me, and what does that mean in its extremity? And like, it is a woman who could survive and like sets herself up successfully to hunt and live in the woods for several weeks at a time. Is that feminism just because she doesn't need a man? Or is that her own like solitude? Or is like what we watch happen in the world where we just don't make a placement for the need to um I'm
Well,
sorry. Obviously, yeah,
listen.
I didn't mean to. I just realized I'm kind of taking this in a weird
No,
angle, and I didn't mean
no,
to.
it's good.
So thank
No, it's
you.
I know it's a good angle. Because in when there's a natural harmony, there's less of an accentuation of differences between male and female. They
Yeah,
have pretty much the same
yeah,
tasks and the same
and
division of labor. You know
thank
what I mean?
you.
So yeah, in the natural form, that comes up. Obviously, feminism is only a response to the Industrial Revolution, as we've said, right? So it's a modern
Right?
issue, right? So they thought of equality of the sexes because, women had to go into the workplace. So it's very
And
simple. Right?
yeah, it's like anything that would take you away from any, and like quote unquote, they say like domestication, which is kind of a weird word in itself from where it was created, but that you're no longer like producing in the immediate development of like what you're buying for, because right in the Industrial Revolution, like that's the flip. You've just set yourself up to work in a career so you can turn around and buy what you're creating, what other people like. This is the community basis again. Like we start to go through these courses of nature and your own age sets, and so like the elders of our groups have become almost useless in the sense when they could be in like they could be obviously flourished and like and loved on within the community, but they're able to actually produce, teach, educate beyond what we've allowed. And it would actually develop, we'd already know this too about our brain activity and rewiring and building gray matter. And so like when you're in these situations where you're more where it's just a healthy development, then those abilities to increase your um, development, like increase your ability to live longer, shows through those type of scenarios.
Yeah, see, we moved from a natural harmony, right? And the cultural basically, forces, they create a sort of huge imposition, right? So once symbolic or cultural forms, right, take precedence over survival, right, then you start to have societies organized where you have to have male and female roles, right? Because you have the great civilizations of the world and they had to organize things this way. But then eventually, right, when you get into a society of technical necessity, right, it becomes you not only are not based on natural forms of organization, right? It's purely social forms of organization at this point, right? And then as I said, the technical forms begin to assimilate the cultural means. So essentially, what you have is and you can draw a dialectic of a society that's based on natural, that's based on nature, right? For its societal organization, right? And relies on frugality, than one that's based on technical means and relies on efficiency, right? Totally different. And for Lao Tzu, it's totally different, right? And that's why he recommends against the use of labor-saving devices.
Yeah. And that's, what we get back to into like, you don't even need this excess. There's the large equipment that ends up coming out of like, some sort of print.
Oh yeah.
That right, in this market selling. But that so that to me gets down to conservation of the land, like regeneration, like what are you, because if you're going to pull it in, or you're going to have this large piece of equipment that's just sitting there, not only vibrating the plates or whatever, but also like polluting the immediate vicinity because of what the waste is, because we can't figure out how to just do it like by hand, a little bit simpler, and continue to teach, right? I know you understand the dysregulation, but also I think at the end of the day, it's like, we don't dispute all technology, but if it doesn't serve some sort of ability to collapse in on itself, then it really is not, it will not withstand the test of time. And it's just, you can't avoid it. No matter what you're going to do, that's a good chaos, beautiful example, in my opinion.
Yeah. And that's in line with the idea of simplicity. As I say, simplicity is a cornerstone of virtue. Sincerity is the jewel of the heart. And that's where all these things come in: humility, love, virtue. Right? They're a different set of values, right, than ones of as I said, both those things that can be desired, right, can be possessed, those things that are based in knowledge, right, although they are immaterial and they cannot be taken away from you, right, although
Yeah.
knowledge can be subverted, right? So so this is the idea, right? So it says without offenses, humility has not been tested. Right. Those who are easily offended are easily manipulated. Without adversaries, true love has not been tested. I'm sorry, adversities. Without adversities, true love has not been tested.
Mm-hmm. And it makes so much sense in our realm and what we experience.
Oh yeah, people want quick.
Yeah.
They want quick love. Fast
yeah,
love.
yeah, across the board, and that goes beyond like a direct like romantic relationship. That goes with like a lot of relationships in this current situation, right? Like business to you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, as Aristotle said, the the worst type of friendship is based on pleasure. The second best is based on business, and the third best is based the greatest form of friendship, right, is basically virtue,
Based on virtue, yeah, that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So,
Knowledge is subverted all the time, bro.
Yeah, and it's form of basically governments basically follow that same outline. I mean, if you go to, Plato, as we were talking about yesterday, with unseen warfare. Excess of freedoms is an excess of slavery. Freedom without mastery of desire, as we said, is self-destruction. Right. As soon as
That's
followers,
true.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's in the most because nature is organized. Nature has and does have good chaos, but is well organized.
Precisely.
So
Yeah.
you can't. That's always. There's no such thing really in even human development for there to be that kind of chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, so he says, as soon as a follower of the way allows self-exaltation to steal into his soul, the way permits afflictions to grow and prevail. Until the follower returns to the weakness and humility, which is the function of the way, and thus becomes stronger, the soul can never learn the power of the way while abiding in comfort. The soul can never value the love of the way until she is in circumstances which cut off hope. The way reveals his power by saving her. The way reveals his love by giving hope where there is no hope. The way reveals himself, but only in a region of stillness. When the soul is alone, imprisoned in the heart, seeking him alone in her pain.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Powerful stuff. It's not been a joke here with Seraphim Rose.
That is holy shit, bro.
Red. Good to see you.
Yeah, he's had some killer lines. Let's
That
go to
might
Crown.
be a little nod to esotericism.
Uh-oh.
In my opinion.
Oh, speaking of esotericism.
Speaking of which.
We got the creative and the universal. The creative and universal principle. Uh-oh. Right. So, yeah. So, obviously, huge chapter, huge idea, right? He says, my ideas are easy to perform. Where they're easy to understand, easy to put into practice. But is there anyone in the world who can understand them and perform them? Right, as we said, that's anti-utopian. Right? He made knowledge personal. He also said that, in the next chapter, he basically says, yeah, look at the next chapter, folks. To know yet to know nothing is the highest. Not to know yet to pretend to knowledge is a distemper. So,
This
if
is
you thought
interesting because I actually just posted a verse from the Bible. Could I read it real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So this is Proverbs 1:5-7. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsels. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of the knowledge. Sorry, I said that a little funny. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Kind of an interesting sync.
Oh, yeah. I opened my book with two quotes. One, Proverbs 9:9. It says, give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. Then it says in Proverbs 23:9, speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of thy words.
And then you mentioned chapter
Oh.
81 of the Tao.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then I mentioned chapter 81 of the Tao because yeah, Red's on it because you know,
Nice.
beautiful. Yeah, he says beauty and truth are not linked. He said sometimes beautiful words are not true. Sometimes true words are not beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Fluffy fluff.
So not only is knowledge made personal because it's related to your own state of ignorance, but there's much more to it, folks. Much, much more to it. Okay, knowledge is not exactly linked to beauty as well, as Plato would like to have us believe, because he wants to add math and geometry into the picture.
Such a romantic Plato.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But we know what the romantics say in the modern age, right? They say beauty is ugliness, right? They're goths. Right, so it is what it is.
Oh, there's some pretty hot goths though.
You both
they're
can
getting
see through it.
yeah, they're getting hotter and hotter every day. The goths. It's dangerous.
Oh jeez.
Dangerous game between love and Satanism. But
Yeah, as long as they don't get too many tattoos.
yeah.
Because that's it for
You
you.
stay away. You stay away from those.
Yeah, I would agree. You know what's weird? I always thought I would have a massive tattoo by now. I've had 0. You know? Weird. Life is weird.
I still hope to get one, but I don't have any money for that
I
right
know,
now.
right?
That shit is expensive.
Yeah, it's so expensive.
The
And I,
the good
if we're
the
gonna do
good
it, we're gonna
you
do
know
it, right, Red?
the good ones are you get what you pay for. So
Definitely. Well, some really wise words and some excellent conversation. So I really appreciate the opportunity, and it's been a minute. And I'm going to be honest, I actually have made it a mild goal for myself to cut this off. But you know, I have a big project, and I'll talk to you about it privately more. What that means moving forward. So, you know, for things outside of whatever the fuck this is, no offense, everybody. But I am actually going to be shutting down on that end within a few days. And I kind of came on here to be like, yo, everybody, I love you. It's good to see you, Red. Honestly, it's been a minute. And, you know, Team and all, we've just talked recently, but appreciate it. And I will see you very soon. And I see,
Yeah, I
oh,
appreciate
no
it.
way. Look at that. London's in the chat. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, big London,
Good
man.
night, guys. Thank you,
Easy.
Brown Boy. I thought you hated me, but I appreciate that.
No, he doesn't hate anyone.
Well,
To be honest, yeah.
I mean, to be honest,
he's
we can
master
be honest.
linker guy.
He was kind of mean to me, but it's okay, buddy. We can get through it. I'm cool with that. I appreciate
Yeah.
it a lot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm here for you too, sis. You know, so
Thank
don't be shy. And blessings.
Okay, because like I'm not trying to like do this in front of everybody at the moment, but just like, you know, with what's happening, you're like one of my people that I want to keep in touch with, you know, no matter what. So I'm gonna
For
reach
sure.
out to you. I'll keep you
For
updated.
sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
definitely.
All right. You guys have a good night. Fucking
Yeah.
go. See you soon.
Yeah,
Bye.
blessings, sis.
Easy.
Thanks. Night. Bye, Ray.
Well, there goes a true champ. Ezra Mindful Exposures. Go check her out on our deep ecology specials. I don't have the real name for it, but one day I will reproduce those for a wider, maybe a wider audience or whatever. You know, we'll see what happens. I appreciate the 21 people that are watching this. I greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, I can't believe there's still that many people rocking out with us tonight. You know, it's great stuff. You know, but yeah, as I said, You know, the creative and universal principle is the way, right? In accord with the one law, right? Okay, he said, my words derive from that. Men not knowing these understand me not. Right? Fear are they who understand me, therefore I am the more to be valued. It's weird how that works, isn't it? Right? That's why he says, amass a house of gold and jade and no one can protect it. What is rare is valued. And what is plentiful? It's easily discarded. Easily discarded. The wise man weareth sackcloth, but guardeth his jewel in his bosom. Right, the jewel is the heart. As I said, sincerity, the jewel of the heart.
Man, I thought sackcloth was only in the Bible, but here we are.
Yeah. And that moves us along to our final segment here. Okay, on you know, this whole idea of transhumanism. Right, so we'll be getting into the concept of transhumanism. And I appreciate you guys. We got KJV's channel. Greatly appreciate you. London Man. Go check out his specials on Hollow Earth. And also, yeah, I think he did one recently on Hollow Earth. You know, of course, we've talked extensively about that issue, and I've reproduced a lot of those talks here. Excellent collaborator. Very deep thinker. London Man, KJV. Go check him out. Obviously, Mindful Exposures. And KJV. And yeah, what's going on with this entire scheme? I mean, I think we got time for another chapter. Let's go into another chapter here. You know, this might be the last week we look at these translations. Yeah, London does excellent work. Very true. One of the few people out here that doesn't produce nonsense. It's like me, Neurojack, London Man. You know, NPC's got some good shows. That's it. There's like nobody else out here. Obviously, Unseen Warfare. Obviously, the people on the panels that we have, Mr. Anderson, Unseen Warfare, and Annapurna. But yeah, I mean, around, there's nobody. But yeah, I give you no formulas, says the way. I give you no equations. But I will heal you in my own time, in my own way, imperceptible to you. Your mind races seeking a solution, but there is no solution that can be grasped by the mind.
Sheesh.
Right, and we've said a lot about the limitations of knowledge. That's what all this is about, isn't it, folks?
Here the other day I was thinking like, is like anything ultimately illogical? Is this like an absurd universe? Like, I don't want to go down like nihilistic absurdist kind of avenue or anything, but I was just thinking, I'm like, maybe it's not attainable.
Yeah.
At least by the mind, anyway.
I think even if we're attained, you know, who knows if it would be in line with nature? Maybe something totally foreign to nature. And something totally foreign, maybe even to the mind. Because as we said, knowledge has to be personalized. So when it becomes estranged, abstracted, isolated, all those things that Skolomowski said were preconditions for scientific knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah. So he says your mind tries every avenue, thinking that at least one will open up suddenly on a longed for goal, freedom from pain. Right? That utopian ideal, right? But every avenue is a dead end. You're up against the wall. The goal is not reached. That is because the pain is there for a reason. It is like maddening fever that burns up and drives out disease. By it alone do I heal you. Without it, you will die in your sickness. By it alone do I change you unto perfection. Without it, you will be as a foreigner in my kingdom. Seek no formula. Seek no equation. Only be patient. Wait on me while I do my unseen work inside you.
Oh my gosh.
Shout out to Unseen Warfare.
That's just crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's like he's speaking through. Well, obviously, he's quoted Seraphim Rose dozens of times on the show, like, beastly amount of times. So
maybe that's where he got his name from.
Well, that's actually from a different book. Unseen Warfare.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a book.
All right.
About how to fight demonic energies and stuff. So it's like and he says it's written like a military manual. So yeah. So go look up that work, Unseen Warfare, guys. Okay, he's the namesake of a work that is very well known. Also found out today that he's part of the Benedictine tradition, and so was Saint Anselm. And Saint Anselm was a great proponent of the limitations of knowledge. Right? Like he was like one of the top guys, right? Saint Anselm, Benedictine monk, par excellence. And a beast of philosophy, really. But yeah, when you are changed and fit for my kingdom, you will know that something happened. That is all you will know, but there is no need for thought. Enter then into my joy, you who have waited in devotion in my pain.
That's some gnosis, bro.
Yeah, peace be with you, Calyx.
Peace to Calyx, yep.
And this very short chapter here, one of the shortest chapters in the entire text. Right? To know, yet to know nothing is the highest. Not to know, yet to pretend to knowledge is a distemper. Painful is this distemper. Therefore we shun it. The wise man, see, look at that. Painful is this distemper. See? And remember the other chapter, they were talking about pain being necessary? Crazy stuff. Therefore we shun it. The wise man hath it not. Knowing it to be bound up with sorrow, he put it away from him.
He putteth the knowledge away, or the attempt, the pretending of knowledge away from him.
The pretense of knowledge, folks, is a sickness. Ignoring knowledge is a sickness. Yet knowing ignorance, that will heal you. We greatly appreciate you guys' time. Let's move on to another section where we're going to discuss transhumanism. Right, we'll look at a video. Okay, if I can find this video, let me go ahead and try to find it right now instead of later. How about that? By Derrick Jensen on Endgame. All right, we'll look at a little bit of that video. Okay, his views on technological society. Okay, he's kind of an effeminate sort of dude, sort of liberal dude. Obviously, we have very eclectic views, as I've talked about here.
And Cage was spurging on him.
Yeah, Cage was spurging on his gayness. And yeah, I think he wanted to ask him what happened. He like posted like, it seemed to be like some type of pornographic image in the Discord, and then Hank alerted me to it.
The hell?
Yeah, so he will not be in the Discord anymore. So yeah, it's weird how him and Goblin did that type of stuff. So they may be part of some nefarious groups online. We haven't figured it out yet. I mean, right?
Man, Hank is on top of shit, bro. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, there's some guy who just responded to me here. Yeah. Yeah, because this guy is saying that Stalin purged Yagoda, and I was like, he appointed him. And then he said, yeah, later he purged him. I was like, yeah, but you forgot to mention that he is the one who appointed him. But yeah, these guys spreading misinformation all over the internet, crazy stuff. Promoting Stalinism in union with Orthodox Christianity. This is real stuff, folks. It's happening. But yeah, we're cataloging those things. Obviously, the main force of that is on Neurojack's stream. But anyways, here's some music for you guys, and we'll move on to transhumanism. Okay? Blessings. Yeah, I hope you guys appreciated that. And of course, we'll attempt to finish. Okay, if not, we'll have a special presentation on Tuesday, finishing the reading of Seraphim Rose and Aleister Crowley. Right, but yeah, check this out. Some more music for you guys. Blessings. Appreciate you guys. Where is it? Okay, here we go. These are some remixes. I didn't make these remixes, but they were just available there. But yeah, blessings.
The day of the Geechee is gone, boy. And you going with it.
Yeah, nigga. Mortal technique. Metaphysics.
The bling bling era was cute, but it's about to be done. I'll leave you full of clips like the moon blocking the sun. My metaphors are dirty like herpes, but harder to catch. Like an escape tunnel in prison. I started from scratch, and now these parasites want 1% of my ass cap. Trying to control perspective like an acid flashback. But here's a quotable for every single record exec. Get your fucking heads out my pocket, nigga, like Malcolm X. But this ain't a movie, I'm not a fan or a groupie, and I'm not the type of cat you can afford to miss if you shoot me. Curse the heavens and laugh when the sky electrocutes me. Immortal technique stuck in your thoughts, darkening dreams. No one's as good as me and just got better marketing schemes. I'll lead you to your own destruction like sparking a fiend. Cause you got jealousy in your voice like Starscream, and that's the primary reason that I hate y'all faggots. I've been nice since niggas got killed over 8-ball jackets and Reebok pumps that didn't do shit for the sneaker. I'm a heat seeker with features that'll reach through the speaker and murder counter revolutionaries personally. Break a thermometer and force feed his kids Mercury. A&Rs tried jerking me, thinking they call shots. Offered me a deal and a blanket full of smallpox. You're all getting shot, you little fucking treacherous bitches. This is the business, and y'all ain't getting nothing for free. And if you devils play broke, then I'm taking your company. You could call it reparations or restitution. Lock and load, nigga. Industrial revolution. I want $53 million for my callous hands, like the Bush administration gave to the Taliban. And fuck packing grams, nigga, learn to speak and behave. You wanna spend 20 years as a government slave? 2 million people in prison, keep the government paid. Stuck in a 6x8 cell, alive in the grave. I was made by revolution to speak to the masses. Deep in the club, toast the truth. Reach for your glasses, I'll burn an orphanage just to bring heat to you bastards. Innocent, deep in the casket, Colombian fashion, intoxicated off the flow like Thug's passion. You motherfuckers will never get me to stop blasting. You better off asking Ariel Sharon for compassion. You better off begging for 20 points from a label. You better off battling cancer under telephone cables. Technique chemically unstable, set to explode. Foretold by the Dead Sea Scrolls, written in code. So if your message ain't shit, fuck the records you sold. Cause if you go platinum, it's got nothing to do with luck. It just means that 1 million people are stupid as fuck. Stuck in the underground, a general that rose to the limit. Without distribution managers, a dealer, a gimmick. Revolutionary Volume 2. Murder the critics and leave your fucking body rotten for the roaches and crickets. This is the business, and y'all ain't getting nothing for free. And if you devils play broke, then I'm taking your company. You could call it reparations or restitution. Lock and load, nigga. Industrial revolution.
Skills. Rest in peace.
My microphone. It's you. The funky beat. It's you.
Skills, top rank, point blank, we vital. Spit flows, rip shows, peep the recital. Skills, nah, you feel it when we drop those hot beats, stop foes, killing it, we got those. Skills, it's the music that the street love. Each thug is now repping this with deep love. Skills, gangstar, dueling again, ruling again. Watch us, we do it again. It's the true and living with a youthful vengeance. And I'm a Judge Mathis, you're asking you a crucial sentence. You need at least 12 Jews to practice. You're too enthusiastic. Use an actress, still trying to convince us some more. Pretending you're raw, that's what you need a minister for. Again, it's the law, got you up against the wall. We the gulliest, everything is us against y'all. Mic skills, tight drills like I'm Michael Jill. Like when he rifle the bill, it's how I study for the ill. Slide off, kid, and let a grown man finesse it. We bold and impressive, that'll I manifest. Some new product from a known team. Brothers know me, and you can bet they know cream. So here we go for your stereo, and you can tell that it's real when you hear me go. Hear me go. Skills, top rank, point blank, we vital. Spit flows, rip shows, peep the recital. Skills, now you feel it when we drop those hot beats, stop foes, killing it. We got those skills. It's the music that the street love. Each thug is now repping this with deep love. Skills, gangstar, doing again, ruling again. Watch as we do it again. You little suckers know better. I go head up. If your man left the thing in the whip, then tell him go get it. We hold it down like a whole holy crown. Fools acting like they know me, throw me phony pounds. After that, I'm sitting back like an aristocrat. Shell shock, chief assassin with a whole long list of cats. Thought you was on the case, but you missed the fact that chicks talking this and that. I'ma make it simple, Jack. I doubled up and tripled that. Soldiers, where your pistols at? Life wrong move, lose the gift of that. Why they calling us the most consistent, most significant? Some old slick shit. Fulfill your need and catch a joyful rush. Enjoy your Dutch, haters annoyed with us. Oh boy, it's us, you know the face from the club. Blazing it up, with my peeps raising it up. Skills, top rank, point blank, we vital. Spit flows, rip shows, peak the recital. Skills, now, you feel it when we drop those hot beats. Stop foes, killing it, we got those. Skills, it's the music that the street loves. Each thug is now repping this with deep love. Skills, gangstar, dueling again, ruling again. Watch as we do it again. Brothers are amused by other brothers' reps. Some full text, catch others for checks. All for respect, all for the bread, for the chance of success they might hand him his head. Remain humble cause I know enough. Plus the road is tough, especially when you roll with us. But I'ma stay with my peeps, stay in these streets. Rhyme spraying and I'm playing for keeps, cause I got those skills. Top rank, point blank, we vital. Spit flows, rip shows, peep the recital. Skills. Now, you feel it when we drop those hot beats. Stop foes, killing it, we got those skills. It's the music that the street loves. Each thug is now repping this with deep love. Skills. Gangstar, dueling again, ruling again. Watch as we do it again. Skills.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, blessings. Let me drop the link, see if anybody wants to join here. And it's been a pretty quiet night here at the Machine Lives, unlike last time. You know, we had numerous, guests. Coming out to have conversations. So please check out last stream. Very special stream featuring Mr. Anderson, right? Let me go up in this chat here and actually go to our earlier messages. Obviously we got Reddington's channel. We got Cyber Caliphate. So go and check out the alternative channel in case we get banned. We got Mr. Anderson from last time's show, right? We had another discussion with Mr. Anderson, impromptu little debate I had with him about technology and free will. I got to find out which episode that was in. It was recently, right? But he made 2 recent appearances that were pretty significant. Okay, and I should totally reproduce that sort of impromptu debate, especially because it's a guy named Mr. Anderson debating free will on a show called The Machine Lies that purports to inform people that they can't control the Matrix. Or that trying to gain or gaining freedom in such a state is actually slavery. So, yeah, very interesting, right? Because that's what the Matrix movie, the character Mr. Anderson, right? He's a strong believer in his will, right? He doesn't think destiny can control him, right? So it's hilarious. Right? Reality is stranger than fiction, as they say, folks. Okay. Whoops. There goes the cap of my drink. Whoops. All right, anyways. Let's go on here. Okay. And I appreciate you guys' time. Okay. And yeah, we're looking at several issues here. In terms of transhumanism, let's go to Derrick Jensen's presentation and see what we can glean from what he's saying before we move on to the text here. Yeah. And of course, it will work if I just read the text again, because it's a very short text and it gives lots of critical information about what people think the state of humans and technology will be, right? And yeah. So yeah, let's check it out. And this is his book about endgame scenarios, right?
Really twisted. And it's also kind of confusing. I mean, because somebody can say to me, like, I'm going to fuck you. And I'm like,
Weird place to come in. Pause.
100%.
Wait, you broke up there, Brad. I don't know what happened. Yeah, your audio is totally. Yeah, you're roboting. Yeah, you got to go in and go out and come back in, perhaps. But yeah, yeah, you're having a little audio malfunction. But yeah, it's weird what he's saying. Definitely.
I need more information.
Saying. I think he was coming in on making a raunchy point about ethical scenarios or whatever, where somebody wants to like grape somebody. You know?
I mean, even within the context of a loving heterosexual relationship, this shows how deeply the objectification of women, how deep the objectification of women goes within this culture and within our language, is even within a context of a loving heterosexual relationship, it's really hard to not have the woman get objectified. So the man says to the woman, I would like to be inside of you. You know what just happened? She's the object of the sentence. Okay, on the other hand, the woman says to the man, I would like for you to be inside me. You know what? She's still the object of the sentence. So the man says to the woman, I would like.
That, and you know what's crazy? Judith Yarvin Thompson. You know, she actually said, and we got a strange character here. Can you wave to us, Mr. Aaron? Okay, weird character here for sure. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna go ahead and bring this person up.
Hello, sir. I'm friendly.
Wait, can you turn that off?
Yes. Sorry, my brother.
Yeah, what's your deal, man?
Nothing. I'm just checking around. No, I'm not meant to be. I'm not. No, I'm not like bad. No, I was just checking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what would you like to discuss?
Oh, what were you guys talking about? I'm like actually a high-level expert. Sorry.
High-level expert on what?
What's going on in the world? Yeah.
How come you keep pointing to your ceiling like that?
Oh, I'm not. Sorry. Look, here's my real face. Sorry. I was just checking.
So we got this guy. There's his face.
So, no, I was just checking. Sorry, I was just messing around. No, but I'm not trying to be
He came
bad.
on as a Muslim, or he came on as a Muslim. So
Yeah.
it was some type of. He was doing a bit. So I was kind of confused.
Sorry. No disrespect towards anybody. Sorry. I wasn't trying to culturally appropriate anybody. Sorry. I apologize.
Okay, Adrian, can you wave? Oh, I know who this is. Yeah, this is the homie. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, what's going on, London man? Blessings.
What's going on, brother? How we doing? Grand rising.
Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm excellent. I'm on my way to work. So I thought I'll just quickly jump up to say hello.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, we got Aaron here. He's pretending to be a Muslim, and so that's cool. I mean, we got him. I know we got him dressing up. But yeah, blessings to Aaron. The whole ceiling thing is crazy, man. If you want to cam off, that'd be, because it's kind of distracting. But yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of because you're moving around a lot. But yeah, I appreciate you. But yeah, let's add this. I mean, right. So he's kind of effeminate. He's making some point about heterosexual relationships, objectification of women, which is true enough. You know, women are objectified. That's because of the materialistic culture, right? But you know, he doesn't understand that that's created, right? His liberal stance is created by the technological system, right? He's obviously exemplifying, you know, that he's a creature of technology, you know, by his stance. And because now, you know, obviously feminism was created as a response to the Industrial Revolution, as I said before, right? So all this objectification of women, I mean, they say it themselves. In Judith Yarvis Thompson, I think that's her name, Judith Yarvis Thompson, where she made the abortion rights paper.
Hippity hoppity.
Hippity hoppity, pippity
Women-
poppity. You know, but yeah, Judith Yarvis Thompson. Let me look this up. Judith Yarvis?
Hippity hoppity.
Judith Jarvis Thompson. Man, maybe I'm getting this right. Judith Jarvis Thompson was an American philosopher. Oh my God, I can't believe they're calling her a philosopher. But yeah, let's look at this lady real quick. She's a menace to society. But yeah. So who studied ethics and metaphysics? Okay, she's known for her work regarding the trolley problem, that piece of garbage. I mean, obviously the human beings are the tracks. There's your solution. You're in it's in Thoreau. Walden. There's a solution to the trolley problem. Anyways, oh yeah, you got the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's DARPA. You know, but yeah, basically she comes out with an argument about abortion where she says that the being lodged up in the woman is basically the property of the woman because it's lodged up in the woman. So it has so the woman has property rights over the little being. You know, so that is wild argument that she makes.
Property rights, bro.
Kind of using like Locke, you know, and the rights and property and all that stuff.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah. To redefine what life is. So
Hey, TML, earlier on, right, you mentioned something about something along the lines of nature, right?
Right.
And I find it funny that the word nature, right, is not really described in the Bible as nature itself, but like more of a change coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. I think they rather use the word, is it physis or physis, as the word change instead of nature. You know, I thought that was quite interesting. Just a few of the like, does nature really mean change? Is change and nature synonymous, or is it something else again?
I think that's how the occult definitely looks at it. Right. I try to take that definition away and say nature is being. I mean, but the whole idea that nature was linked to time, right? Now it's become separated from time. Right. So that's because of technology, right? It's because, you know, they've created time outside of nature. And right, and that goes to you know, so is nature technology, all right? Because nature is linked to time in a way, right? But is it linked to change? You know, does nature change?
Well,
You know, or can you change nature? There's another question.
yeah, there you go. Can you change nature? I think that's the word we meant to be using. Can you change nature? And by the looks of it, it looks like you can change nature. It seems like you can change God's plan, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's the whole point of the transhumanism.
Yeah, that depends on if God has a fixed plan in the first place.
Ooh, okay.
You know.
Okay.
Another aspect of things, you know, God could have no fixed plan. You know, God, others said there's no future. I like to say that. That is one of my statements of the day. There is no future.
That was harsh, but it could be true. I mean, a loop. Does a loop mean, you know, it's just one continuous loop, or is there a past, present, and a future within a loop? Like, if it comes back around.
Well, I think there's actually just 4 types of time. You know, I think there's linear time, right? Then there's cyclical time. Then there's spiral time, right, where the past, present, and future intersect at random moments. I want to call them, right? And
That's got my head spiraling.
yeah, and then the last one is eternal recurrence. You know, there's a part of time that I think doesn't change because there's things that are eternal, right? So, you know, I think time itself is eternal. Right?
Okay, yeah, I feel you there. Morning, sir.
Morning, bro.
So I need to
You know,
spark up something.
yeah, I mean, time is, you know, it's like it can't be movement because of simultaneity and other aspects of things. Right up.
You say it can't be movement.
Yeah. Yeah, I think movement is space time linked. I mean,
Okay. Movement in space. Okay.
yeah.
Never heard it like that.
Yeah,
Never heard it
yeah.
like that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, okay. Repeat that again, please, TML.
Well, I was saying movement is space and time linked, right? But I think yeah, I think the greater aspect of movement is in the aspect of what space and time is, right? I think that space is, you know, I think it's basically has to do with light, you know, and then I think that time has to do with sound.
Yeah, if you look up relativity, if you travel at the speed of almost light and you head to another galaxy, everybody else on Earth will experience time different than you. Like you won't age and they will. So like you could actually go to like a different planet and experience it and then come back, and then the people they'd be dead and gone because like hundreds of years would have passed. And that's actually relativity, they call that.
Yeah, like light
That's
goes
how
off in
the
the
theory goes.
Yeah, like light understands time, right? But it uses space. Space is what it uses because see the light shineth in the darkness and the darkness knew it not, right? Light creates space. Right? Whereas sound, you know, it creates, you know, I think time and movement and vibration. Right? Whereas
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, like music, you know, it uses time and sound, you know, whereas art, it uses space and light, you know. So I think that, you know, see how I think, and I'm going to explain this on the next show. I'm in the beginning of the show, you know, but I don't know if London's going to be here, but so I just wanted to get this off my chest again, you know, as I explained to, I think I was talking to Unseen about this too, but yeah, I think that art, you know, creates you know, pictures obviously, but it creates you know, light, you know, which basically creates you know, space, you know. And then I think that you know, music creates sound, which creates time, right? And I could be wrong about that, but it's a top-down process instead of going from the other way around, right?
Other way around. It sounds like the principles that they kind of run by, inverted realm and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that you know, as I say, like, oh, you know, like you organize sound and it comes it turns into, you know, music, but it's like, no, music's already there. It's creating sound. That's how we interpret the sound that's already there. Right. So right. So
Powerful.
that's what
Powerful. That's powerful, bro. I mean, cause look, when you said that, it brought to mind the you know, that thing they how do you call it, the acoustic sounds, when they use the sound itself to arrange the patterns, right? The sound arranges
Cymatics.
itself. So there you go. Thank you, sir. The cymatics, right? It arranges itself through the frequencies that are already there, right? But the sound just organizes it.
Oh yeah. So boiled turtle shells, and you get the ching.
Yeah, that's dope shit, bro. I like that.
That reminds me of a quote I heard that was used in a song. I forget who the person is that speaking, but the quote is everything owes its existence solely, completely to sound.
Oh, sounds of vibration. Okay. I mean, does vibration wouldn't exist unless we're there? Do you think sound exists even if we're not there?
Absolutely. I think it's been proven, right?
Brilliant.
Right, because matter is vibrating, right? So.
Oh, that's an alley oop there, bro. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that shit. That's cold. That's cold. Hey, I've actually reached my destination now, bro. But Friday, how's that looking for you?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, send me an email if you want me. Yeah, if you want me to come through. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Say no more,
blessings.
man.
Yeah,
Say
of
no
course.
more.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll be
cracking,
looking
man.
out for it. Yeah.
Been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, brilliant conversation as always.
Most definitely. I try and get some get some more heavy hitters over there if I can for Friday. See what's cracking. But yeah, man, it's been a pleasure, my brother. Shout out to you and the panel and the chat room, and we'll do this dance again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, blessings, brother. Lay low.
Lay low, family. Much love.
Yeah.
Easy.
KJV. Yeah. Got London man rolling through. Yeah, look out. See what if he's got something planned on Friday, we'll definitely go through. Roll through. Don't know what it is. Blessings, folks. Yeah, brilliant conversation as always, London man. You know, he wants to know deeper aspects of things, right? But yeah, objectification of nature. You know, seeing definitely different ideas. You know, obviously all relationships are based on material wealth at this point. Right. And as I said, probably the algorithm is some type of sexual selector, right? Technology is a sexual selector. Right. Yeah. So I mean, objectification is clear. He's making the point in sort of a gay way. I mean, right? So of course, and of course I handle that. So, let's overlook that.
I linked the song in the chat if anybody's interested.
Oh yeah. Yeah, blessings. DJ.
For you to be around me. And she's like, I'm sorry, can you speak English? I don't know what you want. Where it's like, okay for homosexuals to be in the military as long as you don't talk about it. I guess you can do whatever you want, you just can't talk. Anyway, but which, by the way, I have to take full disclosure here. I have to say that I actually agree that homosexuals should not be allowed in the military. I feel very strongly, actually, that homosexuals should not be allowed in the military. But that probably doesn't mean as much as it could, because I also think that heterosexuals, asexuals, the transgendered, bisexuals should not be allowed in the military either. Fifth premise. The property of those
That was a weird transition.
valuable than the lives of those below. It is acceptable for those above to increase the amount of property they control, in everyday language, to make money, by destroying or taking the lives of those below. This is called production. If those below damage the property of those above may kill or otherwise destroy the lives of those below. This is called justice. Sixth premise is the one that I sort of alluded to early on. This culture is not redeemable. The culture won't undergo any sort of voluntary transformation to a sane, sustainable way of living. If we don't...
Well, it's kind of strange to even call it a culture. Right? I mean, culture is what's been assimilated through the technical system, as I was describing, right? So in a way, he's right, right? Culture that's based on liberalism, universalism, right, and technical necessity, right? It has to constantly be shifting its means, but it's constantly improve its means. Right, so of course it's not adaptable, sustainable, and clearly not redeemable. But to call it a culture, is it even a culture? Right? It's a monoculture, right? But of course that defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
Don't put a halt to it, civilization, this culture, will continue to immiserate the vast majority of humans and to degrade the planet until it, civilization, and probably the planet, collapses. The effects of this degradation will continue to harm humans and non-humans for a very long time. Seventh premise. The longer we wait for civilization to crash, or the longer we wait before we ourselves bring it down, the messier will be the crash, and the worse things will be for those humans.
That's almost this very same point.
Same as to Ted K.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like an ode to Ted K, the seventh premise, for sure. I mean, that's right in the intro of Industrial Society and Its Future. And right, that premise there is one of the main premises that I presented in, the debate on technology that I had with Android. Interesting.
And non-humans who live during it, and for those who come after. If somebody would have brought down,
And of course, what was their response? They said that the present age of technology may lead to a renaissance.
That's one of those facepalm comments.
Stupefying. It's like the Renaissance created it, right? It's doing away with liberalism. So how exactly is it going to lead to another Renaissance? I mean, the stupidity is off the scales, right? I mean, look at the humans now, right? You could take masses of these humans and place them all in a football field, right? You take the people in Florentine, Italy, and put them in a football field. What have they accomplished? I say people are all the same. Like hell they are. It's been demonstrated that they're not.
That means 200 years ago, if Tecumseh would have won, then people in the East would still be able to eat passenger pigeons. I mean, never minding passenger pigeons' beautiful existence for themselves. If somebody would have brought down civilization 100 years ago, people in this region, through the crash, would still be able to eat salmon. There's going to be people sitting along the banks of the Columbia 50 years from now, and, well, they'll be glowing, for one thing, because of Hanford, and they'll also be starving to death, and they'll be saying, I'm starving to death because you allowed the dams to stand. God damn you. And but the dams are really important. They're necessary for the electricity to make it so safe co-field you can move the top back and forth. They're necessary to smelt aluminum for beer cans. Anyway, so the longer we wait, I mean, if somebody would have brought down civilization 100 years ago, we wouldn't have to worry much about global warming, and we wouldn't have to worry about the toxification of the total environment with pesticides. We wouldn't have to worry about dioxin in every mother's breast milk. I mean, if 50 and 75 years from now, are people going to be going, you know, if somebody would have brought it down 75 years ago, we'd still have amphibians. If somebody would have brought it down 75 years ago, we would still have, well, someone would have brought it down 15 years ago, they'll be saying 15 years from now, we'd still have sturgeon. You know, it's like, how long? You know, at what point? What's the threshold? You know, 100 years from now, it's like we'd still have, you know, name it. We'd still have oceans. Air to breathe. You know, that's not one of my premises, but that's something that if I would have thought of it when I was writing the book would have been one of the premises, which is the primary, if not only measure by which we'll be judged by those who come after is going to be the health of the land base. They're not going to give a shit as to whether we voted Democrat, Republican, Green, anarchist, didn't vote at all. They're not going to give a shit as to whether we recycled. They're not going to give a shit as to whether we were violent or non-violent. They're not going to give a shit as to whether we're nice people or not nice people. They're not going to give a shit as to whether we wrote great books or made great films or did great talks or anything else. They're going to care about whether they can breathe the air and drink the water. You know, we can all fantasize whatever we want about some groovy eco-socialist utopia with free love everywhere. It doesn't fucking matter if you can't breathe the air and can't drink the water. And the only measure, I mean, it's embarrassing to say this, but the only measure by which any generation will be judged is the health of the land base that they pass on. That brings us to the 8th premise of the book. The needs of the natural world are more important than the needs of the economic system. The needs of the natural world are more important than the needs of the economic system. Thanks. I have just guaranteed I will never hold public office. Another way to put the 8th premise is any economic or social system that doesn't benefit the natural communities on which it's based is unsustainable, immoral, and really stupid. Sustainability, morality, and intelligence, as well as justice, requires the dismantling of any such economic or social system, or at the very least disallowing it from damaging your land base. Okay, 9th premise. Oh, the 9th premise is pretty interesting. Actually, I'm getting kind of cold. It's pretty interesting. You know, I can bash almost anything I want.
Is that a wolf on his sweater?
I can bash capitalism,
Sweatshirt?
that's fine. I can bash environmentalism, that's fine. I can bash anarcho-primitivism, that's
Is
fine.
he like a wolf or a bear?
I can bash myself, that's fine. I can bash blah, 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 it's fine. But there's a few things that you like cannot bash. For example, if I bash, oh my God, when I bash science, I can just feel the sphincters in the audience start to quiver. Or also if I bash Buddhism, oh my God, it's like you have not lived until you've been chased down the street by a bunch of pacifists. Or another one that's really hard to talk about is population, and because if you mention that there are more humans on the planet than the planet can support, then people suddenly start to presume that you're actually anti-human, which doesn't really follow in my mind. Oh, it's great too. I got to tell you this. That you know, they say there's no such thing as a stupid question. I got one the other day, and so I'm gonna like tell everybody in the country. There's this. I sometimes do interviews on a radio station south, one county down in Humboldt County, one county south of where I live, and there's this guy who hates me and hates what I say so much that every time I'm on there, he calls up, and I'm not sure. I think he attacks me, but I usually can't figure out what the hell he's saying. And one time I was saying that humans have exceeded carrying capacity, and carrying capacity is the the number of any given species who could live in a particular place forever without harming it. So you could have an island that has a carrying capacity of 1,000 deer. 1,000 deer could live there forever. But if you put 10,000 deer there, they're going to eat too much of the vegetation, cause erosion, and lower the carrying capacity, make it so the place can only support 500 deer. Anyway, so I was saying that humans have exceeded carrying capacity. And he called up just sputtering, and he said, "How dare you say that humans have exceeded their capacity to care?" Which may or may not be the case, but that's a different question. Anyway, so the ninth premise is basically, although there will clearly someday be far fewer humans than there are at present, there are many ways this reduction in population could occur. Some of those ways would be characterized by extreme violence and privation. Nuclear Armageddon, for example, would certainly reduce both population and consumption, yet would do so horrifically. The same would be true for a continuation of overshoot followed by crash. Other ways would be characterized by less violence. You know, and I don't know what is going to happen, obviously, but this much I do know, that if we don't approach these problems actively, if we don't talk about our predicament and what we're going to do about it, the violence will be almost undoubtedly be more severe, the privation more extreme. And I want to be really clear. Every cell in my body wants for us to have a voluntary transformation. Just like every cell in my body wants for, that must be the tow truck. Just like every cell in my body wants for people to approach the whole question of there being too many humans, and I'm going to talk more about population in a second. But anyway, every cell in my body wants for us to approach that just reasonably and rationally. And
so we heard Uncle Teddy's response to this question, right? And he gave a scathing response. He said, actually, it's not, you can't create these large scale solutions. I mean, and have somebody manage them. He said that creating people who are educated in the changes that need to be sought in the future is extremely necessary, right? That you need a mass conscience. He said herd mentality is useful, and he said that population control is useless. I mean, in guiding, solutions to these problems. So there's other opinions out there for sure. I mean, I'm against him on this particular issue. I mean, obviously the carrying capacity situation is because of the technical necessity, right? And I think the people that are running this show know that, right? But obviously the collapse shouldn't be engineered in any way, right? Okay, we give no revolutionary synthesis. We give no revolutionary maxims on this show at all. Right? We're just simply taking a critical look at civilization, the problems of technology, and all of the potential solutions. Right. So, but yeah, let's hear a little bit more of what he has to say, and we'll move to the text here.
Intelligently, but of course we all know what we're going to do is just continue on this freight train to hell until it continues to fly off the cliff. Okay, so anyway, having said that, I need to say, by the way, that I don't think that population is actually, yes, there are more humans than the planet can support, but I don't think the population is a primary problem. I think population is actually a tertiary problem. The reason I think population is secondary instead of primary is that I think consumption is way more important. Because actual numbers don't matter. There could be 100 gazillion people on the planet, and if they didn't eat, shit, or stand anywhere, it wouldn't matter. The important thing is how much damage you're causing or how much help you're doing. Imagine that also, that humans can actually benefit their land base. What a strange concept that is. Anyway, and that's really important because when I think about overpopulation, the first image that comes to mind is, honestly, is a little brown baby with a distended belly in a third world nation. First image that comes to mind. When I think of overconsumption, the first thing I think of is an American. And who causes more damage? So that's why I don't think the population is a primary problem, but a secondary problem. And the reason I don't think the population is a secondary problem, but is actually a tertiary problem, is because, are there any demographers in here? Good, I hate demographers. And the reason I hate demographers is because sometimes they talk about something called the natural rate of population growth, which is that if you have X number of people, then, you know, the population exponentially rises, blah, blah, blah. And it presumes that people breed like rabbits. And the truth is, I don't even think rabbits breed like rabbits. It presumes that people don't make rational family planning decisions based upon their personal and social circumstances. Once again, the tolerable...
Actually, that's happened. They're talking about population decline in advanced countries, right? So,
oh yeah.
So, you know, that was a sort of a premonition. I mean, but yeah, let's move to critical discussions about the dangers of technology, right? As presented by Derrick Jensen and George Drafon in these texts, right? He says nanotechnology works with small materials, right? Just how small is it, right? He says a nanometer is a billionth of a meter. 10 hydrogen atoms side by side make a line a nanometer long. A DNA molecule is about 2.5 nanometers wide. A red blood cell is 1/20th of a width of a human hair, and it's 5,000 nanometers in diameter. The individual components of a silicon transistor are about 130 nanometers across. The Intel can fit 42 million of them on one of its Pentium 4 chips. Okay. And of course, the danger, right? Nano-sized bits are so small they can penetrate your skin, get into your lungs, travel to your body unmolested by the immune system. Okay? That's because it's very much smaller than a red blood cell, right? So, as I just described, right? Now, here is some of the proposals. Right, and we've read many of these, right? We could actually go and start with some of the other ones we read. Okay, so let me get to this. Okay, he says the human brain uses a very inefficient electrochemical digital controlled analog computational process. The bulk of calculations are done in interneuronal connections at a speed of only about 200 calculations per second. In each connection, which is about 10 million times slower than contemporary electronic circuits. But the brain gains its prodigious power from its extremely parallel organization in 3 dimensions. There are many technologies in the wings that build circuitry in 3 dimensions. Nanotubes formed of graphite sheets consisting of hexagonal arrays of carbon atoms are good conductors and can be used to build compact circuits. These are already working in laboratories. Right? So there's Kurzweil talking about replacing the human brain. Right? And of course, he thinks that such intelligence will be an extension of our biological selves. And here's one from Warwick that we read earlier. He says, far from being science fiction, all these things are science fact. They have been achieved in practice. Quite clearly, the next few years, we will see many more such trials. Brain implants linking memory to motor functions of a human brain to a computer are immediate steps. Now that a cyborg path has been successfully trodden, the route to a cyborg society is definitely on the horizon. In this way, humans will be able to evolve by harnessing the superintelligence and extra abilities offered by machines of the future. It will not be the case that robots acting against humans, but rather one in which we join them, he says. Right? He even says that that's the only option. We can't control Okay, the evolution of technology, right? We can't control technological innovation, right? We can't stop progress. And technological progress seems to be accelerating. Of course, the only solution is for human beings to keep up is for them to combine with the machines. Otherwise, if machines increase in intelligence, it will be hard to control them. And that's what they're proposing, right? And you may say, well, machines aren't intelligent, and they're not going to combine humans with the machines, and they don't see it like that way, and actually, all this is science fiction. Well, they're already combining humans with machines and linking them up to computers. So whether or not they're intelligent or not, right, there's going to be human beings that combine with machines. They're either going to be superior intelligence or less superior intelligence. They're not likely going to be less superior intelligent, right? And it's going to entice more and more humans to combine with the machines, right? So either you have intelligent machines that outclass humans, or you have human beings that combine with machines that outclass normal humans. And as far as we know, only one of these scenarios seems to be science fiction, which is the intelligent machines. The second one seems entirely plausible and possible and recommended by several people, as we've read here. And they've taken successful steps in that direction. As you're saying, a cyborg society is definitely on the horizon. In this way, humans will be able to evolve, he says, by harnessing superintelligence and extra abilities offered by the machines of the future. It will not be a case of robots acting against humans, but rather one in which we join with them. It will not be necessary for everyone to become a cyborg. There may be those who would prefer to be who would prefer to remain human. Now, look at what he says. He says, if you are happy with your lot as a human, then so be it. It's your choice. But remember this. Just as us humans split from our chimpanzee cousins many years ago, so cyborgs will split from humans. Those who elect to remain human will become mere subspecies. With extrasensory abilities, a high-performance means of communication, and the best of human and machine brains, it will be cyborgs that take control. For me, there's no argument. My goal is clear. I want to be a cyborg, he says. So having considered all that, let's go to Jensen. He gives several examples, one from betterhumans.com. It says, it is mortalist, deathist thinking. Notice that they presume that immortality is possible. Right? So they've considered that people who don't want to seek that route, they're deathists. Of course, not everyone wants to live forever.
I think ESP has a good point. What type of intelligence?
I guess it's they're measuring intelligence of how you can play games, complex games. I think society is a complex game. Game theory. So they'll create complex social experiments. They'll have humans and AIs playing them, and they'll teach the AI. Is this how it works, folks? Of course, we won't be able to tell if we're talking to a human or AI. But yeah, it's better humans. It says it is mortalist, deathless thinking that characterizes aging and dying as natural and good. Today, immortality and the lesser goal of indefinite lifespan seems entirely possible. The best way to think of it is that our soul is to our bodies and brains what music is to a CD, an arrangement of information. From wisdom to knowledge to information. The CD doesn't matter. It can be copied an indefinite number of times so that so what we do to achieve so what could we do to achieve immortality? The same thing we could do to preserve the music on a rare one of a kind CD, make backup copies on a better medium. While technology to upload a mind doesn't yet exist, research in artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, and cognitive science, as well as development in computer hardware, are taking us in the right direction. Mind uploading is also a possible side effect of improvement in human-computer interfaces, as direct links between the brain and computer hardware could lead to a gradual merging of biological and non-biological components of the mind. And of course, Kurzweil made the statement that non-biological intelligence has already surpassed human intelligence. And then he said that it shouldn't be looked at as separate from human intelligence either.
I think you might be jumping the gun on that.
So they think that intelligence comes from the brain. So it's cognitive apparatus. So you solve problems based on your cognitive apparatus. And that's how they measure intelligence. That's all it is. When the brain is no different than a machine, as they say. The brain is a computer. Said two minds are better than one, but yet two minds are not twice better. So yeah. So then he says, at some point, enough information could exist on the non-biological portion that the destruction of the biological brain has no impact on personality or identity. So Jensen says, destruction of biological brain, such a nice, clean way of saying killing of the animal. Alexander Bolonkin, formerly of the U.S. Air Force and National Aeronautics and Space Administration, writes, an immortal person made of chips and supersolid materials will have incredible advantages in comparison with with common people. An E-man will need no food, no dwelling, no air, no sleep, no rest, no ecologically pure environment. This latter is certain to come in handy, all things considered. Such a being will be able to travel into space or walk on the sea floor with no aqualungs. It will not be possible to destroy an artificial person with any kind of weapons, since it will be possible to copy information of his mind, then keep it separately. Now, of course, he says, I mean, of course, they've said that, they put like fish genes in tomatoes. They're going to put like spider genes in humans. Okay, they took like, I went outside and saw a lightning bug. They put like lightning bug stuff, from the glow mushrooms and the glow lightning bugs, the hormones into the rats to produce those hormones, and they made like glow in the dark rats. So they did like experiments in genetic engineering, right? So they would like make like humans with spider silk skin. They're like resistant to, nuclear radiation and stuff. An E-man. Balankin is, of course, describing the wet dream of those in charge of any police state. He believes that such transition to immortality E-creatures will be possible in 10 to 20 years. The number of E-creatures will be growing and the number of people diminishing. Well, we've heard that before. Until it gets to minimum necessary for the zoos and small reservations. In all likelihood, the feelings that E-creatures may have toward humans as their ancestors will be fading away until they become comparable to our own attitude toward apes and beings. Bugs. Apes and bugs. Apes and bugs. So they want to conceive of human society as being basically like some type of panopticon, for the entertainment of the machines. And he continues, he said, there's a hope that the ability to keep souls alive will be achieved by highly civilized countries first. In this case, they will prohibit torturing sinners as they prohibit torturing criminals nowadays. Furthermore, criminal investigations will be simplified a lot. Judicial mistakes will be excluded. It will be possible to access the soul consciousness and see every little detail. Okay, Eric Drexler in Engines of Creation says assembler-based replicators could beat the most advanced modern organisms. Plants, quote unquote, with leaves, quote unquote, no more efficient than today's solar cells, could outcompete real plants, crowding the biosphere with inedible foliage. Tough omnivorous bacteria, quote unquote, could outcompete real bacteria. They could spread like blowing pollen, replicate swiftly, and reduce the biosphere to dust in a number of days. Dangerous replicators could easily be too tough, small, and rapidly spreading to stop. At least if we made no preparation, we have trouble enough containing viruses and fruit flies. Researchers have long known the dangers of nanoparticles, although they don't call them that, instead of referring to them as fines and ultrafines. As long ago, in 1991, scientists at Environmental Protection Agency estimated that fine particles kill 60,000 Americans per year. Ultrafines are estimated to be 10 to 50 times more dangerous, causing lung and cardiovascular disease, and probably promoting Alzheimer's and other forms of brain deterioration. You and I both know that these dangers won't stop those in power from pursuing this course. The proximate danger of the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans per year, and uncounted non-Americans and uncounted non-humans, both of whom matter even less than American humans to those in power, won't stop them, nor the ultimate danger of ecophagy. What will stop them is the end of civilization. Nanotechnology and the marriage of computers and life will not fulfill their potentials for increases in industrial production and therefore decreases in the capacity of the planet to support life. This marriage will fail to take place not because governments suddenly decide not to kill their own citizens, nor because activists suddenly become effective. Instead, the natural world will stop these possibilities. With any luck of the rest of the planet, civilization will crash long before humans are stored on the hard drives on CDs. Sad but true. So let's go to Strangely Like War, a different text here that I have. Here it is. A rigged system. It was year 18 um uh, um I'm sorry, it was year 1985 when I finally understood how the US political system works. And at the same time realized how irredeemable are that system and the culture at large. That was also the year many indigenous American Indian friends said to me, "What took you so long to figure that out?" They had had plenty of experience opposing this system, 500 and some years of resistance to this culture and its environmental and cultural degradation, and had long since apprehended the truth in Red Cloud's words. Quote, "They made us promises more than I can remember, but they never kept one. They promised to take our land and they took it," unquote. It says, "I was living in eastern Washington. I walked clear cuts there and in North Idaho that stretched for miles. No matter where I or anyone went, there they were. I saw streams scored and essentially sterilized by 100-year, quote unquote, floods that came every few weeks in the spring. I saw migrating tundra swans dead, poisoned by lead from the mine waste, flushed sometimes to the tune of £1,000,000 per day. From the hills and into the wetland rivers, the lakes, by these floods. I saw politicians try to pretend nothing was happening, and they scurried to protect the corporations that continued to pretend nothing was happening. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped it. Where I read that again. Scurried to protect the corporations that continue to cause the damage. For years, environmentalists at Forest Watch and the Inland Empire Public Lands Council in Spokane begged Tom Foley.
Knows.
Tom Foley, their so-called representative and speaker of U.S. House of Representatives, to do something about the damage to the forests of his region. Finally, he deigned to say he'd take a look. The Public Lands Council arranged for a small airplane to take them all up. What happened next symbolizes much of what we're talking about in this book. Soon after the plane took off, Foley fell asleep. Two of the environmentalists kept waking him up and trying to get him to look at the clear cuts. He'd rouse himself long enough to yawn, rub his eyes, and glance outside before closing them again and returning to his dreams. I saw corporate journalists stumble blindly over themselves, eyes clamped shut to see nothing wrong, suggesting that there is no need for concern over lead pollution. For example, even though some of the highest blood levels ever recorded in human beings were from the children in the area, because there are no human bodies lining the Spokane River.
Maybe Jack Talcott should go and investigate.
Yeah. I saw populations of bull trout and Idaho cutthroat trout collapse. And through all of this, the cutting continued. There wasn't much we could do about the cutting on lands controlled by corporations. Western culture. And this is an extraordinarily strange notion. Values the rights of corporations, legal fictions, artificial constructs above those of humans, and especially non human life. And the land base upon which all of this life depends. This value system meant we had only the most rudimentary tools available to us to slow the wholesale liquidation of forests on lands claimed by these legal fictions. Lands to which, unsurprisingly, these corporations had, for the most part, gained titles illegally from the public in the first place. But we did have some tools to slow deforestation on public lands. The U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management sell trees to timber corporations at grossly subsidized prices. The prices routinely don't cover even administrative costs, much less reach market value for the timber, much less repay the immeasurable cost of destroying forests. Even when government timber sale planners cook their books to a degree that would make Arthur Anderson proud. These administrators also push for environmentally destructive and publicly subsidized cattle grazing on the public lands. Environmentally destructive and publicly subsidized mining on public lands. Environmentally destructive and publicly subsidized oil and gas exploration on public lands. Environmentally destructive and publicly subsidized ski resorts on public lands, and so on. You get the picture. You also get the shaft, he says.
Ruh-roh.
And what do your children get? One of the differences, between corporate and public lands is that public lands administrators have to at least give lip service to the following stricter laws, except under certain conditions, as we'll get to later. They must maintain the facade of serving the public good. Part of the facade consists of writing documents called environmental assessments and environmental impact statements. The ostensible purpose of environmental assessments is obviously to assess the environmental damage that will be caused by any action the Forest Service proposes to carry out. Not surprisingly, the Forest Service almost always determines that every action will have no significant impact. This is true for such minor actions as installing pit toilets in campgrounds, on hand removal of exotic plant species, each of which might have an entirely uncontroversial one-page assessment. And it's true for massive timber sales involving thousands of acres of clear cuts, which have several hundred-page assessments inevitably coming to the conclusion of no significant impact. The much larger, more comprehensive environmental impact statements are written when the damage caused by the project is so extreme that not even the Forest Service can pretend there will be no significant impact. The document there describes and understates the damage to be done. By law, environmental assessments and environmental impact statements are supposed to help the agency and the public make informed decisions about the management, quote unquote, of public lands. As such, decision makers within the agency are supposed to examine perhaps 4 or 5 alternative actions, which in the case of timber sale may range from the no action alternative, quote unquote, no cutting on the one end, to clear cutting mile and square mile of forest and selling below cost tens of millions of board feet of timber on the other, and to choose among them the wisest course based on the research that went into the document. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay, moving on. But the system is rigged, as he says. A rigged system. First beat for 30-day challenge. We'll have to check it out.
For sure.
It sounds a little, the audio sounds a little weird if you play it on the, through the StreamYard, but nonetheless, we'll check it out. Of course, you'll have to go to his channel if you want to go and check it out. But yeah, the system is rigged. The Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, as well as other federal agencies, often threaten to fire, or otherwise make life difficult for biologists, botanists who find that activities such as logging, mining, off-road vehicle use, and gas and oil extraction harm forests. Just as routinely, they fire, threaten to fire, or make life difficult for cultural specialists who determine that any of these activities harm archaeological sites or sites sacred to the Native Americans. The same happens to hydrologists who disclose damage to aquifers, streams, and rivers, toxicologists who disclose the poisoning of people and the landscape, and so on. Further, timber sale planners and others are routinely moved to different forests every few years. This keeps honest planners from becoming attached to forests or communities and guarantees dishonest ones a lack of accountability when their predictions of no significant impact are found to be false.
the public does not even get to get the extremely hollow satisfaction of forcing the timber sale planters to walk blasted streams. Of course, if the planters were still there, they'd probably, like Tom Foley, simply close their eyes to the evidence anyway. Just close their eyes. After all, that's what they did through the planning process. It will come as no surprise to anyone who has paid attention to American political processes. Although I must admit, at first, it surprises me, naive as I am, that environmental assessments and environmental impact statements are in fact documents, I think I should say, designed to help people make informed decisions about anything, but instead attempts, often massive attempts, to justify decisions made long before, to satisfy back deals cut between politicians and their corporate backers. To be truthful, the Forest Service doesn't make a serious effort to pretend EAs and EIS, environmental assessments and environmental impact statements, are actually decision-making documents. Out of thousands of EAs and EIS from timber sales monitored and often opposed by groups with which I was associated, never once, not even once, did the Forest Service determine that no action alternative was the best choice. The preferred alternative was always to deforest. Even 1,000 chimpanzees typing on 1,000 computers for 1,000 years would eventually come up with an EA that determined it was best for the interests of the forest not to cut. There are other ways the system is rigged too, top to bottom. For example, general management of a particular national forest is at least ostensibly governed by what is called a forest plan. Often we would object to portions of the plans, primarily their emphasis on extractive industries, and would be told that our objections came at the wrong time. Instead, we should appeal these points. Later on each specific environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. Then, when we followed their instructions and waited to raise the points on environmental assessments and environmental impact statements, we were told again that our objections came at the wrong time. Wrong time. We should have appealed these points in the forest plan. Checkmate. To appeal a timber scale decision is a brain-busting process. The EAs and EISs are written in bureaucraties. I didn't know that word could be pluralized. But yeah, which means it's almost impossible to figure out what the hell they're saying, if anything. The documents are intentionally deceptive, attempts to con an unsuspecting public into believing deforestation has no significant impact. This makes the document even more difficult to decipher. Terminology often changes each time we crack the old code for clear cut. They come up with a new one, presumably with the hopes of sliding a bit more deforestation past us, or maybe they enjoy destroying discourse as much as destroying forests. He says. And remember his premise. I thought it was an excellent premise. He said we should value environmental, basically sustainability over economic profit. Right? If we want to focus on long-term goals.
Yeah, I suppose.
But of course, economic techniques are part of technical necessity, as we've seen. So you can't undo technical necessity. So we're caught in sort of a bind here. But it says, he says we would read documents, find the lies, determine the ways the Forest Service was violating such laws as the National Environmental Policy Act, the National Forest Management Act, and the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, and so on. On the one hand, this was dead easy. The timber sales are glaringly illegal. On the other hand, the obfuscations made it tedious work to unravel, he says. The work was made all the worse by the knowledge that those tying these words into rhetorical knots were pulling 30, 40, or 50 grand per year to confabulate the lies. While most of us doing the unraveling weren't paid anything at all. A couple people on our side were getting paid a whopping $16,000 per year. We were doing it for love and because it was right. He said, it is fun and fine and wonderful to do things for love, but it galled me to no end that those destroying the natural world were getting paid for it. Well, we had to try to stop their damage for free. If we had to describe the pathology of our culture in a nutshell, that might be it. Our economic system rewards destructive behavior. Okay. So, yeah. So he's talking about trying to stop deforestation through legal means. And he's saying that, well, the bureaucracies, the forest services and the corporations, they use illegal means to attain the land from the public. So it doesn't matter what you do. The system is rigged. Right? And the people get less and less. Right? Their lands are being taken away. Right? And give it to private owners through government bureaucracies. And why? Right? It's so they can continue their present scale of civilization. Right? Through technical necessity. Right? So they could have progress. Right? They need progress. They need technical innovation. Where is that leading? I mean, we've seen they've been questionable goals. Combining humans with machines being some of the goals. Okay. So we've been here for 6 hours. Okay. Unlike last time, we've had very little participation from people. Right. But I greatly appreciate you guys' time. We have lots of more presentations here. Right. And I'll be playing some interesting conversations, very interesting conversations that we had.
at Neurojack. He's in the chat now. Maybe he ended his show. But yeah, blessings to Neuro for providing a forum.
Yeah, he did end his stream.
Yes, he provided a excellent forum for certain ideas, right, that we'll be going over here. Right. So I greatly appreciate his contributions. Whoops. Looks like I can't find this right now. Oh, here it is. I think it was like I have no idea where. But so I think I found the spot here. So yeah, we got some presentations. I think I have some I think I'll play another little presentation we did with NPC the game. I mean not NPC the game. We already played that one. But Jack Talcott. Right, I wonder where Jack Talcott has been, right? I have a short presentation, right, that I did at his show. The last presentation I did at his show was quite a while ago. Right, so yeah. So we'll figure that out. At the end of the show we'll play that, right? But until then, we have replays of Neurojack, right, in his stream. So we appreciate you guys for joining. Okay, and of course, we'll have more about Taoism next time as well. Right, but yeah, we're going to continue on this journey together. Okay, looking at how the system is rigged. Okay, the Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Services, okay, Derrick Jensen and his work on Endgame. Right, here's a little presentation. Right, I remember this from before, right? It's like KRS-One talking about the Matrix. Right, and I think he says some pretty interesting things here about technology. Right, so let me play some of this old thing, and this is how we'll end the show. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate you guys. Okay, yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And of course, we'll be on for the next 6 hours, okay, with some of our critical presentations, right? I think or either 6 hours or 3 hours, or we'll figure it out together. Right, but we'll have stuff playing for the next 6 hours, critical reflections on many different themes. Okay, so yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. How do you kill what you can't see? Okay, and obviously the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Right, so I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And that's why we're here, to look at the anatomy of deception, anatomy of lies. Right, take a critical look. At the problems of today's world through an architectonic lens. Right, so we can understand symbols. But as we've said, mimetic complexity is ontological doomage.
Robo-opticals are metacraft.
Robo-opticals are metacraft.
And do not seek the treasure.
Don't eat the holographic
Don't
meat.
do it.
Yeah. Don't eat the holographic meat, guys. Don't take a bite.
Gotta be paranoid chilling.
Don't you dare take a bite.
A bite of a bite.
Yeah. The fruits of knowledge are not value neutral, folks. right? I appreciate all you guys. And yet, here is the presentation that I was referring to.
And freedom is a dynamic goal to be attained or won.
Yeah,
or,
exactly. Yeah, it's not a
a
static prize, but a dynamic goal, a prize continually to be won. The
continually
more
to be won.
Yeah, the more man stops and thinks that he's free, the more likely he is to be enslaved. Oh yeah. The best lie is the one you love. Neuro
For
Jack.
sure. 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, to really look back and to really look, man, you a slave for real. I mean,
I'm not a slave.
I ain't no
I ain't a slave, man. I got a car outside, man. I can get up and leave when I feel like leaving.
Man, what? I'm on TV every day.
Yeah, you talking about I can get in my car when I feel like I ain't no slave, man. Get out of here.
Yeah,
man.
no, people don't
Chris is
realize.
crazy.
Yep,
Chris is
that's right.
crazy.
That's
Seriously? Right. No, he's right.
No, that's it. No, I'm wrong. Because the society says, no, you're free. Society says, you're free. So you believe because that is the authority. That's who's pointing the gun at your head. So that's the authority, the one with the gun at the head. And this is the basis of reality and law itself. This is it right here. It's that we live in a militarized society. So reality, and get this, now this is the mind blower right here. Because what I'm saying is not wrong or bad. Damn, here you go.
See, I'm letting you take over the show.
This is evil. This is evil what I'm
Teacher
about to say right here. This is so evil. What I'm saying is not wrong or bad. The way government operates or the way the manipulation of reality is not wrong or bad. Here's the reality we live in. If everything was the truth, if everything was the truth, you'd have no freedom. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't do nothing. You like breathing air is the truth. That is the law. Stop, break that law, and you're no longer in this dimension. Okay. To be in this dimension, gravity is a truth. Breathing air is a truth. Speaking and you comprehending is a truth. Now imagine if you could go outside of what other people believe truth is. They told you at gunpoint. Truth is this book, The Art of Deception, that these symbols, this T, this H, this E, this A, these symbols are saying the art of deception. But if you could look past these symbols and make these symbols respond according to your perception of them, you're free. If all we do is look at the symbols that these people offer to us, words, numbers, laws, this, that, and the other, and we start to look and we say reality is based on the symbol. Reality is based on this. Now, here's what I was getting to. If everything we do is real, okay, and is the truth, then we can't make nothing up. And this is why the American society is one of the greatest societies on earth. Here's why. Because it's all a lie. Other societies live by truth. You steal something, we cut your hand off.
Cut your hand off.
You rape somebody, we raping you. You do truth. What you do to others, you getting it for yourself. Truth.
Wow.
America says no, truth is not here.
It's not here.
No truth is here. This is called deception. We're going to make up a reality that's not truth. It's based on truth. You can find it in all these books if you really want to know. But for everyday people, you're going to live in a matrix. You're going to live in a made up illusion. And the reason for this is so that you can become more than what you truthfully are.
Wow.
In real life, you ain't nobody.
In the Matrix, you can be anything.
But in the Matrix, you can be anybody. You can do anything. And this is what makes America great. This is what makes this country great. When you understand the lie, it reveals the truth.
Wow.
It's so evil. Understand the lie. The lie. See, most people are looking for the truth. No, you don't want the truth.
No, they really don't.
You don't want the truth. The truth is the lion eating the deer, or the zebra, or some alligator leaping out of the swamp and biting your leg off, or eating your kid. Like, imagine your little kid, you walking through the woods and something just come and snatch him and eat him, run up in the tree and eat him. Like, that's the truth. Like, that's the truth. You don't want the truth.
No.
What you want is a nice street with concrete, no stray animals around. The pigeons are chosen for you. The bugs that you're pushing off are chosen to be there. The trees, the buildings, the color of the buildings, everything is set up. It is not real. It is a prop. Now, once you understand that, now you start to say in that prop, I'm whatever it is I want to be. I said, I'm hip hop. Me, in this made up fantasy, I'm going to be hip hop.
I'm going in deep, Chris.
That's what I'm going to be.
I'm hip hop too.
In this made up thing, that's what I'm going to be. And this is what it's become. This is what it's become. Imagine the term hip hop is our term. We create reality with that. Like reality. Like, imagine, like,
it's not about a salary. It's all about reality.
What money do you need if you understand the reality that money is in? Money is not real in and of itself. We all know the story there. That the whole banking system is trust.
Well, most people don't know the real story, to tell you the truth. They're in the Matrix.
We'll see, and this is the thing, and I'm not going to speak too much because on this subject, because I'm also giving away the game too. And every real seeker of truth knows that certain things you can't say publicly or you shouldn't say because you give up the game. You weaken the game. But in this particular instance, it's important to let people know at least one time, at least just once, okay? Let them know it's all an illusion. It's all made up. And if you understand that for real, you will make yourself whatever it is you want to be in this made up reality. Don't seek the truth other than within yourself. Outside, there's no truth out here. You can forget it. This whole thing is time. Look at all these clocks. How could you have so many clocks on the wall if time is real?
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. Boston's time is not Oakland's time. Oakland's time is not New York time. LA time is not Miami time. So what's time?
Let me real quick. This is what Noble Drew Ali said to y'all, for all the Moors that don't understand. Noble Drew Ali said, time never was when man was not. So time does not exist. I'm going to repeat that again. Actually, this is Noble Drew Ali's solar return. For y'all that don't understand, it's his birthday today, January 8th. Actually, my mom passed on this same day. 4 years ago, my mom transcended 4 years ago on this same day. So I actually was going to dedicate this show to my mom because on that day, she passed away 4 years ago. And on Noble Drew Ali's birthday. And he said that time never was when man was not. So time doesn't exist. Time in is emotion. And people got to understand that. You know, like Chris said, all these clocks, how could you do that? I asked the same question. Like, seriously? You know, so this is what this show is really about. So we trying to bring the real information to people the right way and have edutainment, fun as we do it.
Well, see, that's the ultimate form of knowledge is dance, poetry, rhythm.
We got poets in the building.
You know, this is the ultimate form of knowledge. Malcolm X put it this way. He had said that to make things, and I'm paraphrasing, to make things more complicated, like, matter of fact, I'll say what he said, actually. He said, the measure of intelligence is how you take something complicated and make it simple.
Yep. Yes, he did.
And
So there's a little bit of that. Yeah, definitely in line with some of the things I've been saying on this show. If you guys have been paying attention, I gave much.
Do we know
more...
the name of the author of that book, Art of Deception?
Art of Deception.
There's a bunch of them with that name, but I'm trying to guess it's probably the one by Kevin Mitnick, but I could be wrong.
It's interesting how there's a lot of books named that.
A lot of fictional ones too.
Yeah. Of course, it's a double-edged sword, right? You
Yeah.
tell people how to trick people. You can either save them from being tricked or get them to become tricksters. See how crazy the knowledge game is, folks. Right? But yeah. Anyways, let's get into it, folks. Soon. But yeah. Here's a video. Little song by KRS-One. Yeah, blessings.
America held hostage, day 182. A special report.
That's right. On any beat we sell. Don't put your money on bail. Put it on full scale. Haha, never fail. KRS, I'd rather have 100,000 true heads by me than 1 million of your fake fanatics behind me. I keep it grimy, chase me, you will never find me. I'll take you out in 2 or 3 minutes, you can time me. You the dopest MC, I'll leave that ass sizzling. I'm giving more rhythm than gang rapes in prison. You small time, you ain't a pro. Yeah, you kick the raw rhyme, but you're showing your flow, that's all mine. Oh silly me, if I call on my lyric ability, I'll bring it right straight to your door, free delivery. Get with me, now I spit rap, I represent peace and knowledge, but I will contradict that. Click a click clap. You don't want to battle me, you want to scatter away. I battle Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, let me check the schedule again. Saturday. I think you ought to follow your squad, they ran that away. These rappers you played out, spaced out, no format. Now why would you place your money on that? I drop more bars than sing, ching. Real teachers teach real things. I bring knowledge and skill. You should try to get with it. Challenging knowledge only means that you're ignorant. With the sword of justice, your throat, I'm sticking it. Gossip and scandal, I don't put my lips in it. Grow up, I'm moving like a U-Haul truck. You all stuck, cause you all suck. Forget the cut hops, your luck stops. I bring it to your buttocks with enough blocks.
Yo, my squad is on it like Elijah Muhammad, but I'm God retarded, ain't no righteousness, and there's harder violence. Hard as diamond, but I'm in the rough. Listen up, if you ever see me with the feds, you can better send the cuffs. Ain't no snitching nuts, bitching nuts, unofficial nuts. Everything we outside, you wish it was. Official thugs in the drug profession, drug connections, drug addictions. Still seeing the judge for drug possession. The 4 Ds, all these is more V's to either get big or leave and let live. We the best there is, TS. Ain't nobody else, we probably dove. Cause we all the way on top of the shelf. I'm locking your wealth with the master keys. Freeze, don't try to breeze. I'ma squeeze and blast the back of your knees. Just pass the cheese. Please don't test the toaster. My tech will roast your body faster than Ferrari sets the roaster. You're getting closer to death. Reapers got a hold of your breath. You're going straight to hell unless you sell your soul for your flesh. You was posing the threat, now you frozen the bed. Minute ago, you was popping shit, holding your dick. Now what's the problem? You ain't nothing like you said on your album. I thought you was wildin', busting your guns and running the island. You wasn't violent, you was silent, trying to get college credits. How pathetic, didn't to get out of the kind of aesthetics. I'm Dianetics combined with lyrics. My matureness is my insurance. Kill my appearance, I'm a shining spirit. You gotta fear it, cause every last gem is poison. You gotta cheer it, you can't win, you better join them. I'm head anointing niggas like the holy gospel. I'm the only vato local to smoke it with fire blowing nostril. Watch for the toast when you see it. You better draw yours. Born laws, calling the giant. It's all yours.
Went from welfare to Bel Air, and hell yeah, I hold heat. Where the lights is to kill like police, so don't sleep. The sun shines brighter than any star. Rap terrorists, bomb mics in the name of Allah. Showing AG is who we are. Forever terror. All I need is 26 letters and 16 bars. I be bomb dropping verses that be so deaf. Searching for those who co-slept till there's no left. Curious how we still around, mysterious like a dope fiend lean, never touching the ground. And you knew it when you heard us. I'm fluid with this. MCs wanna serve us. DJs are mad nervous, but can't hurt us. They get the dick. I be GD for life. Roll with D-I-T-C, short for D-I-G-G-I-N, double it, add the crates, now they loving it, no need to cover it, let it shine like the sun do, now who reflect like us, none do, but still come through, humble, even when I play with it, convey it in a way that sounds so dope, you wanna quote and learn to say it, underdog for life, ain't commercial enough to be the favorite, I'm trife, I bite when you bark, so save it, he has to be a masterpiece, imitation, cause he ain't bout it, plus he ain't true, showing they the same too, since we first came through, niggas niggas yelling, y'all supposed to rock and blow the spot. I said we aim to. If we don't climax, we can't blame you. Told Shorty riding shotgun, ain't that true? It must have hit her off guard, she wasn't ready. Mine was occupied on getting sweaty, we lay it heavy.
Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Everything meant for good is being used for evil. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy, malicious policies, part of the fulfillment of prophecy. Morally corrupted experiments are conducted. Our impoverished state has been intricately constructed. Gullible people tricked by the ones who shouldn't be trusted. Some were to be the guinea pigs, others would be the puppets. Efforts to twist our brains be done in open plainly. Science and medicine being utilized inhumanely. The people with control of the system, they be the evilists, deceiving us with poison ingredients that they're feeding us. These are just a few of the treatments they put the freak to use. And what they seek to do is remove your power to reproduce. Falsely educated your children, you think you saving them. Nothing was wrong with your baby till you vaccinated him. He's like a war victim in the MMR prison, cause the shots from these vicious frauds gave him autism. No matter what the doctor's speaking, the sickness only deepens. Diseases are needed just to keep profiting from the treatment. Everybody's consuming them, never become immune to them. Straight injecting humans with mercury and aluminum. Harvesting your organs are raw and a savage thing. And feminizing the men with the chemical atrazine. They placing it in the water and soon it becomes apparent. And its mission is to trigger a hormonal imbalance. They use the people just like lab rats and lab monkeys. Self-monitored robotic social media junkies. And keeping everyone in one pool is their intention. Like fools we enlist to be tools of their invention. So simultaneously they can keep an eye on society, cause people using Facebook and Twitter as open diaries. Autobiographies of debauchery, not knowing that there's someone in their headquarters watching these. And we divulge our whole life situation, no moderation, willingly giving information up with no provocation. Then what? What's on the TV, you believe every clip. Then from CNN and Fox News they read you a script. And just because they show you something, still don't guarantee it. Gotta be skeptical to believe it, even when you see it. So many versions of what happened and options to put it. They can manipulate the storyline and doctor the footage. They spying on citizens using unscrupulous means. Meanwhile we use our smartphones to do the stupidest things. To the point of them destroying us, we seem to be close. And they study your mind based on the things that you post. Mentally engineered self-hatred deep from within. Body implants, plastic surgery and bleaching your skin. Then we weekly defend acts that place us in the slow grinder. Cause the worthless things that we major in are so minor. Sophisticated killers now conspiring a plot. They skillfully assassinate you without firing a shot. Could be an activist, they hate a politician in office. The murders of them all are marked down as natural causes. Tampering with the forces of nature, they sick and remorseless. Silent executors poisoning the planet's resources. Generations of violations, irreparable damages. Technology misused for military advantages. Television programming that programs who watches it, hypnotizing us all from intelligence to the opposite. It's mostly done for control and proceed. Genes pumped into animals to double their growth speed. The invention of spy drones that see in your place, plus cameras and satellites that can spot you from space. Facial recognition devices, RFID chips. Anything used for evil, Satan's world is equipped. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Flawed technology, universal dichotomy. Malicious policies, part of the fulfillment of prophecy.
super sadistic, evil trooper with biscuits inflicting sutures. Frigid like the physics of Pluto. Feudal aristocrat, Lucifer, Mephisto, forensic scientist shooting ballistics. You're stupid like a group of autistics. Muscular dystrophy, immune deficiency, spastic, cystic fibrosis, mononucleosis in a casket. Keep it ruthless like a terrorist coup, blitz shit like sickness in your lumbar disc. Trick you like neurolinguistics. Programmed like a mood, compose a fugue. Invoke a vogue, a rogue like Krug with a Ruger, kill you on YouTube. Monarch of Caucasus, cannibalistic, ebonics, cadaverous characteristics, electronic, psychotic phonics. Amplification of acoustics, amputation. Mash you with a pool stick, one of damnation's ramifications, too sick. Krills rap, leave you blinded like Ronnie Millsap. Poke your pupils out, glaucoma, lupus, cataracts, putrid, feel that. Technician of execution, mechanically murderous. The brutalist rapper with comfortable pumping the full clip into the wonderful front of your skull. Technician of execution. Robotic engineering, technical pattern, microscopic ventricle atoms optically appearing on a pentacle splatter. Flow like interferon, neurons, neutrons, cold like Freon, you fucking peon, small like crouton. You Botox fag like Gabbana doing Bukkake and colonic. Queer gerbils and Richard Gere Pilates, you swallow prep. Played like Madden, you're a madam, destroy like Brad Pitt and Troy. Death wish you like Aladdin, battered with the Gaddon. Demonic, dreary, meant to kill, feel flattered. If I attack you and shove a steel blade in your Adam's apple, I'm real passionate. Peel your cat back, lacerate, you should backtrack your actions. You get backslapped, you're fascinated by my reaction. You neurotic, God-fearing, respectable patron, hard of hearing genital. You can't fathom why I create sin. Popping off gats till they're empty. My tentacles jabbing like Joppy, impeccably stabbing up rats like Hendry. Technician of execution, mechanically murderous. The brutalist rapper with comfortable pumping the full clip into the wonderful front of your skull. Technician of execution.
Darkness. Iron. Wartime. Let's get it. Yeah. I don't give a fuck, I'm numb to pain. Everybody tough till a monster came. Propane, I ain't spit flames when I dump the thing. Punch a dame, got the city looking like Hunger Games. I'm running through the streets with my palms clutched, arms up. I turn the whole earth into stardust. Pugilist, disturbing the peace like Ludacris. Shoot the whip, I got the bat smoking like hookah sticks. Mask on, last draw, ready to blast off. Mask off, break a bird down, it's a Black Hawk backpack. Waterproof, goggles with night vision. White women say I'm a different cloth, that's like denim. Who am I? Do or die, iron is superfly, Illuminati. Levitate the earth, I can move the sky. Criminal, get rid of dudes, nothing subliminal. Visual, air the block out like an interlude. Chic finish dudes when I'm in the loop. Been a brew, got enough bullets to split a moose. They got me trapped in these last days. The government in fear, my bad ways. Clash clay, put your lights out, that's an ashtray. Black spade, what cascade, misery. Finish creeps trying to get rid of me. Energy, levitate your soul, I'm the Trinity. The Lord's here, long beard, travel in war gear. 4 years, we all bears, murder you soft quiz. Caveman, with ape hands, travel this great land. Ray-Bans, purple on the face, it's an eggplant regiment. Turn rare items to elements, predicate, intelligence surrounded by elephants, crucial. I'm neutral, fresh off of YouTube, shoot proof, bury your whole family in suit, splurging. Not insurgents to suburbans, you virgin. I have your earth splitter, she worthless, lumberjack. Gonna clap, don't wanna hear none of that, running back. How about the spaceship like a Thundercat?
It's 2000 and now. The location.
Real shit motherfuckers don't talk about. Motherfuckers don't pay attention.
I love a picture survival and quick sense of injustice, with racial profiling and human rights on crutches. Plus the political corruption got people demanding answers. Nobody gives a fuck no more to eat, they taking chances. Flip that quarter quick, cop a stack from Sanchez. Put one in the chamber, hide the pack between the branches. Government money launderers, bombings that spreading cancers. The World Trade disaster was just the war's cash advances. Neglected too much office meds and back on campus to take innocent lives just to ease the pain. While we continue to ask why, still no answers. But I know you can't embrace the sun and not believe in rain. Fuckers digging up dirt and causing these avalanches. Good people put in work but can't make ends meet. Young mothers struggling with hungry babies and shitty pampers. So the world should understand being a slave ain't sweet. That's why it's rage against the machine. It's rage against the machine. The lies and propaganda got me ready to scream. I refuse to bury the dream. Return democracy, platinum chains for property. Got a lot of hostility, but it's more than the cream. Through swamps of the struggle and sandstorms and scandals. Amongst whoremongers with nerd label as vandals. Separating racist police, state and the nation. Using taxpayer monies for gambling and taking vacation. Trifling fucks like Spitzer. Tricking on hoes, Howard on this unaffordable education. But won't allow fellas with focus and occupation. Trying to leave us down and hopeless, boxed in the matrix. Got backs against the wall, rebellious with guns drawn. Look at the millions that's starving, you done wrong. Choosing our targets in this modern day norm. Another mother crushed with a child, lungs in the arms. Police don't serve and protect, them beasts is a threat. They far east serving death for wanting pieces to back. I'm ointment on the scars and on you for skid row. Blood, sweat, and tears, grease a little sweat. Back from my rat face riddled with shrapnel. Addicted to morphine, trapped in the capsule. Honorable discharge, discarded and homeless. Officer full of shit jobs, bombed like roaches. Millions trapped, lacking medical insurance. Civilians are getting jacked, rebels setting on tourists. Full body armor and up in the state of emergency. 12 gauges started blasting back at the perjury. Against the machine, it's rage. Against the machine, the lies of propaganda got me ready to scream. I refuse to bury the dream. Return democracy, platinum chains for property. Got a lot of hostility, but it's more than the cream.
because they basically shut down all our business. For a long, for most of the day because we just couldn't get shit. We couldn't get anything done. So we just go outside and chill. And yeah, it's really bad, dude. It's so fake. That's the worst part about it. Like there's not these people don't. It's not about like supporting people who have some sort of spiritual or mental condition, right? It's about like let's celebrate the worst possible aspects of mankind, but pretend that it's all fun and loving and stuff. It's really bizarre because like I really did look for the good in it, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying it's like all bad. There is some good people in there somewhere, maybe possibly. It's just like I mean, this makes it look really tame, but it's actually much more like it's definitely not kid friendly in any way. And I know that sounds
No,
obvious to
I've
people,
seen
but
I've seen some like obscene stuff, man. Like we're talking gimp mask and all that. You know what I mean? Like, dude, come on, man. It's demonic, dude. Like, I mean, just first and foremost, the biggest problem I see with it is like, okay, what's the slogan? Pride, right? Pride's like the first, true sin against God, right? That's why the devil fell. And then you got the symbol that backs this is God's symbol that he gave man that he wouldn't flood the earth again. You know what I'm saying? Look at how strategic the devil is. Like he takes a symbol that God gives to man. Like I'm not going to flood I'm not going to flood the earth again because of your abominations, and it's almost like mocking God, right? You see what I'm saying?
it's really funny. Like I used to troll people when I first came to San Francisco. I used to I went to like a what's that store called? Hot Topic, right? And they had this kind of like checkerboard, like you know how Vans has like the checkerboard as their symbol. It looked like a Vans bandana, but it was like but it was like a mix between, but it was like a rainbow style. But it was like it was like just like not gay enough that I was like, okay, I'll just wear this to like fuck with people, you know what I mean? And it really worked too because most people like they didn't immediately think that it was gay, but then they start asking like, what does that mean? And I was like, oh, like the rainbow, like God, and they're like, what do you mean God? You know what I mean? And it was really funny, dude. People really got like they didn't get mad, but they were definitely like, like they were kind of like upset that you're trying to like appropriate their symbol. But I was like, you guys know that
Well, they're trying to appropriate God's symbol. You know what I mean? That's the irony of it all. It's so crazy, but yeah, I mean, really, two really. I mean, it's very spiritual. You know what I'm saying? That's what I see. And there's actually a video. I'm about to post this video. Actually, I'm gonna send you something that maybe we can watch. I don't know. I mean, it's on you, but let's see if I can find it.
What is it you're looking for? Sorry, I missed. I didn't hear a part of it. I was turning off some stuff. Gabe, know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're gonna trip on this video because it's kind of doing exactly what we're talking about right now. If I can find it, David, what is that guy's channel? Oh yeah.
Gay, black, and retarded, and proud, something like that.
This is Orthodox Wisdom, which he's like a lackey of
lackey.
Father Peter Harris,
Sounds like a dog's name. Come here, lackey.
This morning at our Pier 39 the sea lions getting some sunshine right now. Current temperatures. We're in the 50s in the city, 60s for Oakland, Hayward right now in the low 70s.
Find it.
In Redwood City, 55 right now in Half Moon Bay. Take you to our Tam Cam this morning. We have those coastal clouds keeping us nice and cool.
What's wrong with being gay? That's an Orthodox ethos video. Oh.
Fairfield near 80 degrees.
Well, so I have a question for you. Like
it's a dramatically.
I know this sounds weird, but like I don't put the category of like gay people in Greece as I do now. Like maybe it's exactly the same. But like has anybody ever discussed that in church history about like how do you reconcile like the Greeks like having their little flings and shit like that? Like I've never heard that really explained because like even now like no, like I mean even people who talk about like Greece, they rarely talk about that aspect. Like I don't want to get into any details, obviously. I was listening to some like Plato earlier. Like some of the way that they translated it, be it was meant to be this way or not, but it sounded a little homoerotic, I guess you'd say. And I was kind of like, what the hell? Like, okay.
Well, with the Greeks, like, you know, they were pushing that. The church doesn't accept anything like that. I know that. You know what I mean? I don't know what exactly you're talking about, right? But I know this too. It's like we don't have a full acceptance of the philosophers, right? You know what I'm saying? So like we don't consider like Plato or Socrates or like any of the philosophers like straight up prophets or something, right? It's like we think that there's aspects of them that made them Christian like before Christ. Okay, it's coming. Now that they had some understanding of the Logos, they didn't have a full understanding of it. That's what Saint Justin Martyr would say, right? So they were Christian to an extent, in the same way that Lao Tzu would be considered Christian to an extent, right? Like he touched on aspects of the truth, but didn't have the fullness of it. So that's what we would say. I guess does that help? I don't know.
No, it does. No, it does. I was just curious because like, you know, I think there's this kind of like, I don't know where I was going with it exactly. I was just kind of wondering because the whole Greek
what I would say is this. What I would say is this: is if there's something in there that the Greeks taught, like the Greek philosophers taught, that was homoerotic, right? Of course, us Christians would say this is wrong and this is, you know, antithetical to the truth, right? And the aspects of it are delusional and demonic. But that doesn't mean like everything they taught. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. Yeah, of course. No, I understand. And again, that's not like a gotcha thing or something like most people try to throw out. But I was just more curious out of the fact that like I think that this whole like a whatever it is agenda stuff. Obviously, oh my god, this clown on TV. This person is like so weird.
Do you see what I put in the chat?
Let me go and check real quick. But it's more like, to me, it's more like it is like it seems like a very virulent form of this whole like gay stuff that's been going on for the last like couple hundred years. You know what I mean? Like it's probably always existed, but it seems like this is like a very virulent form of it. And I guess my question is like, what has that always been around, or is that more of like a recent
I would say yes.
phenomenon? Yeah. Okay.
So what I know is like with the pagan philosophers and stuff, they have a pagan religion, right? And in the pagan temples, they would do like orgies and you know, have like priests that dress like women and like worship like these false gods or like have like, you know, they would have these priestesses. Then it was all about subverting men to become like women. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right,
it's very strange.
So
yeah.
So you're saying it was more than just like a quinkadink or whatever, right?
Absolutely, it was influenced by the demons.
Like for me, part of the thing that I've been saying for a long time, and again, like I don't think that it's like when I say it, it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm so smart, but like to me, it's always like I'm always amazed that other people agree, because like I've been saying on my own without looking into it, I was like, this stuff is like ritualistic in some sense. Like when they're going out doing the pride parade, it's more about the ritual than it is about, you know, we need kids to go and do this. I don't think that's really what they want. I think it's more of like they're doing the ritual in public in order to, you know, whatever.
Well, the demons are directing them in that direction, right? So it might not all be conscience, like in their minds, like, you know, this is good and this is, you know, we're accepting and we're loving and we're kind and all these other things, but it's like a false peace and a false love. Because this type of love leads to hellfire. So what kind of love is it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
They're
hate to
demonic.
say it like that. I mean, but how else can you put it? And the Christian, by saying like this is wrong, and will lead to hellfire, they say, well, you're unloving. But what greater love is there than to warn somebody of destruction? You know what I'm saying? Like, it may sound harsh, but sometimes love is harsh, right? Like, it's not always.
Yeah.
If you really care about a
it's
person,
true. It's true, and I think that's one of the things I noticed about why a lot of people's relationships fall apart, including my own in the past, where like again, part of growing up in the South and Protestant, there's this conflation of like nice and good, and I've talked about it many times, so I won't like belabor it, but it's like
yeah.
But like when you're in a relationship with somebody, especially a marriage or something where like you're just bound together, like your mom, your dad, your family, your best friend, whatever it is, if there's not a harshness about it, like it just won't last. And I think that like a lot of people think, and I think that like I remember my friend, who's a really good friend of mine, used to yell at his wife sometimes. He'd be like, he'd like like I don't want, he wouldn't scream, but he'd be like, "Hey, shut the fuck up," that he would just be like real like aggressive. And I used to think that I was like, whoa, this dude's like out of his mind. But I knew him pretty well, and I used to ask him, I was like, why'd you do that? He's like, because if I don't get ahead of it, it's gonna spiral out of control. Basically, is what he said, right?
And he ain't lying. You know
And he
what I'm
was
saying?
right,
It's like,
because I'd seen so many times where other people, they would just like let things go, and then like their whole, like within 6 months, their life would be like running off the fucking cliff or something,
then all of a sudden your supposed girlfriend is with some other guy, and
exactly,
you're like calling her or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and so now, but see, that's the thing is like when you say these things, then they say, well, like you're supporting abuse or this or that, and I think there's just a fine line, and people want to, and the thing is, women know that too, and I think that like we're all doing ourselves a disservice because we're just allowing like words
you
like
name any
abuse to get thrown
woman,
around.
like you could name any woman, and they seem like, I don't know, like you could walk over the guy they're with, they're going to. You know what I mean? Before you know it, you're going to turn into like that guy Destiny or something. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. Like actually, like that, I have to say that like watching Destiny, like I never knew who he was until he was already well into his career, and watching the way that he allowed his wife to behave, like I was like, I mean, I was beyond disgusted. Like
Yeah, you could feel it in your soul that something's wrong, right?
well, like if he had gone on a if he had pulled a Kobe and gotten a helicopter and the helicopter didn't make it, I wouldn't have been upset, right? Like, and again, it's not because like it's not out of hate. It's like I think he was really damaging himself, her, and everybody else around with that behavior, right? And again, this is one of the things that like I criticize people like Andrew Wilson for, is like even being on the same stage of someone like that is like
You're
that's really
kind of
sad,
giving it an air of legitimacy,
right?
And
Which like no matter how much you want to make an example of, and again, like of course Jesus went down and hung out with the dregs of society, but again, there's a fine line between like, okay, are you going to like help, or are you going to like exploit, or you know what I mean? Like I don't know
when he
where that line is.
did, was Jesus at the table, sort of like pushing them like their agendas or something in some way. You know what I mean? Like, or giving light to their agendas by sitting at the table. I don't believe so. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's letting them know, even while he's sitting with them, that this isn't the way. And like maybe that's in the case of Andrew Wilson. He was doing that. I don't know. I didn't watch the debate. I don't know what he said to him.
Well, he's
right?
done many things with them. That's why I mention it, because it's not like one off.
Yeah, I don't know the context, right? But I would say,
me too. I don't know that much. I'm just throwing it out there as an example of like, where do you
No,
draw
I
the
get
line?
it.
It's like
I would say, I think that a lot of times in life, like things, we got to be aware of what we're putting out there to the public and what we're giving legitimacy to, like even if we're against it. You know what I'm saying? Like that matters. I think. Because one way or another, you're telling people like, look, this guy is, this is a legitimate stance in some way. I don't know how else to put it. Like, there's some legitimacy to these points. That's why I'm debating them. You know, if there were like that, that's what it feels like. But if there was no legitimacy to these points, you wouldn't even debate it. You know what I'm saying? Which there is not. At a certain point, I've come to the realization it's no point in arguing with people that are intellectually dishonest, and you just have to put out the truth for what it is. You know, I'm not going to argue with you so you can use rhetoric to try to like flip this perspective against itself or something. You know what I mean? Like, why would I give you that opportunity? No.
Yeah. Well, I would say it like this as well. And by the way, hello, JR Busk, by the way. I hope you come back and let us know how to get in touch with you somehow. I'm not sure what the best way is, but you know, it'd be good to stay in touch. I don't think you talked to Unseen and some of these guys, but anyways, and everybody else in the chat, Jake, Denise, Abandoned Thelager, who likes Great Love, apparently. Don't read his comment. But yeah, I think, yeah, and again, they would use the same arguments against us, say, well, you hang out with a Luciferian or you do this or that. But again, I think there's a difference where it's like teasing out ideas is one thing. If somebody's like out here actively displaying a certain behavior for the whole world to see of like millions of people, you know what I mean? Like, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's a very different animal. Like it's like the Bonnie Blue thing, right? Like it's one thing if you were like, if you talk to her before she became known for what she's doing, and now that she's known, you're kind of giving her a platform to promote what it is she's doing. I don't know if you know what that is, and if you do, don't Google it. But it's something we were
Dude,
talking about.
I don't know. This is, but I'll tell you this. Looking at all of the events that are going on around us, like even with the conversation I had with Professor Nick Volt, you know, on Machine Show, like I come to the realization, like, yeah, dude, like that book, Nihilism: The Root of the Revolution of the Modern Age, it is pinpointing exactly what happened, you know, what the birth and development of this monster we're dealing with, man, and where it's heading, and you know how man thinks now, and like time and time again we're seeing this direction towards the, you know, he even says it, like, yeah, I want a utopia and I want man to combine with machines. Like he said, this is a PhD, you know, a professor at some college, you know what I'm saying? And this is what he's teaching those students, right? This is what he's putting out on platforms, man. And like, you know, in the case of Machine, it's like, yeah, he's going to allow this guy to come on and like say his points, but that was good in a sense, I would say, because it was like you've seen the effect of the people in that conversation. It didn't matter if there was somebody pushing for nature or someone who was pushing for Muhammad or for Christ. Everybody could come to the understanding that was wrong, right? Like, this belief system is weird and strange, and like it was a perfect explanation of how modern man thinks. And it's like, delete your past and everything is brand new, right? Yeah, that's dangerous, man. It's a very dangerous mindset, man. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's all connected, though.
Yeah, I agree. And did you want to play a little bit of this video, or?
Yeah, play this video. Play this.
Right, let's play some. But just holler when you want me to turn it off. I'll listen till you're ready. I just sped it up a little bit so we.
Yeah, that's cool.
Cover some ground. Let's see. All right, just let me know if it's too fast or something.
Homily by St. John Chrysostom on Romans chapter 1, verses 26 and 27. From the epistle of the Apostle Paul to the Romans. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one towards another. All these affections then were vile, but chiefly the mad lust after males. For the soul is more the sufferer in sins, and more dishonored, than the body in diseases. But behold how here too, as in the case of the doctrines, he deprives them of excuse, by saying of the women that they change the natural use. For no one, he means, can say that it was by being hindered of legitimate intercourse that they came to this pass, or that it was from having no means to fulfill their desire that they were driven into this monstrous insanity. For the changing implies possession, which also, when discoursing upon the doctrines, he said, they changed the truth of God for a lie. And with regard to the men again, he shows the same thing by saying, leaving the natural use of the woman. And in a like way with those, these he also puts out of all means of defending themselves by charging them not only that they had the means of gratification, and left that which they had, and went after another, but that having dishonored that which was natural, they ran after that which was contrary to nature. But that which is contrary to nature has in it an irksomeness and displeasingness, so that they could not fairly allege even pleasure. For genuine pleasure is that which is according to nature. But when God has left one, then all things are turned upside down. And thus not only was their doctrine satanical, but their life too was diabolical. Now when he was discoursing of their doctrines, he put before them the world and man's understanding, telling them that, by the judgment afforded them by God, they might through the things which are seen, have been led as by the hand to the Creator, and then, by not willing to do so, they remained inexcusable. Here in the place of the world he sets the pleasure according to nature, which they would have enjoyed with more sense of security and greater glad-heartedness, and so have been far removed from shameful deeds. But they would not, whence they are quite out of the pale of pardon, and have done an insult to nature itself. And a yet more disgraceful thing than these is it, when even the women seek after these intercourses, who ought to have more sense of shame than men. And here too the judgment of Paul is worthy of admiration, how having fallen upon two opposite matters he accomplishes them both with all exactness. For he wished both to speak chastely and to sting the hearer. Now, both of these things were not in his power to do, but one hindered the other. For if you speak chastely, you shall not be able to bear hard upon the hearer. But if you are minded to touch him to the quick, you are forced to lay the naked facts before him in plain terms. But his discreet and holy soul was able to do both with exactness, and by naming nature has at once given additional force to this accusation, and also used this as a sort of veil to keep the chasteness of his description. And next, having reproached the woman first, he goes on to the men also and says, and likewise also the men leaving the natural use of the woman, which is an evident proof of the last degree of corruptness, when both sexes are abandoned, and both he that was ordained to be the instructor of the woman, and she who was bid to become a helpmate to the man, work the deeds of enemies against one another. And reflect too, how significantly he uses his words, for he does not say that they were enamored of and lusted after one another, but they burned in their lust one toward another. You see that the whole of desires comes of an exorbitancy which endures not to abide within its proper limits. For everything which transgresses the laws by God appointed, lusts after monstrous things, and not those which be customary. For as many oftentimes having left the desire of food, get to feed upon earth and small stones, and others being possessed by excessive thirst, often long even for mire. Thus these also ran into this ebullition of lawless love. But if you say, and whence came this intensity of lust? It was from the desertion of God. And whence is the desertion of God? From the lawlessness of them that left him, men with men working that which is unseemly. Do not, he means, because you have heard that they burned, suppose that the evil was only in desire. For the greater part of it came of their luxuriousness, which also kindled into flame their lust. And this is why he did not say being swept along or being overtaken, an expression he uses elsewhere. But what? Working. They made a business of the sin, and not only a business, but even one zealously followed up. And he called it not lust, but that which is unseemly, and that properly. For they both dishonored nature, and trampled on the laws. And see the great confusion which fell out on both sides. For not only was the head turned downwards, but the 2 feet were upwards, and they became enemies to themselves and to one another, bringing in a pernicious kind of strife, and even one more lawless than any civil war, and one rife in divisions, in a varied form. For
What
they
do you
divided
think?
this into 4 new and lawless kinds. Since this war was not twofold or threefold, but even fourfold, consider then, it was meet that the 2 should be one, I mean the woman and the man. For the 2, it says, shall be one flesh. But this the desire of intercourse affected, and united the sexes to one another. This desire the devil having taken away, and having turned the course thereof into another fashion, he thus sundered the sexes from one another, and made the one to become 2 parts in opposition to the law of God. For it says, the 2 shall be one flesh. But he divided the one flesh into 2. Here then is one war. Again, these same 2 parts he provoked to war both against themselves and against one another. For even women again abused women, and not men only. And the men stood against one another and against the female sex, as happens in a battle by night. You see a 2nd and 3rd war, and a 4th and 5th. There is also another, for beside what have been mentioned, they also behaved lawlessly against nature itself. For when the devil saw that this desire it is, principally, which draws the sexes together, he was bent on cutting through the tie, so as to destroy the race, not only by their not copulating lawfully, but also by their being stirred up to war and in sedition against one another, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. See how he goes again to the fountainhead of the evil, namely, the impiety that comes of their doctrines. And this, he says, is a reward of that lawlessness. For since, in speaking of hell and punishment, it seemed he would not at present be credible to the ungodly and deliberate choosers of such a life, but even scorned, he shows that the punishment was in this pleasure itself. But if they perceived it not, but are still pleased, be not amazed. For even they that are mad and are afflicted with frenzy, while doing themselves much injury and making themselves such objects of compassion, that others weep over themselves, smile and revel over what has happened. Yet we do not only for this not say that they are quit of punishment, but for this very reason are under a more grievous vengeance, in that they are unconscious of the plight they are in. For it is not the disordered, but those who are sound, whose votes one has to gain. Yet of all,
I think this is really correct. Actually, I want to back up a few seconds and re-listen to this last part here. Hold on one second.
Much injury
Yeah,
and
great
making
stuff,
themselves
right?
such objects
You
of
know?
compassion, that others weep over themselves, smile and revel over what has happened, which was meet. See how he goes again to the fountainhead of the evil, namely, the impiety that comes of their doctrines. And this, he says, is a reward of that lawlessness. For since, in speaking of hell and punishment, it seemed he would not at present be credible to the ungodly and deliberate choosers of such a life, but even scorned, he shows that the punishment was in this pleasure itself. But if they perceived it not, but are still pleased, be not amazed. For even they that are mad and are afflicted with frenzy, while doing themselves much injury and making themselves such objects of compassion, that others weep over themselves, smile and revel over what has happened. Yet we do not only for this not say that they are quit of punishment, but for this very reason are under a more grievous vengeance, in that they are unconscious of the plight they are in. For it is not the disordered, but those who are sound, whose votes one has to gain. Yet of old the matter seemed even to be a law, and a certain lawgiver among them bade the domestic slaves neither to use ointments when dry, except in bathing, nor to keep youths, giving the free this place of honor, or rather of shamefulness. Yet they, however, did not think the thing shameful, but as being a grand privilege, and one too great for slaves, the Athenian people, the wisest of people, and Solon, who is so great among them, permitted it to the free alone. And sundry other books of the philosophers may one see full of this disease.
So that part right there is interesting. He said, so I know he's talking about Solon, who wrote the laws of Athens and all that. And he said, and what is he saying there about they only permitted what to the free, like freedom to the free, or what does he mean by that? Should I back up a few seconds here?
Yeah, back up a few seconds. Let's examine it because I didn't hear it too well.
Yeah, let me just go back like a little bit. Hold on. Say.
Okay.
Giving the free this place of honor, or rather of shamefulness. Yet they, however, did not think the thing shameful, but as being a grand privilege, and one too great for slaves, the Athenian people, the wisest of people, and Solon, who is so great among them, permitted it to the free alone. And sundry other books of the philosophers may one see full of this disease. But we do not therefore say that the thing was made lawful, but that they who received this law were pitiable, and objects for many tears. For these are treated in the same way as women that play the whore, or rather their plight is more miserable. For in the case of the one, the intercourse, even if...
He's saying, the Athenians taught this, that, the slaves weren't allowed to do this. This was only like somebody, like an upper class person was allowed to do this or something, and because of their freedom, right?
Right.
But Christians, just because these laws were passed by the Athenians, they still are against it and should be treated as if we were dealing with like a whore or something. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just as abominable to us as something like that. It's contrary to nature and how we view it. You know what I mean? It's just weird.
You guys kind of stop the whole class thing where you're like, only the rich can indulge in this stuff, and you're saying no, like that's bad for everybody, or something like that. It sounds like
exactly,
what you're saying,
exactly. Like, but he's St. John Chrysostom is recognizing sort of what you said. He's touching on the argument, right?
Right.
Like, hey, these pagans, philosophers kind of went along with the law of the Athenians, right? Is that what he said, right?
Yeah, I think I think you're right.
Right. So yeah, that's interesting that I didn't know this was in there, but that's great that he did sort of cover that. So
kind of talking about like basically you have to kind of fight to like convincing people or something like that, or something to that effect.
yeah, it's just it's sort of a trip that what we're seeing nowadays was in early, the early church was dealing with very similar topics, right?
Right. Well, and I think that's one thing that Christians don't realize. They think everything, and I heard a lot of people saying this recently, which is kind of weird too. Like most people think that that this is new, but it's really old. And again, to people like us, that sounds obvious, but the average person, they don't even think about 50 years ago, much less 500 years ago, or
right.
anything else.
It's all deleted. It's all gone. It's oblivious. You're oblivious to the past, and I think that's a lot. What the whole move by tech companies to shorten the attention span. I think that has a lot to do with it, because otherwise you can't push your revisionist history. If men and women and everybody sort of knows history well, right? That you sort of want people to be dumbed down enough so you can control narratives and rewrite things in your own image and your own way, right? So that's what we're dealing with, and it's unfortunate. And I think that if this video shows anybody anything, it's like, study this stuff. Go to the patristic text. Like, don't just depend on your own preconceived ideas. Like, go see what these early saints said. And a lot of times at least I do, I come out on the other side of it agreeing with them more than I've ever disagreed with any of them.
Well, and the thing is, like, you recognize, like, the human experience has, my grandfather always used to say this to me. He used to say, like, it's kind of like a variation on, like, nothing new under the sun. But he used to say something to the effect of, like, well, people don't really change, right? The circumstances change, but people don't change, right? And I think that
no.
And I used to, like, scoff at him, like, oh, that sounds like something an old person would say, because they don't want to acknowledge that things are progressing or something like that. But the older I've gotten,
As we see, it's not. I mean, he's right, and that, like, because we're dealing with, St. John Chrysostom is around in the 300s, 200, 300s, if I'm not mistaken. So this is close to 2,000 years ago, and it's a topic that we are currently dealing with. You know what I mean? So obviously, he was right. So
let's listen to some more.
Yeah.
I haven't heard much stuff like this. So
lawless is yet according to nature, but this is contrary both to law and nature. For even if there was no hell and no punishment had been threatened, this were worse than any punishment. Yet if you say they found pleasure in it, you tell me what adds to the vengeance. For suppose I were to see a person running naked, and his body all besmeared with mire, and yet not covering himself, but exulting in it, I should not rejoice with him, but should rather bewail that he did not even perceive that he was doing shamefully. But that I may show the atrocity in a yet clearer light, bear with me in one more example. Now if anyone condemned a virgin to live in close dens, and to have intercourse with unreasoning brutes, and then she was pleased with such intercourse, would she not for this be especially a worthy object of tears, as being unable to be freed from this misery owing to her not even perceiving the misery? It is plain, surely, to everyone. But if that were a grievous thing, neither is this less so than that. For to be insulted by one's own kinsmen is more piteous than to be so by strangers. These, I say, are even worse than murderers, since to die even is better than to live under such insolency. For the murderer dissevers the soul from the body, but this man ruins the soul with the body. And name what sin you will, none will you mention equal to this lawlessness. And if they that suffer such things perceive them, they would accept 10,000 deaths, so they might not suffer this evil. For there surely is not, a more grievous evil than this insolent dealing. For if when discoursing about fornication, Paul said that every sin which a man does is without the body, but he that commits fornication sins against his own body, what shall we say of this madness, which is so much worse than fornication as cannot even be expressed? For I should not only say that you have become a woman, but that you have lost your manhood, and hast neither changed into that nature, nor kept that which you had, but you have become a traitor to both of them at once, and deserving both of men and women to be driven out and stoned, as having wronged either sex. And that you may learn what the real force of this is, if any one were to come and assure you that he would make you a dog instead of being a man, would you not flee from him as a plague? But lo, you have not made yourself a dog out of a man, but an animal more disgraceful than this. For this is useful unto service, but he that has thus given himself up is serviceable for nothing. Or again, if anyone threaten to make men travail and be brought to bed, should we not be filled with indignation? But lo, now they that have run into this fury have done more grievously by themselves. For it is not the same thing to change into the nature of women, as to continue a man and yet to have become a woman, or rather neither this nor that. But if you would know the enormity of the evil from other grounds, ask on what account the lawgivers punish them that make men eunuchs, and you will see that it is absolutely for no other reason than because they mutilate nature. And yet the injustice they do is nothing to this. For there have been those that were mutilated and were in many cases useful after their mutilation. But nothing can there be more worthless than a man who has pandered himself. And not the soul only, but the body also of one who has been so treated is disgraced, and deserves to be driven out everywhere. How many hells shall be enough for such? But if you scoff at hearing of hell, and believest not that fire, remember Sodom. For we have seen, surely we have seen, even in this present life, a semblance of hell. For since many would utterly disbelieve the things to come after the resurrection, hearing now of an unquenchable fire, God brings them to a right mind by things present. For such is the burning of Sodom, and that conflagration. And they know it well that have been at that place, and have seen with their eyes that scourge divinely sent, and the effects of the lightnings from above. Consider how great is that sin, to have forced hell to appear even before its time. For whereas many thought scorn of his words, by his deeds did God show them the image thereof in a certain novel way. For that rain was unwanted, for that the intercourse was contrary to nature, and it deluged the land, since lust had done so with their souls. Wherefore also the rain was the opposite of the customary rain. Now not only did it fail to stir up the womb of the earth to the production of fruits, but made it even useless for the reception of seed. For such was also the intercourse of men, making a body of this sort more worthless than the very land of Sodom. And what is there more detestable than a man who has pandered himself, or what more execrable? Oh, what madness! Oh, what distraction! Whence came this lust, lewdly reveling, and making man's nature all that enemies could? Or even worse than that, by as much as the soul is better than the body. Oh, you that were more senseless than irrational creatures and more shameful than dogs! For in no case does such intercourse take place with them, but nature acknowledges her own limits. But you have even made our race dishonored below things irrational, by such indignities inflicted upon and by each other. Whence then were these evils born? Of luxury, of not knowing God. For so soon as any have cast out the fear of him, all that is good straightway goes to ruin. Now, that this may not happen, let us keep clear before our eyes the fear of God. For nothing, surely nothing, so ruins a man as to slip from this anchor, as nothing saves so much as continually looking thereto. For if by having a man before our eyes we feel more backward at doing sins, and often even through feeling abashed at servants of a better stamp we keep from doing anything amiss, consider what safety we shall enjoy by having God before our eyes. For in no case will the devil attack us when so conditioned, in that he would be laboring without profit. But should he see us wandering abroad, and going about without a bridle, by getting a beginning in ourselves, he will be able to drive us off afterwards any whither. And as it happens with thoughtless servants at market, who leave the needful services which their masters have entrusted to them, and rivet themselves at a mere haphazard to those who fall in their way, and waste out their leisure there, this also we undergo when we depart from the commandments of God. For we presently get standing on, admiring riches, and beauty of person, and the other things which we have no business with, just as those servants attend to the beggars that do jugglers' feats, and then, arriving too late, have to be grievously beaten at home. And many pass the road set before them through following others, who are behaving in the same unseemly way. But let not us do so, for we have been sent to dispatch many affairs that are urgent, and if we leave those, and stand gaping at these useless things, all our time will be wasted in vain and to no profit, and we shall suffer the extreme of punishment. For if you wish yourself to be busy, you have whereat you ought to wonder, and to gape all your days, things which are no subject for laughter, but for wondering and manifold praises. As he that admires things ridiculous will himself often be such, and even worse than he that occasions the laughter, and that you may not fall into this, spring away from it immediately. For why is it, pray, that you stand gaping and fluttering at sight of riches? What do you see so wonderful, and able to fix your eyes upon them? These gold harness horses, these lackeys, partly savages and partly eunuchs, and costly raiment, and the soul that is getting utterly soft in all this, and the haughty brow, and the bustlings, and the noise. And wherein do these things deserve wonder? What are they better than the beggars that dance and pipe in the marketplace? For these too, being taken with a sore famine of virtue, dance a dance more ridiculous than theirs, led and carried round at one time to costly tables, at another to the lodging of prostitute women, and at another to a swarm of flatterers and of hosts of hangers-on. But if you do wear gold, This is why they are the most pitiable, because the things which are nothing to them are most the subject of their eager desire. Do not now, I pray, look at their raiment, but open their soul, and consider if it is not full of countless wounds, and clad with rags, destitute and defenseless. What then is the use of this madness of shows? For it were much better to be poor and living in virtue than to be a king with wickedness. Since the poor man in himself enjoys all the delights of the soul, and does not even perceive his outward poverty for his inward riches. But the king, luxurious in those things which do not at all belong to him, is punished in those things which are his most real concern, even the soul, the thoughts, and the conscience, which are to go away with him to the other world. Since then we know these things, let us lay aside the gilded raiment, let us take up virtue and the pleasure which comes thereof. For so, both here and hereafter, shall we come to enjoy great delights, through the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom and with whom be glory to the Father with the Holy Spirit, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Right on, man. St. John Chrysostom is one of my favorites, man. If you like, the guy was so just a brilliant guy, you know, and that's really like what I see with a lot of these saints is that you're dealing with some of the greatest philosophers of all time, and so few people realize it, right? Like they don't go to these great saints that were, I mean, uh, who else really understands the scriptures? You know what I mean? It's like a key to unlock these things, man.
Well, and it's also like people don't even count them as philosophers. They say, oh, they're just one of them hokey pokey guys out there in the desert somewhere.
Right. You know? I mean, but if you look at them, I mean, these guys, they're better than Plato and Aristotle and all those guys combined, really, you know? Every time. Like, it doesn't matter. If you go to Augustine, right? If you read The City of God, the book is just full of the most, like, lofty, on point truth, just straight wisdom distilled. And every time I walk away from like reading a text like that, like I feel like I've like grown a whole lot. You know what I mean? Just as a man and as like someone who's like studies. You know, like as a student of history and different things, man. I mean, it's so important, dude. Like
I think I was deprived of reading a lot of that, and instead of reading a bunch of history and stuff. But the good thing is it gives me something to compare it to, right? Because I already know the BS now. If I now when I read this stuff, it just kind of confirms what I had expected that I was deprived. I guess you'd say. Yeah.
Well, you know, here's the thing with it too, and I don't think people really put weight in this as much as they should. Is that the meaning of being a Christian was to be someone that held to the truth, right? Like this means that you wouldn't lie, or like, you know, I'm not saying that they never have lied. I'm sure there's times where any man has lied to some degree, but as a rule, I guess, as being a Christian, you're following the spirit of truth, no matter what. So if you're going to talk about a subject, you're going to talk about it truthfully, with integrity. And how many people can you say that when you're dealing with like scholars and other, you know what I mean? It feels like there's a like, if you don't see like truth as important, then you'll give into some form of absurdity, like manipulation or whatever, right? Because you don't see it as important. You don't see truth as an important thing. Like it doesn't matter either way. That's how I kind of see some of these guys, like the scholars or whatever, scholastic types. But with the Christians, like the saints, I see that they care about the truth enough to tell it, even when it's, you know, it's to their own detriment. So if I tell you the truth, then the Caesar's going to come and chop off my head. They'll tell it anyways. You know, that's a quality you don't find in a whole lot of people, I would say. So.
The ink of the something versus the blood of the martyrs or something like that. And I don't remember the quote exactly, but I'll ask him to repeat it. But I didn't quite understand it, but he said something to the effect of like, these people are willing to die to write this stuff down to tell you something, which is why they were martyred, essentially, something to that effect.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's also another saying is that the blood of martyrs is the seeds of the church, right? And it's like, exactly, that's exactly what it is. These people were willing to die for this truth, to pass it down from generations to generations, and to push it aside as if it means nothing. I mean, it means so much for us as human beings, because these are our teachers, man. These are the people that walk closest to Christ and to God in life, and they left a trail of breadcrumbs for us to follow, right? To follow that narrow path. And it's like, if you can lay aside all your own thoughts, right, for a moment. I'm not saying that you don't have your own thoughts, but don't put so much importance on them, to the point where it's like, you can't hear out the voice of God, right, speaking through a saint, because it's synergy between God and the saint. They're working together in this. It's not like God is possessing the saint to say these things. It's really the words of the saint, but it's God speaking, and that's a beautiful thing, man. And if we could follow that voice, man.
Sorry, I didn't mean to play it. I was trying to pull something up. My computer's.
Why are you bringing this? Why are you bringing this video? Why?
No,
Why are
I
you
didn't.
doing me like that?
I didn't mean to. I'm trying to bring up YouTube in general. I'm gonna show you something else.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, dude,
No,
like if I have to hear that.
I'm not that much of a troll today, but.
Yeah, I knew what you were doing, man, because you wouldn't pause the damn video for me, man. You just like kept it going, and I had to like deal with it.
Sorry.
And the machine talks, and you're like, okay, I'll pause it for you, bro. I'm like, come on, dude.
Well, no, I wanted you to respond what they were saying, because I never watched that video.
Yeah, respond without being able to get to a point, No,
you did.
Asshole.
No, you did really good on that. No, but I want to show you.
Yeah,
because
I'm struggling.
I want to show you this short I made, because it kind of reminded me of what we're talking about here.
Fathers made this great country. I'm going to stop you right there. The founding fathers owned slaves. The founding fathers had less access to education than a modern day 12-year-old. They don't know anything.
Oops, sorry.
He's 2025.
Come on, dude.
The fathers made this great country. I'm going to stop you right there. The founding fathers owned slaves. The founding fathers had less access to education than a modern day 12-year-old. They don't know anything. I don't care what they wanted. I don't care what they think. It's unconstitutional. I should vote so. The Constitution was written by people who didn't think women should vote. The Constitution was written by people with 15-year-old wives dying in childbirth frequently. The Constitution was written by people who had little cartoons, Elmer Fudd, shotguns, not automatic.
No, why do you give in to the rage bait, dude?
It makes me laugh, honestly. It doesn't make me angry. But no, the reason I say that is because it just shows that like the modern era is basically just saying like, don't respect the forefathers, and again, I know that the founding fathers weren't like perfect men or something, but what she's saying there, like they had a 12-year-old's education, or they had wives who died in childbirth, and the Constitution was written by a bunch of idiots, and my point is like this is what the modern age believe. And again, I'm not saying, I'm just using it as an example of like the general attitude.
No, you're right. It is absurd to say that about the founding fathers, and like to a certain extent, like the founding fathers did intend good, right? I truly believe that. But you're also having men who are influenced by the Enlightenment, so. And they were close. I would say the founding fathers, if I had to pinpoint exactly their mindset, it was very similar to like a luminous sects, like this Gnostic ideology, right? And not all that is bad. It's not all bad.
Yeah.
Some of it's neutral, some of it's outright heretical, and then other aspects of it do have some form of a basis of God there, because even within the Illuminist sects or Freemasonry, you had some that were closely aligned with Christianity, except they had some perennialist type mindset, right? So, I can never say that word. I need to figure out how to say it.
But my point is, like, if they're so bad and evil and fascist, imagine what they would say about church fathers or something. You know what I mean? Like they would say, like, well, these guys are worse because they don't want women to, you know, be educated in you know, biophysics or whatever, you know, or gender studies or, you know, whatever. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, that's true. You know, it's true. Like they would see the church fathers as even extreme, but that's what the Enlightenment philosophers seen as extreme. The church fathers, Augustine, and those types. I mean, this was a rebellion against that. So,
right. And of course, like I think that most women don't really believe that or something, but I'm just saying that, like, you know, inherently, I think that's something that has to be kind of like beat into them or something. You know what I mean? Like, for lack of a better term, right? Like, they have to have their soul
well,
kind
I
of
think
hijacked or something.
I think what needs to happen, and like I, you know, and is going to happen. Rather, it's going to happen. It doesn't need to happen. It is happening. Is God the punishment that God allows people is just the same way with what St. John was talking about. Is like a part of them falling into this is their punishment to a certain extent, right? It's like, like I think God allows us sometimes to hit rock bottom to realize like there's no way but His way.
Right. And you don't have to
Right.
wait till die to go to hell. I think that's another part of it.
No, like you can sort of like he's talking about, you know, like Sodom was like hell on earth, right? We all deal with some form, and a coward dies 1,000 deaths too. You know what I mean? So you're you know, giving into this is a form of you know, spiritual death, and you can die 1,000 spiritual deaths, man. You know, in this life until your final death, you know, and then there's the judgment. Well, not the judgment, but the you'll be accused of things, and depending on how that works out, then you'll be held either in heaven or in hell until the final judgment. So levels to things, but
There's, I mean, I wish you had seen some of the stuff I was playing when I was gone, but I had played something about, what was that Jeem guy talking about, you know, how liberalism, you know, how Christianity became liberalized and all this stuff. And I thought, I mean, it was kind of a very basic breakdown, but I guess one thing he said I never heard before was like something about how like a lot of this is like Neoplatonism, you know, kind of being inserted into Christianity or something. And I thought that was kind of interesting.
exactly. And I like you know, you, me, and machine always talk about deism.
Right.
So you know, there's actually something Vladik Enoch was telling me about yesterday, and he was talking about Saint Nicodemus and his writing on the rudder, which is like, you know, the foundation of canon law and different things within the church, right? And he says that something about those that do apologetics to avoid them, right? And some people take this as like we shouldn't do apologetics at all. But what Saint Nicodemus was talking about, he was talking about the deists doing apologetics, right? And I think that's what we're seeing today is that those that they call themselves Orthodox, but they argue from a deist point of view. And this is always, even in the times of the rudder, have been deemed unacceptable. And I think that has a lot to do with why Dyer tells people not to read the rudder. Do you understand? Because in the rudder, like I said, St. Nicodemus makes a distinction that those that are doing apologetics in the form of deism are not following the traditions of the church. Now, what I'll do is I'm going to have Vladik Enoch send me exactly what he's talking about from the rudder on this topic. because I think this is really important.
What is a rudder?
As far as dealing with World Orthodox guys?
What is a rudder, by the way?
The Rudder is like a book that was written by Saint Nicodemus of Mount Athos, or the Holy Mountain, and it's a book about canon law.
Oh, so one thing I've heard, like one of these Catholic guys say, is like the Orthodox don't have a canon, but you're saying that there is one. They just tell people don't read it. Is that what you're saying? If I'm understanding correctly?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
got
and
it.
the reason they tell people not to read it is because in it has things like you can't pray with heretics. You understand what I'm saying? Or Canon 15, where it's like talking about, like you can break communion with a heretical patriarch before synodal clarification.
Is this kind of like what the Catholics call like a magisterium or some shit like that?
Well, I think that the magisterium is a false teaching, but yes,
But I think that's what they say, because like I think that guy said like Orthodox don't have a magisterium, but the Catholics do, and so it's really confusing. That's why there's all these schismatics or whatever. But you're
yeah, well, that's the narrative they like to push, right?
Right. And so what I think he's saying that to Orthodox people, but the thing is, you're saying like these Orthodox people don't know because it's been hidden from them, essentially, right?
Oh, well, here's what the Rudder is. The Rudder is a collection of texts of the Orthodox canon law by Saint Nicodemus of the Holy Mountain. It was first translated into English by D. Cummings and published by the Orthodox Christian Educational Society in 1957 under the title of the Rudder. In addition to the text of the canons, Nicodemus includes his own commentary, and there's other commentary from other saints, right? So, yes, we do have a set out book that describes how the functionality of the church, right? Now, the bishops themselves are the ones who can use to apply the canons, right? They apply them. The reason the Orthodox or the World Orthodox say that you shouldn't use it is because, they say only bishops can apply these canons. Well, in the very beginning of the book of the Rudder, it says that it's written for laity to understand the canons of the church as well. Do you get what I'm saying? That's at the beginning of the Rudder itself. So, but yeah, like I'm telling you, like,
and the way you would characterize that is it's there so the laity can hold the hierarchy accountable as well, right?
Absolutely. And know how to react to certain things like breaking communion, right? And why that's not considered a schism, but walling off. There's a difference between walling off and a schism. See, they conflate those two concepts, and it's papist in praxis. So why I say it's papist in praxis is because, the Roman Catholics say that the Pope can never fall into heresy. Well, the Orthodox are making the same argument for their patriarchs. The patriarch can never fall into heresy because of his position. And what the true Orthodox are saying is like the position isn't what make you canonical. It's following the canons that do, right? That's the basis of canonicity. Right. So this is the issue. If we don't understand these canons, then how, then they'll just say things. They just say things like, you can't do such and such. You can't break communion with the patriarch until a council. And it's like, well, why does the Rudder tell you this? And then they'll say, well, we're not allowed to read the Rudder. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty insane.
It's funny.
And
it's funny how that one little thing is like so crucial, and that's why I was like, well, I've never even heard the Rudder. I think I heard the term Rudder once from you before, and I just forgotten about it. But it's just so funny, like how one of these crucial linchpins is just totally kind of like,
yeah, you've never heard it. Well, if you listen to the conversation between Jay Dyer and Father Joseph Sweden, Jay brings up the Rudder, right? And he's like, well, should Orthodox read the Rudder? And then, Father Joseph was like, yeah, of course, you can read the Rudder. Like, he doesn't recommend it necessarily to new catechumens that are just coming into the church immediately, But for those that are baptized into the church, sure, you know.
Like certainly by the time you're like a full-fledged active participant in the communion and all that, right? Like,
Yeah, and there's no, I mean, if you were to read the rudder, I would say to like be guided by your spiritual father to a certain degree, right? But what do you do when your spiritual father, you know, in the case of world orthodoxy, is giving into the ecumenists, so they have to lie about certain canons?
well, and that's the thing is like I think the reason, and again, like you're saying, like obviously if you're reading the rudder and you're going to like the OCA or whatever these other things are, and you start noticing things, you're like, hey, you know, I'm kind of reading this thing, and you know, there's a conspiracy afoot.
Right.
And the first thing they're going to do is like, get the hell out of this church, or they're going to say, you be quiet, or you're.
Well, as far as I understand, a guy came here recently and said he was going to the OCA, and then he was also going to an Antiochian church in his community. And I think the OCA priest told him that if anybody went against, no, the Antiochian priest told him if anybody kind of spoke out against getting, you know, holy chrismation from the Patriarch Bartholomew, then he'd call the police on him. You see? And this is why he came to us, because he realized, oh, all those things that the true Orthodox are saying are true, you know? It's like they're not lying about this. And in fact, like, you know, they're because they say like my priest is an ecumenist, right? Well, if your priest is covering for ecumenists, and it's, you know what I mean, you start to see like the conspiracy unfold in a way, you know. Once it takes something like that a lot of times too. It takes a direct contact with the craziness for somebody to say, oh, this is actually real, you know. Because we can tell them all day, but until it happens to them, then usually this is what wakes them up. And I think God allows that, you know.
Right. And again, I think that's one of the things where people, I think, you know, I don't want to get into this. It's not that I don't want to, but I think it's, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse for you and I, but, you know, I think this again is what people think of like even myself, like I'll just use myself as an example. Like when you go to church and you see that there's people doing bad things and using the church in a bad way, people think, well, if God's real, why would he let this happen? But that's the thing is like, you know, allowing something to happen and endorsing it is not the same thing, obviously, right? Like, and I think that that's where.
Absolutely. I mean, prophecy has to be fulfilled, for one, right? And you know, it's almost as if God allows these things to happen to pull us closer to Him in ways that we wouldn't normally be pulled towards Him. You know, it's like confirmation in a lot of ways. So if the Holy Scriptures tell you there's going to be this great apostasy and there's going to be wolves in sheep's clothing, and then you come in contact with the apostasy and wolves in sheep's clothing, then isn't that confirmation of what God said to be true? And if it is true, shouldn't you know, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's like, how else is he going to communicate with us? You know, and someone could say, well, I mean, couldn't he just tell everybody? But what good would that do? You know what I'm saying? If we're supposed to
Have you ever been hungry for
reach a certain level of understanding, and like, you know, you can't bring pride and sin into heaven, man. You got to kind of be rid of these things. And how do you be rid of these things besides, you know, forming the soul properly? And a part of forming the soul properly is getting through the deceitful nature of Satan and doing unseen warfare with him. Like, you're fighting the devils in preparation for the kingdom of heaven, right? And
so when I was going to school, there's obviously most people are Christian, right? And I never forget, sorry, this is a random memory, but there's always like this you know, a lot of cute blonde girls, right? And a lot of times they wear this shirt that had like this thing, it was some church they went to or something, and it said we beat the devil with a stick or something like that. And I think that it might be like a sports team or, you know, but you know, it was something
sounds like lacrosse.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, but it was about like, it was obviously like Christian focus and stuff like that. but they were always wearing like booty shorts, right? And I always thought that was like very curious, like, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's
I see. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean, it sounds like a random memory, but again, it's like I just remember all these like little contradictions in people's you know, theology and stuff like that, and I remember like there was this really, you know, Christian girl, and I think her dad like ran like a non-denominational like barn church or something, and
Right.
and you know, I was never big into church when I was in my teens because I went to a few churches and it was kind of like whack, to say the least. I'm sure you've
Yeah,
experienced it too. Like not like corny per se. I mean, it was corny, but that wasn't the main thing. Like I don't mind corny if it's like real, but it's like corny but not real. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
but hey, what's up, Nick? If you want to come in, let me send you this thing. I don't know if you talked to Nick Volt before, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. Hold on, let's see. Let's see here. Trying to double check something. What? Interesting. Okay, I gotta ask you about something. Remind me to ask you about something in a little bit. My God. Sorry, I'm sounding like Kanye West after his dental exam or something. Nick, if you want to come in, let me know. I gotta send you the link, dude. Let me see if I can find this thing. Oh, Jewish Baby Daddy is also here.
Yo, what up?
What's up, man? I want to show you guys this clip before we get into our normal fights and stuff, because we've been having some good conversations and shiznits. I want to show you guys this clip. Tell me what you guys think of this.
I've been over here. I'm on Substack. I was on Substack for the past like 3 hours arguing with the distributist. Right?
Oh my God, I don't know who that is exactly, but I've heard rumors about that guy, and it's not good. Whatever I've heard. So.
Yeah, I don't know. What have you heard, bro? Because I don't know any rumors. I just like know of his content.
Well, I would call him a Trotskyist or something, but you know, who knows? Who knows if that's
Oh
actually...
wow.
I mean,
Nah,
you know, who's not at this point?
He's a Catholic. He's a Catholic distributor.
What does that mean exactly?
Right. So like, man, listen. It's almost like a Catholic like fucking idea that like everybody in the community should like have what it is that they need, right? That like the church should kind of run the economy.
Right. So this is universal control.
Well,
I mean, it's not 100% universal control. It's more like, you know, like you're not going to let somebody become like Jeff Bezos.
I see.
Well,
I see.
Speaking
It's almost
of which,
like a meritocracy, right?
Speaking of which, let me show you this guy. He definitely needs what he's got. Let me show you this clip really quick. Can you see the stream? Let me show you.
Nah, man, listen, I'm kind of busy. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what if you just happen
No,
to
be
tell
really
her,
quick.
go get her big brother, and I'm the big brother. And she
That's
just,
it. That's it. That's it.
gang, what if you just happen to tell her, go get her big...
All right, that's it. That's all I wanted to show. That's what I wanted to show.
Okay, so you know the latest debate between Orthodox and Catholics is because the has gone on. It's about the Pope and then the patriarchs, right? And the Pope and the patriarchs have continuously said that we have the same God as Muslims and Jews. Have you heard about this?
No, not really.
Okay, so anyways, they found out what's really going on, and I'll tell you behind the scenes of everything is like the Pope and the patriarchs are really involved in like Freemasonry, right? So they have like, and as you know with the Masons, like they put all religions sort of on the same level, right? And it's like an ecumenical type ideology. Well, if you look into this, like they'll make arguments, like they'll be like, you know, the Samaritan woman was waiting on the Messiah or something like that. And, you know, but if you look into that verse, like even the Catholics say this, and it's like, You worship here. Christ gives a direct answer to the woman and decides that the Jews to be in the right in the controversy concerning the worship of God, condemning the Samaritans as schismatics. He says, "Ye Samaritans worship ye do not know, but we worship God together with the Assyrian. They worship God with the Assyrian idols, and an association of God as it were with idols. You worship a false or fictitious God." So they have a conception of God, but these patriarchs and the Pope are conflating the conception of God, which any conception of God is a form of idol that we've created in our own heads, right? As opposed to the teaching of the saints and what the patriarchs of the past taught. Like God is a Trinity, right? They conflate these two things. And even with the Calvinists, with followers of followers of Calvinists, and denying the omnipotence of God and making him cruel and condemning men to hell without any, they have a conception of God that's false, like he's this mean, evil God or something, right? They're not, even though they say they're worshiping God, by them not worshiping God in the way that the church has always taught God and the prophets taught God. They're actually worshiping an idol of God rather than, you see, this is what I'm trying to get at. But this is going to happen now. Now, the World Orthodox and the Papists are going to start telling people that they worship the same God as the Jews and the Muslims. And this is all leading towards like a one world religion, right? This is what's going to come out of it. So,
okay. I mean, like, I was pretty sure it was already like, you know what I mean, like the same God of like Abraham and Isaac, you know what I mean? Like it's all the same shit.
no, it's not. See, Abraham and Isaac worship God in the form of the Holy Trinity. And like, and I'll tell you why that is, right? And like there is in the scriptures, this is like a distinguishing factor. That's all. Like Abraham worshiped God not only in the form of the unipersonal monotheism of the others, but in the form of the Holy Trinity. We read in the Holy Scriptures, and the Lord appeared unto him at the Oaks of Mamre, and he bowed himself towards the ground. This is Genesis 18, 1-2. Under what form did Abraham worship God? Under the unipersonal form or under the form of the divine triunity? So Orthodox Christians venerate this Old Testament manifestation of the Holy Trinity on the day of Pentecost when we adorn our churches with boughs representing the ancient oaks, and when we venerate this icon of the three angels, just as our father Abraham venerated it. Carnal descent from Abraham can be of no use to us if we are not regenerated by the waters of baptism in the faith of Abraham. And the faith of Abraham was the faith in Jesus Christ, as the Lord himself has said, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. This is St. John 8:56. Such also was the faith of the prophet David, who heard the heavenly Father speaking to the consubstantial Son. The Lord said unto my Lord. This is Psalms 109:1 and Acts 2:34. Such was the faith of the three youths in the fire furnace when they were saved by the Son of God. This is Daniel 3:25. And of the prophet Daniel, who had the vision of the two natures of Jesus Christ and the mystery of the incarnation, when the Son of Man came to the Ancient of Days. Daniel 7:13. This is why the Lord, addressing the biological and incontestable posterity of Abraham, said, quote, if you were the children of Abraham, you would do the works of Abraham, and these works are to believe on whom God hath sent. So, and if you go to St. Justin Martyr, he says the same thing when he's in his dialogue with Trypho the Jew, that the prophets of old worship God in the form of the Holy Trinity. That's why you have so many prefigurations or like instances where they're referring to the Holy Trinity with like words like holy, holy, holy. There's always three holies. Why is that? Because they know the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are one God in essence and three in person. And that's throughout all the Old Testament scripture. Like you see prefigurations of the fullness of what Christ would reveal. And these other gods don't, these other religions don't have that distinguishing factor. So with the Muslims, they'll say like God has two left arms or two right arms or something, and all this craziness. And with the Jews, they say like, Christ is boiling in excrement, and that, they worship a monotheistic God as in one without any, divine triunity about him. There's no three persons in one essence.
Universalism is literally the reason all this shit's happening.
You said what?
Universalism is the reason all this shit is happening. Like, what
do you mean by universalism and what you're saying?
I mean, okay. Each of like the churches claiming that they have the right idea about the scripture, right? Number one is like retarded. Because like, who cares?
So you don't think that? Do you think that there is any truth there? Or can everybody just come up with their own idea about it?
No. I think every community should have its own religion.
Oh, I see. So in other words, there is no truth. We can never know the correct interpretation of the scriptures, and Christ didn't establish one church.
No.
Okay.
And if he did, then like that should be the church of the Arabs. That's not the church of ours.
Oh, okay, so now it's the church of the Arabs. All right, gosh. All right. Even though Christ told the prophets to go out and preach and baptize the entire world, right?
So me and
again, you're talking universalism.
Me and Machine had a conversation about this yesterday, and I was calling this dualism, and then he's like, "Well, it's easier to call it universalism." So I was kind of wondering, like, I think that there's a distinction. I mean, maybe these things that I'm thinking, like what I would call dualism, I think a Pinoid would call universalism, right?
Universalism.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, I guess.
But what do you mean by dualism and universalism? What is universal? The only universal aspect is that mankind has the same creator, right? All of mankind shares the same creator. We don't have different gods. That's a fallacy. There's no such thing as different gods that created the world. There's one God that created everything.
Universalism, as I said, Neuro.
No, it's not universalist to say that, not in the sense that you're making it out as like it's a bad word or something. Like the fact of the matter is only one God created everything, right? And then there's only been one Christ to come and reveal the fullness of this understanding. And there's only one church that has held true to that revelation. All right.
You're right, man.
That's true. You're like, what do you want? What? I mean, that's.
Listen, you're right, though. Like, you're listening. I'm gonna take your ideas away from you. They get you by every day.
And yours get you by every day too. But whatever. I mean, you argue from ad hominem, and like that's not truth. If you argue from ad hominem, that's just stupid. It's
I'm not arguing from ad hominem. I'm not.
Yes, you are. I mean, come on. That's what
I'm not.
Nick Volt, who just joined, do too. He does the same thing. I know the game.
Right. I'm saying that, like, listen, what you're doing, right, is you're like a little kid, right? Who the fuck has an echo?
Arguing ad hominem. Here we go. What you're doing, right, is blah, 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 little kid. See? You won't have any argument. You argue ad hominem, like I told you you would.
Did you stop echoing? All right. Yeah, listen, I'm not doing the ad hominem thing. I'm just standing here saying that, like, you as a whole, right, are like, fucking every other religious zealot in the entire goddamn world who says, listen, I'm the only one who knows anything about any of this shit.
That's a fallacy. Just because there's others that do that, okay, doesn't mean that one isn't true, right? So we can say, like, okay, these others do this, but are they telling the truth when they do that? That's the distinguishing factor. It's truth or worshiping an idol, a false conception of their own fallen human logic. One is either a revelation from God or it's not. And what I'm saying is what the saints revealed is a revelation from God. It's not a false conception of God that they created in their own minds. That's what you think. So in other words, you're arguing ad hominem to prove this point. So you say, I'm like a child because I so-and-so believe this. But if the evidence show through the saints that there was synergy between God and man, and they revealed things through their revelations of him that he gave to them, then
the question is, why should anyone care?
Because why should we care? Because, you know, if you want to be a nihilist and end up separated from God from eternity, then you can do that. But if you care about where you end up in this life and after death, then you should try to get to know who created you.
I know who created me. Right?
Can I interject really quick? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, interject, Nick. Here we go.
I just wanna know, you're kind of also my guinea pigs. My nice mic, which I used to use before, wasn't working, but I got a new USB powered hub thing, so I just want to see if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry for the echo because I didn't have my settings right. Carry on. I don't really have much. I mean, Unseen Warfare tends to talk in circles when it comes to this
Okay,
stuff.
all right. Well, here's a circle we're not going to go to.
When you get into, it's funny. He sounds like he's using really like deep logic by the way he speaks, and it's sort of an act. I remember talking to him before about this. When I look at the universe and
arguing ad hominem once again.
No, it's just not ad hominem. That's just my opinion of this sort of circular logic. It just doesn't explain the big questions, and then you just sort
the
of
big questions don't matter.
Like for
they
example,
don't matter because they're just
hold on.
stupid.
Let me does my voice sound better than before?
You sound.
Okay,
I mean,
let's go to
I don't know
this.
what it sounded like at all. Like,
Of course, I sounded like that. Anyway, sorry. I'm a little bit giddy to get my mic back. Of course, anyways, like for example, you said that it's been proven before, and you throw those kind of words in your argument, but no, it hasn't been proven. A lot of the stuff you say hasn't been proven. I know you believe it, but a belief is not fact.
Let's go here, and I'll go to proof. Okay, I'll go to the proof for you of Christ.
I love that. I mean, I legitimately want to know what your proof is. I'm not trying to like.
Well, let's go here. Let's go here. Okay. So, do you know about the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
I've heard of them. Yeah, they're currly on display at the Reagan Library.
We have the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And now they just come out and they said that they're older than they thought, by a couple thousand years.
Right.
All right. And now look, they're at that museum
Literally
in Israel.
can't be
We have the Dead
1,000
Sea
years
Scrolls,
older
right?
than what they were.
Of Isaiah. So let's go to the book of
cannot.
Isaiah real quick. Nick, let's just go here. Okay, so what Isaiah 53 says, verse 1, it says, "Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant and as a root out of a dry ground, and he has no form or comeliness. And when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearers is silent, so he opened not his mouth. He was taken from the prison and from judgment, and who will declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living for the transgressions of the people. My people he was stricken. And they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased God to bruise him, and he had put him to grief. When you make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see the labor of his soul, and be satisfied by his knowledge. Of my righteous servant shall justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will divide him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong, because he poured out his soul into death, and he was numbered with the transgressors, and he bore the sins of many, and made intercession for the transgressors. Okay, so what we read from that prophecy, Nick, is a clear prophecy that's describing the events that would lead up to the crucifixion of Christ and his crucifixion and his resurrection. And it's in plain prophetic language from the book of Isaiah that's thousands of years old. Okay? Now, you don't believe in prophecy. I know that. But you're going to have to come to the terms with this for just a moment. Come to terms with this. Who is this prophecy describing? And who could you say in history has lined up almost perfectly with what's described in this prophecy?
Well, once again, after the event happens, it's always fun to go back and look at this. Now, I still don't understand where in Isaiah it specifically says anything like that. You know what does fascinate me, though, not to get too off topic. When I was in college, I took a class called Bible as Literature, and I failed to realize how much in Western literature comes from the Bible. You mentioned some of the words you read, like lamb to the slaughter, all of that. That's not proof. That's not proof, because real proof can make predictable results. And saying that, okay, fine, a document is older than we thought it was. Okay, I don't actually, I mean, I've heard that, but I don't know. And saying that some magical being is going to then be born sometime later. Okay, that's not proof, man. That's not proof.
Okay.
Not
Well,
that other religions also use the whole
what would be
prophet.
the proof that would suffice for you to acknowledge that this prophecy was fulfilled? Or if prophecy is not a a legitimate method to determine truth, then what is a definitive way to determine what is true and what is not?
Objective empirical evidence. And you're right. I mean,
okay,
I'm
so
one of those
objective evidence, right? So like, let's say like if we had, actual pieces of the cross that Christ was crucified on, and those pieces of the cross healed people, or even resurrected them from the dead, would that be objective?
Okay. So, getting pieces of the cross specifically, let's say we actually were able to show, okay, this is okay, fine, Jesus existed. But then you mentioned that whether they could heal people. Yes, that would be empirical evidence. I take the cross, I have an ailment, and I am just speaking hypothetically here.
Okay, so this is what,
and yeah, that would be empirical evidence.
Okay,
and we could
so
make predictions
we do
on
have
it.
a situation like
this
that.
will help that. Now, don't tell me about stories or this or like.
I'm not going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay, there's a monk, right? And he's in Cobleskill. He's in Cobleskill, New York. And when he became a monk, his family is from Greece, okay? And they gave him a locket with a piece of the cross in it.
Okay.
And when the monk got this piece of the locket, he said he didn't necessarily believe it was truly a piece of the cross, right? He said, well, I thought it was just a story that my family told me. And when I became a monk, I got it. Well, he told another monk about this piece of the cross that he had. And the other monk said, well, why don't we test it and see if it really is, a piece of the cross. So how do they do that? So they took the cross and they put it on this table. And they put a piece of parsley on the cross, and they put another piece of parsley next to the cross. The piece of parsley that stayed on the cross did not decay after months, whereas the piece that was on the table did. The piece stayed completely green. All right. So they came to the terms that, okay, this is showing something that for some reason, this piece of parsley is not decaying. Why is that? If they're both next to each other and they're both pieces of parsley, and this one's decaying and this one isn't. Well, there's a prophetic story that goes back to this. Okay, so how do we have pieces of the cross? We actually have pieces of the cross because Constantine's mother, right, she heard that there was the cross out there. And then she sent St. Macarius of that time and a group to go look for this piece. And they found 3 crosses next to each other, right? Well, when they found those 3 crosses next to each other, St. Macarius told her to go grab a leper So they grab a leper and they put it on one cross, nothing happens. They put it on another cross, nothing happens. On the third cross, the leper is healed from his leprosy. Okay, so what does she do? She builds the Holy Sepulchre Church on this site where that cross was, right? And then throughout the ages, people have gotten slivers of this cross that St. Helena had found, who was Constantine's mother. And people still have slivers of this cross to this day, and it still works miracles from these slivers. So what, I mean, how can you, like, what do you do in a situation like that, Nick?
Well, again, you're just telling a story. It's just a story.
I'm telling a true story, though, Nick. That's what I'm telling you. It's a true story.
Wait. Oh
It's
my
not
God,
just
wait.
any
Did you see the
story.
parsley? Wait a minute. Were you there and you put the parsley on? You watched it day and night? Put a camera on it? So you could see what happened?
I had direct communication with the monk that this happened to. He told me himself this happened.
Did you do it?
No, I did not do it.
I mean, let's look at
But
it.
to say that, you know, something didn't or didn't happen, when I know that this person is a reliable person and you wouldn't lie about it. I can look in his face. Do you know when someone's lying or not?
Is the test repeatable? Has anybody repeated the test?
Well, I don't know. Wait, you could try. I could tell you where it is. It's at the monastery in Cobleskill, New York. And the piece of the Holy Cross is in a locket there.
Yeah,
and you can go yourself and check it yourself.
For example, a couple of months ago, China claimed they invented a battery using something like thorium, and it could last for 1,000 years. They published a paper on it. There were scientists who were like, "Hey, look what we do." But the way science works is then we have to be able to read how they did it and then repeat the results. If we can't do that, it's essentially just a story.
Well, sometimes, Nick, would you say this is true that in a case of grace, the grace from God, let's say, is it going to be quantifiable in a scientific method every single time if God doesn't relate
Well, if
to
it's
grace?
not, then it's not science.
It doesn't need to be science to be true or not. It doesn't need to be science to be true or not. Some things science cannot explain,
Let me
Nick.
give you an example of how we do the science. So we've got a couple of things here. One, whether the story is true or not. So you believe this person, they seem to be credible, so we'll accept that. Okay, the story is true. Second, do we have any evidence that this cross is actually part of the cross which he crucified Jesus? I guess in this case,
I would say yes.
I guess in this case,
it comes
really
from the
doesn't matter
region.
whether it is. We're more.
It came from the region, Nick.
We're more. Excuse me. We're more interested in the healing process. The healing.
So in the miracle, so you want miracles,
so
right?
we take the cross, we take a piece of parsley, we put one next to it and another one, and something happens to the parsley which doesn't conform to what we expect.
You know what happened to the parsley,
So
Nick?
we would repeat the test.
Do you know what happened to that piece of parsley, though? Do you know why that it didn't decay?
Well, at this point, we don't know. We've just observed.
I do know, and I'll tell you what happened. Okay, so there was a state of man before the fall.
Okay, now
man before the fall did not die.
This is what you do when we start getting down to the nitty gritty of it and actually looking at things objectively. You're going to start going off on this, weaving the story, and
no, I'm telling you what happened with the parsley, Nick. I'm telling you what happened, and I know this why because of patristic theology and the understanding of the church on this subject. The understanding of this church on the subject is called theosis.
You don't actually. I mean, wouldn't you want the evidence to be concrete?
Miracles aren't how we come to miracles aren't exactly how we come to understanding something to be true. Now, the fact that this miracle happened, it's a miracle in itself, and it's grace filled.
Yeah, listen, man, I'll tell you what, man, parsley being fresh for a long time, it's a goddamn miracle. I mean, 100% of the time, it's a fucking miracle.
And there could be other explanation. What we do in science is we say, we don't get excited when we say, haha, my hypothesis is proven. Then we set out to disprove, okay, was it something else that caused this? And we have to repeat the test. Our purpose in science is, like, for example, let's say I publish a paper, say that this subatomic particle has this energy level, right? The whole purpose I do is to prove myself wrong. Okay, I see some data. I go, hey, look, there it is. Okay, what if it's this? What if it's that? And I get it that you have these anecdotal stories about miracles, but that's not proof.
Listen, the problem,
you haven't given me proof yet.
Yeah. What you're doing is you're arguing with somebody who believes, right? See, like there's a difference between trust and belief. Like you have trust in wait. You have to understand the difference. Trust is something that happens repeatedly over and over and over again. Belief, right? Belief is what you have without having any knowledge of whether or not it's going to happen. Right? Same as faith. Faith is literally just like, oh, I hope that this happens. You know what I mean? Like you wish it would, but
Well,
like
don't
you don't
have
really
faith
have any
that
proof.
God doesn't exist?
Do I have faith that God doesn't exist?
Yes. Isn't that a part
no,
of your faith?
no. It's not part of my faith, right? My faith is that like I know that like God's made me, right? They look out for me, they take care of my seeds, and that we're strong people. That's just what it is. I believe that like my soul was here before in my ancestors. I have a whole different faith set than you do.
Okay, all right, whatever. Okay, well, let's go here real quick. Okay, so this is the church's explanation of what happened. Okay, it's called
I don't
theosis.
care. No one cares.
Well, I do care. I care, and I want to tell people about it. So,
no one cares.
Yes, they
no
do.
one gives a shit about your parsley.
I'm sure there's people out there that care.
You don't let anybody talk, and then you think that's proof. I fully accept that you believe.
I let you talk. You're not letting me talk.
Well, you didn't even let me
manipulative,
finish
Come
explaining
on,
your
dude.
experiment. You didn't even finish letting me explain your experiment.
You can. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. But when it's my turn,
I'm
let me talk.
for a little bit.
I mean,
Yo, shut up,
is there
Unseen.
any
You're fucking me
double-blind
retarded.
testing of this experiment? And lastly, if it's actually true, then why not figure out how it works and then heal people?
Well, we do.
Not with pieces of the cross. We do it with science and technology.
Brother, do you think people don't go to that
The reason
monastery?
you're alive today is because of germ theory. You wash your hands after
Do you think that people don't go to this monastery and receive healing at times?
Well, it seems kind of selfish. I mean, shouldn't they be advertising on the world? My child has cancer. Come be healed.
Well, I think that you're bending it a little bit.
I mean,
brother,
why not?
but
Why,
that's
why
okay.
don't they do that? I mean, if I had such power, I mean,
They do. They do. They tell people when they come there
Why
that
don't we tell
the cross
Saint
does
Joseph
this.
about it?
And then people go there and they go specifically to see different relics on the cross.
Well,
They do that.
I'm trying to.
But just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean that they don't.
I can't find anything. I did find the story about the leper on the cross. I mean, I'm aware of that story, but like, I don't see anywhere where I can sign up for an appointment to go meet this.
You don't have to sign up for an appointment. You can just go if you'd like. I could set it up for you. I actually help the monks there build cells.
What's the address?
Okay.
And again, why aren't doctors sending people's dying children there?
Well, you
No,
know
I
what? I think that
I want to live
because
forever.
men
Actually,
are
I
obsessed
mean, I don't want to live forever. I just want to live
men
longer.
are obsessed with efficiency, Nick, and they don't believe in God anymore. So they don't believe that this is a reliable source of healing.
In God, right? It only works if you believe in God.
No, it doesn't. God heals sometimes, people that don't believe in God, and they come to believe in God because of those healings.
I want to study this piece and learn how it works.
So, Nick,
that's fine.
Let me ask a question.
But look, let me say this.
I'm serious. I'd get funded in this. We'll go study how it works. I mean, if
Well,
I could figure out how it works and replicate it, I would be richer than Elon Musk.
What I would say is this, Nick, is that, at the end of the day, you have to realize this is a piece of the cross that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is God in the flesh, was crucified on. And
there you go again. You're talking about a totally different subject. We know what the piece is. I've already accepted. Let's just assume that it actually is the real cross.
Okay, but with that knowledge, do you think it would be appropriate for you as a scientist that doesn't believe in God to do testing on something like that?
Absolutely. What do you think? God doesn't want me to end suffering? I mean, why would he give us such a peace? Why would he give us such a miracle and then tell us, oh, no, you can't study it. You can't learn from it.
No, you can learn from it, but in the context of the monastery who owns the piece, it's not up to you to decide how it's used. It's up for those at the monastery that own the piece.
So the monk gets to decide who's healed or not.
Absolutely, because it is his piece. It is his. He acquired it. It's not yours to do that. If you had gotten it, then there's no problem. But God made sure that the monk got it for a reason.
You're talking in circles.
Well, Nick, I have a question for you.
Who gave this monk the authority to do that?
Well,
God did.
So God gave the monk the authority to decide
to receive it. Absolutely. This was a gift that he inherited from his family when he became a monk.
Okay, so his family gets to decide which humans live and which ones die?
No, it's not. It's not that black and white, Nick. See, the reality of the matter is this:
then why can't
is that you know, if you were to pray, if you were to pray for a person, right? If you were to pray for a person that was sick, okay, there's been notable instances at hospitals where people have made prayers for people that were in dire situations that were going to end up dying, and they were miraculously healed. That has happened. Now, it's up to God at the end of the day whether he's going to relay that grace or not. And it's up to God whether it's their time or not, Nick. It's not our decision.
God will decide if you're actually healed by this magic piece. So God says
it's not magic, it's grace. There's a difference between magic and there's
a natural reason why it does it. It is magic. I mean, call it what you will.
It's not magic, it's grace, Nick, and that's blasphemous to say otherwise.
Is it supernatural?
To call it magic is blasphemous. To call it grace is not blasphemous.
Playing
the
card
terms
tricks
we use now are
you're ridiculous. I play card tricks all the time. That's not blasphemy. Most of that is actually just using math. You know, it's card tricks where you go, like, I can guess what.
Okay, Nick, whatever, man. You're being blasphemous. That's what I'm telling you. You're being blasphemous.
What, now math is blasphemous? Well, you know what the good thing about blasphemy? It's a victimless crime.
Oh, the victim is you.
I can tell you right now, my God doesn't give
blasphemy is separation from
my God
God.
Doesn't care what I say about him or her, because my God is not that petty. My God built the universe. My God doesn't care whether I play card tricks or not. My God is beyond.
That's not the same type of magic we're talking about. And now, if someone were to use demons to perform a miracle, that's
think you understand that, God.
Occult magic, not card magic. Card magic and occult magic.
Mean anything? That's you just labeling something you don't understand. Occult. So let me ask you this: why did God make Andromeda? What's the purpose?
I don't know.
And do you think a God which made this universe really cares whether I play card tricks or not, using math to go?
Okay, again, this is a framing issue.
I mean, when you call it a cult, you think I'm actually doing something. There's nothing supernatural in magic.
So
it's called magic tricks.
So hold on. Let me ask a question.
If I do a floating coin with a really thin wire, you say that's a cult? No, that's just physics, man.
Let me ask a question of Nick really quick. Nick, when you look at Andromeda, how do you look at it?
I have what probably would be considered a religious experience. It's as if I'm looking at the face of God.
Okay, but I mean, physically, what did you do? Did you look through like a lens or how?
No. This is what made it even more amazing.
You're conflating creation and creator.
No, and I'm not disagreeing. I mean, I had a mindgasm when I saw it. I mean, when people say they had religious experiences. If the sky is dark enough, so we have a site here in Southern California on Mount Palomar, and we go there to do amateur astronomy. But after about an hour or so, the Milky Way, you can see the glow of it. And the way it works to see Andromeda is you look up in the sky. Now, you can't look at it directly because it turns out that the sensors in your eye, the rods and cones, they're more sensitive when they get light coming from the side. So you kind of have to look at your peripheral vision and you see this fuzzy dot. It's really weird. And then when you look into a telescope, you can't really resolve it. So it doesn't look like the pictures you see on TV. I mean, those are done by computers and
different wavelengths of light that are different wavelengths of light and stuff like that. Right?
And this is an entire galaxy. I mean, I'm not just looking at a star. I'm looking at an entire galaxy, which is filled with billions of other stars. And this thing is 2.2 million light years away, meaning it takes that. I'm looking at what it looked like 2.2 million years ago using our calendar, which means, these tiny photons of light cross this immense void that day to come and then interact with the back of my retina. And, then my brain allows me to perceive it as this fuzzy dot.
Right.
I go, what terrestrial religion could explain that?
But see, that's the thing is, so like, but here's my point. Like, and again, this isn't like a big gotcha or something, but in the same way that like, I don't think that your gotchas are gotchas either. And this is not an insult. This is just to say like, okay, like when you see those things and you measure these things and you look through the telescope and you see these things with tools, right? Like obviously it still takes a certain level of faith to interpret.
Eyes are tools.
Right, exactly. So it still takes a level of faith that you're interpreting something that you don't have direct access to.
Well,
Does that make sense?
That's actually a very good point. And I've heard this brought up many
Perception.
times. And I don't know if I've adequately explained it. Like, I mean, we do make the assumption that the universe exists and it's knowable. We make that assumption. You know, a good example is color. You know, there's no such thing as color in the universe. Red doesn't exist. Orange doesn't exist. We just perceive color, and that's a byproduct of biology. But what we do in science, when we say it's knowable, it means that we can quantify it. So we came up with a system of numbers, and we do that to quantify it. You look at the red on our American flag, and I look at the red on the American flag. There is no way for me to explain to you that I'm looking at red, but what we can do is we can measure its wavelength, and both of us would measure its wavelength, and it would be what we define as red. That's absolutely true. But what I mean by terrestrial religions not being able to explain this, I go, look, if God made that, God would want me to study it. It would want me to look at the cosmic background radiation. It would want biologists to study biology and evolution. Like, I don't know why we're so afraid of it. I mean, if this is creation, it's knowable.
No, we're not afraid of it. But okay, so here's the presuppositions that you're going into this with.
God, not again.
Is that okay? So the presupposition is that something sacred should be handled in a non-sacred way.
Yeah, absolutely. And God would want that. God wants us to know.
You think that God would want you to handle something?
Why would it?
A relic, a holy relic.
Why would a God not? Would a God wants me to just worship the galaxy Andromeda and go, "Oh, look at that"?
No, you would venerate the relic. Now, if you went into it venerating the relic,
why would
then
God want that?
you would be reacting with said relic with respect to God who's giving the relic.
Of the
why does this guy do this? Why does he? Why are you doing that, man? Why are you talking over me?
Well, because that's what you did. I was in the middle of a sentence talking about Andromeda, and you started saying, "Well, the presuppositions of what you say is blah blah blah." So I don't know why you're getting.
No, I waited till you to stop talking, and then when I started talking, you began talking. That's what happened.
Did it again. Let me ask you a favor. You know, I have ADHD, so yeah, sometimes I talk over people. If you're going to make a point, could you just make it concise without going into this long drawn presupposition of blah blah blah? So you say that God wouldn't want me to look at it. I'm saying God would want me to study it. Why would God not want me to study it? You say, well, I'm not going to study it in a sacred way.
Irreverence.
I don't know what that means. I think the scientific method is a sacred way. We're studying it in such a way that we're going to get it right.
Irreverence. That's why.
You're telling me I have irreverence?
You're irreverent. Yes.
I mean, do you not hear the wonder? I mean, that's the opposite of what I do.
You're irreverent.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, my field of study is not the universe. I study the very, 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 very small. I want to know what makes us. That's really, I guess you could say, a religious question, because we could keep on going smaller and smaller and smaller. I want to know. And, you know, God made protons. I want to know what's inside of them. Well, then God made quarks. I want to know what's inside of quarks. Why would God tell me that I don't want to look at that? So we build these giant machines where we smash atoms together and we look at them. You know, nobody here, this idea that science is against religion is so ridiculous. But religious people,
I don't think it's against religion if it's truly, you know, reverent towards God, you know. But if it's not, then it's against God, and it's trying to prove God non-true.
Here it is. We have empirical evidence. Look, we got this magic piece of wood. That's not what science is. I'm saying if that wood
again, you're calling it a magic piece of wood, so you're being irreverent. So no, I would not want you going into this monastery. I would not want you going into this monastery touching that. Now, if you did, and I was present, I would probably beat your ass. You know why? Because you're being irreverent and you're being disrespectful to the monastery and the monks that live there.
Okay,
that's what would happen.
Whoa. That's a good point. Now I'm being disrespectful to the monastery. That's me being disrespectful for a human construct. That's not being disrespectful to God.
It's not a human construct in itself. A monastery is both human and it's a place that we have built for reverence for God.
It's a victimless crime. If you think I'm being disrespectful to your religion, well, I apologize for that, but I don't have to have the same reverence for this magic piece of wood unless I really want to study it. Like, what is it about this carbon structure, the piece of wood, that's different? Maybe it's the blood.
Grace.
Okay, different about Jesus's blood.
Grace.
How is it made out of some sort
okay, I'll explain something about an icon. An icon is a piece of wood, right? But the moment that we paint a portrait of a saint, or we paint Christ on the icon, it becomes sanctified. Why is that?
Sanctified to you.
No, it's sanctified in reality.
I'm not allowed to draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. No, I'm Muslim. I'm not Muslim. I don't have to follow that rule. You know, I don't have to
you
rub
know
up your
what?
nose.
That's what I mean,
might
Nick.
be
You
taken
have no,
further,
you don't know
me.
enough about the subject to have real,
Okay,
serious
so now your
opinions.
argument to get out of it is, oh well, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you don't. I think
So
you
you
would
don't
admit
think
that. Have you read the patristic texts?
so your argument?
Have you read the
with
writings
this
of the
piece of
saints?
wood
Have
is
you
correct.
gone
I'm
to a
saying,
service in the
let's study
Orthodox
it.
Church?
If
Have
God
you
gave
done
us-
any of this? Have you been baptized within the church? So what gives
Does
you
it matter?
the
My God, I'm not petty. My God, the God who created the universe doesn't care if somebody splashed water in my face.
It's not just hot
Doesn't care.
water. It's been sanctified by the
Yeah,
priest.
my God is a God which
It's
created
called
the universe.
grace.
Here, can't do this. I mean, you assume that God exists in the same.
Let
that
me ask
we
you
exist
something. How does wine and bread turn into the body and blood of Christ? How do you do that? It doesn't?
I mean, not literally.
Oh, it literally does. Yeah.
Okay, evidence. Let's
I
study
eat
it.
the body and blood of Christ
You know,
every Sunday.
when
Yeah.
my wife gets those little wafers at the Catholic Church, like, do they turn into the body of Christ?
Oh no! See that's
Let's
the difference
study it in
between
a
leaven
lab.
and unleavened
Let's study it
bread.
in a lab. Let's go see why. Like, how does this
In
wine
that case,
go
it
from
wouldn't be the body and blood
organic
of Christ.
molecules of fermented grapes with a little bit of bacteria and sugars in it? How does it then turn into blood, which is made mostly of iron?
Transmutation.
Where does the iron come from?
Transmutation.
Well, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen don't transmute into iron.
When grace is involved, then the laws.
What is grace?
When the grace is what God gives to us men when
So
we're
it's
respectful to
magic
Him.
then. Grace is this
No,
magic,
it's not
mythical thing.
magic. And again, Nick, this
Well,
is
if it's
why
not
you
magic,
probably will
let's
never
study it. What is
experience something
grace?
like this because
Can
you're
we measure
irreverent.
grace?
You're irreverent.
We
If you're going to
predict-
conflate
we say
a
that we
cult,
predict that this wine is going to become blood. That's what science is, making predictions. Can we predict what grace is going to do? Can we quantify it? How long does it take?
no,
Does it take a minute? Does it take a second? Does it
no,
happen
we can't.
instantaneously?
We can't quantify it, Nick.
Instantaneously.
We
Does
can't
this have
quantify it,
something to
Nick.
do with-
It's beyond
does
us.
this have something to do with quantum mechanics?
It's a holy mystery.
Well, why is it a mystery? Let's study it.
I don't know. God said so. That's why.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to study the universe because God said so.
You
Evolution
can.
is not real.
You
because
can.
God said so.
Well, evolution isn't real because God created the world in 6 days.
Uh-huh. Okay. How old is planet Earth?
I don't know. Maybe you created it old.
So you're not one of those 6,000 people who believe the world is 6,000 years old?
Well, it could be.
Or you're saying we just can't know.
We can't.
So because you don't understand the science, you decided that, well,
Or
hundreds
it's that
of
you have
years since the
presuppositions
Renaissance,
within
all
the
of those
scientific
people, all
way
those
of
scientists are wrong
quantifying these
because
things.
you don't understand it.
You conflate philosophy with science, and then you push
Science
off
is
your
philosophy.
beliefs as facts when
Science
they're
is a philosophy.
presuppositions.
Science is a philosophy. The scientific method is it is based on philosophy.
Yes, and I know that you go into them with presuppositions
Yes.
that the world is old when
So
you
why
study
can't-
the fossil
let me ask you
records.
this, why can't we know
And
the
you
world?
think that the top
Why are we not
rocks
allowed
are
to-
the
So did
youngest
God
and the
make
bottom
rocks?
rocks are the
Did God make
oldest.
rocks?
So
Did God make rocks? God made rocks, right? I say God made
God
rocks,
created everything, Nick.
right? Okay, God created everything. Why doesn't God want us to study how old the Earth is?
You can, but with the why though? Do you know why people do this?
Study how old the
A
old is.
lot of
And then we
people
studied and we
went
say God
into
made the
this
world,
subject
4
to
billion
prove
years
God
ago.
doesn't exist.
Deal.
They
Did
went
God
into it with the
create
presupposition that God doesn't exist, and they were going to make these studies to prove this. That
Wait,
was the whole point of it.
That God doesn't exist. I'm telling you that, yeah, I believe in God. I never said it doesn't exist. I know many scientists. I mean, the Catholic Church itself studies the universe, and they clearly believe God exists. So
They put the scholars in front of the
that all
saints, so
scientists
that's
just
what
go
the
that
problem
God
with the Catholics
exists.
are.
But the thing is, we have to use the scientific method. I mean, the scientific method is what keeps you safe. The reason your house is not falling down.
I would say
The reason
this though is that sometimes
why
the scientific
pressure
method
waves
is
are
wrong.
changing to an electric signal, going into my modem, then digitizing, and then going through the internet, and then being converted. Those electrons being converted back into pressure waves. So you can hear
Sometimes
me
the
going,
scientific
"Whoa."
method is wrong, Nick. Sometimes it has presuppositions that lead to cognitive issues where man sees what he wants to see instead of what's really there.
How does your microphone work then? If you say the scientific method is wrong, how does it work? Was that given to us by God as well?
What I'm telling you is this: is that it contradicts what has been revealed to us by God. then it's not that God's the problem, it's the method that is wrong.
Electromagnetism shows that God is not real. I think what you're trying to do is, and again, now don't say this the wrong way. It's like, as a religious person, I would consider myself, I study the universe and I study science because it's studying creation. But what you want to do is stick your head in the sand and just say, "Oh, God did it. God did it." You're afraid of it, and I don't.
No,
know
I don't. I'm not scared of it.
I don't know
I think
why
that
you're
in a lot of
scared
ways that
like, because
science can
told
teach
you,
us a lot of things.
I'll make a
But where science
about
goes
you. Because
overboard,
you're religious,
it's trying
you just
to
have
tell
deny
men
evolution. Why not accept evolution and still say God did it?
because evolution isn't true. That's why.
But all the evidence shows it is. So
All
why
the
would God
evidence
give
does
us
not
evidence?
show that it
Why
is,
would
Nick.
God give us
And I could
evidence
tell
that
you,
it's
I could
real?
actually pinpoint.
God
I've
doing
done
it? No,
videos
you
on this,
can't.
Nick.
Don't even try. Don't even try. You're not qualified to do it. And
You
yeah,
don't
if you
think
want
I'm
to take that
qualified?
argument at authority, yeah, you don't understand the scientific method, so you're unable to disprove the science you don't understand.
You're arguing ad hominem once again, Nick. You
No, I've
don't know
argued
what
ad
I know. You don't know what I'm capable
Let's
of as a human being.
Let's do something
You
which
know,
is
I
less
have a. I'll tell you straight up,
Do you know what
Nick.
the
I have an
periodic
IQ of
table is?
155, dude. And you think that I don't understand these things? I do understand them. I have studied them.
High IQs don't run around telling people they have high IQs. It's kind of like
Well, it's true, and I'm telling you it because you're saying that I'm not qualified to study these things, and I am qualified to
high
study them.
IQ doesn't mean that you're well versed in evolutionary biology.
I am well versed in
I mean,
evolutionary
I have a high
biology, though.
IQ, but I'm not going to give any, I don't know anything about psychology. So, but let's consider something less controversial so you don't just refer to talking points. You're aware of what the periodic table is, right?
No, I want to stick on evolution, Nick. Let's stay on that.
No, you want to stick on evolution because you got a lot of talking points about
No,
it.
you said that I don't understand the topic. So let's
Talk
go
about
here.
another scientific theory so we can understand what a scientific theory is. The periodic table, the periodic table was written and organized before we even knew what protons were.
I'm still on revolution, Nick, and I'm going to prove it to you if you would shut up.
Then when we figured out what protons are, we didn't know what electrons are. But with each new discovery of atomic theory, it fits within what we knew. And now, even though the periodic table was created some time ago, it fits in with our understanding of modern quantum mechanics. That's what a theory is. All of the evidence lines up with it. Now, the reason I'm talking about this, because, atoms tend to be non-controversial. But when we get to evolution, all of a sudden, no, that doesn't exist. So we came to, the idea of evolution started before we even knew what DNA was. But then we discovered DNA, and it fits in right with our theory of evolution. When we discovered how viruses work, fits in with evolution. So this is a time.
If you have a cognitive bias, you're going to see it everywhere. You're going to see your presupposed. You're going to see your presupposed conclusions within everything that you're saying. You're going to say it's found in them, but that's not the truth.
Say it's not. The funny thing is, I learned this on the Machine Lies, because a lot of people are afraid of technology and they think AI is taking over. Let me tell you something. Those of us who understand science and technology, some of us are good people, but we see it already, with what's going on with AI, people like Elon Musk and, the people who run Google. They're taking advantage of people like you and people who will follow you who don't understand science and technology, and they're going to use it to subjugate you.
You're once again arguing ad hominem and acting as if you're so smart because you got your little PhD, you wimpy, goofy, nerdy bitch.
It's going to be your undoing. You need to learn it. And God would want you to do it because God doesn't want you to be subjugated by these people. But instead, it's easier to deny it because you sound kind of intelligent when you talk, presupposition. But the fact is, you're just sort of arguing gibberish. Your only evidence to date in this conversation was some anecdotal story, which once we started dissecting it, just totally fell apart.
It didn't fall apart. You say it does, and you claim false victory on things, and you argue ad hominem, and you argue as if you're intellectually superior to everyone you have a conversation with because you're a pride head, man. You got all this pride about your little piece of paper that says that you're a professor, but the reality is, man, you're dumb. You're a dumb guy, man.
There you go.
And the
irony is
you cannot come to the conclusion and grasp the fact that you're actually very stupid. You're a very stupid human being.
Yeah,
Nick.
totally.
You are. You're a very dumb guy, honestly.
because I don't believe in magic pieces of wood?
No, it's because you think that your small little human brain can comprehend a God that created all things.
No, I'm telling you, my small, tiny human brain can't comprehend it. I'm saying the exact opposite. I'm actually saying, why do you think I've said this multiple times, why do you think your 4-dimensional brain can actually comprehend whatever created all of this? There's no way.
Because I'll tell you why.
And
because
I'm
there were
saying
saints
I
that
can't
had direct
comprehend
communion
God,
with
but
him,
say,
and it's called synergy. And if
these
you read
words
those
can lead
saints,
to
you'll come
hell.
to the same conclusion.
You seem to think that math is heretical because it's used to do magic
I
tricks.
never said anything about this. See, this is what you do.
No,
You
you did.
claim I
You
say
said
things I
I
don't
do
say.
card tricks, and you said it was the occult. And I
I
said,
didn't
no,
say
it's
that.
math.
I did not say that. This is, again, you
said magic was
manipulating
the
things,
occult.
because this is what you
You
do,
said
man.
magic
You're a
was part of the
manipulative,
occult.
small
You said
little
magic
man that
was part of
always
the
has
occult.
to manipulate and lie to
Go
get
back
your point across.
and go back to where
You're an
magic
absurdist.
was
You're an
occult.
absurdist. That's what you do.
I do what?
You're an absurdist.
How am I being absurd by using science and technology? You think the microphone
That's not
and
the
the TV in front
conversation,
of you is
manipulative
my
Nick.
God, my
Look,
God,
check
and
this out, man.
screen is
You said
spherical.
that I'm against card tricks
But I
because I'm
have
equating
to
card tricks with
build
the
an
occult
LCD
magic, and
screen
I said
because
that
I've
there's
got
a
to do it
difference
on a
between
break.
card tricks and
I mean,
occult magic.
you're hubris. You exist in this first world nation. You exist with all the comforts of the Renaissance, and then you get up on a system which uses quantum mechanics to work. That's how your LCD screen freaking works. And then you just deny all the science. And then you say, I'm the one being absurd? Seriously? I mean, the reason you probably don't have to worry about diseases is because of that very evolutionary science you deny. Oh, I don't believe in evolution, but
Once
hey,
again,
I'm never gonna
evolution,
are you ever going to get enough?
evolution is not
You're never gonna,
true, and I could
you know what,
prove it,
you're
but you would talk over
evolutionary
me the whole
theory,
time,
then.
so I'm out of here, you geek.
Oh, now you're going to reverse rage quit? Victory. Sorry, Nero Jack. I needed that. Is anybody left here? Denise, why don't you come up? You sound like you want to challenge me. Wait, did my mic stop working? Hello?
Greetings.
Everybody here. Unseen warfare silenced us all. I think we're just sort of in shock.
Yeah, it happens.
You know what? I mentioned you, Machine Lies.
Yeah.
Because I came up with something. I know there are a lot of people, like, especially in your chat, who are very, like, technology bad. And I totally agree that technology is being used to subjugate people. I mean, we thought we were sourced before. I mean, even starting in the late 70s, early 80s with, what we used to call TRWs, which are now your credit report. That's a proprietary algorithm which they use, yet it controls most Americans. I would hope that those who are afraid of science and technology, afraid of AI, it would behoove them to actually learn and understand how it works instead of just, some of them, like our friend here, Denise, who just become anti-intellectual and anti-scientism. They're the one. I mean, they're the ones who are going to lose out. And if the masses become like that, well, then we're all going to lose out.
Oh yeah, I totally agree in terms of that. We're stuck at a technical capacity, and if we even move slightly from that technical capacity, then it's going to be a huge problem, right? And I think most people don't analyze the level of civilization that we're actually at. and that's a huge problem. So that's what I like to explain a lot of times when I do my show. But I don't think that science and technology are exactly the same thing. And I think what concerns me about the technology and not the science, because I think science is pretty
You're right.
much good.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Science, technology
Yeah,
is-
science has been around for a long time. It's been around since Aristotle and stuff, helped humans figure out tons of stuff. I think it's architectonic, meaning that it's art that creates all other arts. And in terms of its architectonic status has been only updated quite recently, like maybe in the 18th century or so. So I think that so in terms of that,
No, I agree. I
but
agree.
yeah.
And I was thinking about that because when computers started, like let's say early 70s, it was really like this whole thing. Like people would buy kits to put together their own computer. I mean, sure, it was sort of a niche market which did it, but all of those people like Steve Jobs and this who sort of brought it to the forefront, and even the internet, it was always a free exchange of idea. Like everybody should have access to this technology. In fact, today was the anniversary of the person who made what is it, Linux or Unix, where he said, this stuff should be free to the people and everybody should be able to use it. You can write your own programming and this, and we've really gotten away from that. I mean, now,
that's because it's idealistic, because the type of knowledge, and I agree that more people should access the knowledge in order to not have people control them. So that is a huge step. But the fact is that the rule of experts is unavoidable because of the scale of technology.
Yeah.
Right. So many people have proposed, sort of designs where it's a non-hierarchical format for this type of experience we're having, open source technologies and that sort of thing. But the problem is it never gets off the ground. Like even the AI systems, they started open source. It's good to start the projects open source so you get as many ideas as possible. But then once you start to articulate them, you have to cut out the fat, so to speak.
Yeah.
And
I mean, even
and then you have
now,
to privatize it.
we've sort of gotten used to the internet, but I mean, we elect people who, one, don't fully understand technology, and that's a problem. And we elect people who don't understand technology, science and technology. I'm going to put them together, even though they're separate things, but because the electorate doesn't understand it. So, we have people in Congress who, I mean, it's famously the senator from Alaska called it the internet, a series of pipes. But on the internet, it's a internet company. It's a private company. I get my internet from Cox, but they're not allowed to say, oh, I have to pay extra to look at this website or this website doesn't pay them because, you have, net neutrality. This is something which people wanted to change in Congress. They want to change it. And, an example here, like when I was one of the first people to get cable internet when I lived at home, and it was super fast. Now, because I understand science, I know that the speed which electromagnetic information is sent through a coax cable is constant. But these days, you can pay, I'm going to pay extra for like 1,000 megabits versus 500 megabits. You know what they do is they basically put a filter where the cable comes into your house, which adds electrical resistance and intentionally slows down your internet. There's no reason for that. But they get away with it because nobody knows that that's how it is. I mean, if everybody knew, I mean, imagine if the water company said, well, if you want this pressure, even though all the pressure comes in at the same PSI, but we intentionally throttle it at your house and you have to pay extra for us to take off this valve, nobody would tolerate that. But with the internet, they don't understand it. In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's dangerous.
I mean, what I usually say is that technology is not neutral, right? And that the system cannot be reformed, right? So those two basic points, because technology is pregnant with value judgments, right? And the system cannot be reformed because the scale of changes that it would require for the system to be, reformed as a whole would lead to unpredictable consequences, right? So
yeah.
So from those 2 points, I usually say, well, then that means that the use of technology is not optional, and B, we cannot control the speed and pace of innovation.
No, I 100% agree with those two statements.
Yeah, so that is mainly where I'm coming from. So, see, most people don't agree just that much, so it's hard to talk to them, right? Because it's like It's like you think that we're controlling the technology when it's not like tools. Technology is not tools. That's what I'd like to get across. I think nature is technology, right? So
Oh, you know what?
whatever we're creating is second order nature.
Speaking of science and technology, and I just read this today, and it's been out for a while, but I didn't really know about it. In Antarctica, that's one of we built this giant like detector in the ice. It look at cosmic rays, stuff like that. Won a Nobel Prize. But you know what else it detected was radio signals coming from under the Antarctic ice, and we know they're terrestrial radio signals, and we don't know why. And I'm surprised, like some other conspiracy theorists or the UFO people haven't sort of picked
Oh,
up
they've
on
been
it.
on it. Oh yeah, they've
I
been on
just
it for
heard
years.
about
Have you
it.
ever heard
Yeah.
have you ever heard of Admiral Byrd?
No.
Oh, this is a huge thing in the flat Earth type of thing where this admiral went up to Antarctica and he said there's a giant hole in the middle of Antarctica and there's like aliens coming out of it, like there's like spaceships coming out of it and stuff.
Well, that was my guess that somebody would turn it into something like that because
it's been because the guy who was the head of Freemasonry, Edward Bulwer Lytton, right? I'm in England. He wrote a book called The Vril and the Coming of the Race, right? And a lot of esoteric Hitlerism and different ideas come from that idea where it's basically about an ancient civilization that exists underground, and it's like exists like it basically controls humanity or something like that. Is like through telepathic powers.
I haven't heard, but I got to research this signal. Now, it's very easy to, if you don't.
Yeah, it's called Hollow Earth.
It's like
Hollow Earth is the name of the conspiracy. If you haven't heard, Hollow Earth. Yep.
Oh, I've heard of the Hollow Earth. That I've heard of.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. There are many sources on planet Earth which emit radio signals. I mean, for the longest time, and I just study this as an amateur. I kind of wish I knew about it. I might have done some serious research. These they call them red sprites over thunderstorms. And for recorded history, people have claimed they've seen this, and of course, science said no, it doesn't exist. But now with everybody has a camera, and we have cameras which can actually catch this. It's this giant electromagnetic shower of positrons, which come from high energy lightning strikes, and we don't know why. We have no idea why, but we photograph them. And of course, we already know that lightning emits electromagnetic signals within the spectrum, which we call radio, but they also release gamma rays, like, high energy ionizing radiation. And what I don't understand, like people who, let's leave technology out of it. It's like, if all of this is in nature, this stuff is amazing. Why run from it? Like, why go, oh, no, I don't want to believe that. Or, oh, it must be aliens. I'm going to shut my mind off. I want to know. I want to know. Like, is that really that weird? Like, a friend here, Denise, hates me because I just asked the question, why? Why does this happen? And honestly, like I said, I go, people assume like, oh, you don't believe in God. It's like quite the opposite. I mean, when you look at sort of the universe, I mean, stars, the amount of I mean, our sun is going to blow up, and it's going to, before it does that, it's going to swell beyond the orbit of Earth. Nothing of humanity will exist. It will just be gone. Everything gone. Yet our Voyager Pioneer space probes, they'll still be out there. Hopefully by then we've left the planet, but that's assuming we even live that long, because that's not going to happen for another 4 billion years. And when it comes to evolution, that's a long time. Maybe we'll be like, what do you call that? Non-corporeal beings. Could that be the pinnacle of our evolution? That'd be weird. Anyways, is Gen X actually having a party today? I think I'm gonna go party with him.
Blessings.
1,000 people.
Yeah. Thank you for being here with me.
Yeah,
and Neurojack, of course. Yeah.
And I fixed my mic, so I don't sound like I'm talking through a telephone. At least I
Awesome.
hope not.
Oh yeah.
I'll see you later. I think Neurojack left, but if he comes back, you're here. Please.
Yeah, he's headed home, or I think he's driving at the moment. But yeah.
Oh yeah, well, don't come on while you're driving. But thank you for having me on, and good talking to you again.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw like Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw real quick before you leave,
Uh-huh.
but like BBC Earth, you know, like when they went in the Arctic and they started observing like the sounds, it sounds like weird alien sounds and symbols and
I
stuff.
think I have
don't know
seen
if you,
that. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if you saw that, but
That's
yeah, but
scary
they had
stuff.
like really weird sounds when they like tried to record the sounds in the Arctic deep, you know, and
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I remember there's like a little snippet about these like super cold water like sinks to the bottom and like starts sterilizing all the life.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
freaking
I think it might be this video right here. I'm not sure, but it's
hold
like
on.
this finger death that freezes, right? I don't know if it might be this video or I don't actually remember, but
Yeah, it and yeah, the starfish can't get away fast enough. Nature's freaking scary, man. Yep, there it is.
yeah, but this isn't the video with the sounds, but
No,
yeah, there's a
this
video where they had
yeah.
like seals like swimming around and they had
This is a good example. If you don't know enough science, that looks like some sort of miracle. It's not. We go there, we study it, we know how it happens. I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know, but this was just a beta
well, I
test.
think he just he's actually argued with flat earthers and stuff. So he believes in a considerable amount of science and history in terms of the conventional story because it lines up with the
Yeah.
church history, right? So he has to accept a lot of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Big Bang, God said, "Let there be light," and boom, we found it. That totally aligns with Scripture. I mean, the two words could be interposed, but that's no big deal. We'll forgive the writers of the Bible for that.
Yeah. So just to clarify, he's not totally anti-science, but especially not anti-history, right? Because you have to affirm like, but I'm like obviously like the Protestant Reformation, like all that stuff happened. You know what I mean? And the Great Schism. So it lines up with a lot of the conventional history. So
which I
and I
gotta
think
respect.
that yeah.
I mean, a lot of
They just
people argue
believe
that.
yeah, they also believe in the supernatural, so that's the main thing is that. And
Yeah,
so
that's the main thing.
they don't reject the natural, they just also believe in supernatural.
Yeah, actually, and I'm glad when people actually do know the history of their own belief, because I mean, you get a lot of people who just say, "Well, God did it," but then they don't actually know what they're talking about. Like you can actually quote scripture, which
Oh,
probably
he's
knows
an excellent historian. Yeah, he's an excellent historian. Actually, if you go to a lot of these Orthodox channels, they won't tell you, anything about the history of the church. He's pretty much the only channel that delivers scholarly resources continuously.
Yeah, and the history of Christianity is always. I got into it in college, not from a religious point of view, but I mean, there's no denying. Living in the West, it has influenced our society greatly, and it's wise to know about it. I even mentioned it today. Like I fail to realize how many just sort of little sayings we hear in literature from the Bible. Like, oh, that's from the Bible too. I was like, oh wow, neat. Which is why I've never had a problem if schools want to teach it as literature. I think it's fundamental to learning Western literature. It's just unfortunately, I don't know if we can trust public school teachers to stick to the facts and not go off on some God done it rant. I remember in second grade, my second grade teacher told me there's only one God. I had no idea. I was like, what?
Second grade?
Yeah. Well, this was the 80s. They were still allowed to get.
Yeah, we had this
But at
one
the same
girl.
time, that's where I learned about Hanukkah. I learned that I love those potato thins, because for
Yeah.
Christmas we heard these songs, and now we've gone somewhat the opposite of it. It's like I don't think that stuff is harmful. Like it didn't convert me. So
Yeah, we had a girl who brought in like a witch book. Like she was Irish, and she brought in like this giant witch, like
neat.
grimoire and stuff. And the teacher like took it away. Like we were all looking at it, and the teacher was like, like her parents had to come and get it.
You know what? You want to fix education to start paying. Like I know teachers. It seems like they're always asking for money, but pay them. Require them to have a sort of. I mean, we do require them to have credentials and this and that, but get like high school science. Get real scientists to pay. I mean, I would love to teach in high school, but they don't pay. And it's all about bureaucracy, and unfortunately,
Yeah, they're getting rid of the schools because the kids don't show up there anymore. So
yeah, exactly, and
so much truth.
And this is just going to be worse because that's going to be more not understanding the technology. I mean, everybody knows how to turn on their smartphone. They have no idea how it works or what it's doing. what kind of data it's collecting. I mean, I even fall victim to shit. I'll fully admit, when I'm late at night, I'm really bored. I'm watching TV. I play this video game where you just put your finger on the iPad screen and this train goes around in a circle, and then like you keep on like grinding the scenery. It's absolutely triggering the dopamine centers in my brain and sort of making me mindlessly play it, and then trying to sell me microtransactions, which of course I won't do because I understand how it works. But if people don't understand how that works and how they're being controlled, scary stuff. But let me go find Gen X, see if he's still on, and I'll be around later.
Yeah.
So always
Yeah,
good
blessings,
talking.
Nick. Yeah, of
See
course.
ya.
Have a blessed day. Well, blessings, guys. Abandoned soldier. Yeah, I can't share the screen though. So I don't know. Entire screen. Let me try to share it. Let's see if this works.
Like 8 Mile, you still acting like spoken word is serious. I laugh at your back. And kiss lips. What kind of nigga from the hood is you? I can name 50 niggas that's as good as you. But a nigga like Flint, man, I'm better than all of my niggas.
Yeah, hold on. I'm testing it. Share that. Yeah, that ain't coming through. Oh, you know what it is? I think maybe I didn't share screen audio. Oh yeah. Hey, give me 1 second, folks. Testing some things. And now let me see if that worked. Oh no. Yeah, that sure didn't work. It is what it is. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it turns out nobody can see that. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. You guys want to rock out and read ellul with me? Give me a second. Let me grab my book. Okay, new techniques. The state was fated sooner or later to come into contact with other methods since the end of the 18th century, as gradually encountered all techniques and finally the technical phenomenon itself. From the political, social, and human points of view, this conjunction of state and technique is by far the most important phenomenon in history. Okay? Political, social, and human points of view. It's astonishing to note that no one, to the best of my knowledge, has emphasized this fact. Oh, yeah. Except for maybe like Orwell or something, but he did it in like fiction. Right. So I mean, other than like dystopian novels, I mean, and we all know that this is far from a dystopian novel. And lots of very important information in this book. Yeah. He says it is likewise astonishing that we still apply ourselves to the study of political theories or parties which no longer possess anything but episodic importance. Oh. So there's his classic rejection of philosophy, right? Ellul has a huge rejection of philosophical ideas and implicit within his work, right? But yeah, and I think it sort of lines up with Machiavelli, and his ideas, right? Even though, because he sort of rejected that political theories could have, functional, that they could be functionally relevant. He thought that history sort of trumped political theories, right? So his ideal was a sort of a prophecy, right? But as Ellul says earlier in the text, it's actually the 1800s until the rule of industrial society that actually, Machiavellianism can be applied abroad, right? So yeah. He goes on to say, yet we bypass the technical fact which explains the totality of modern political events, which indicates the general line our society has taken much more surely than some painful revival of Marx. Was not acquainted with the technical fact or some spiritualistic theory. That's right. Right. Marx and spiritualism, these ideas of the 1800s, they've largely failed. Right. And there were responses to Enlightenment ideas. Right. Okay. Obviously, you have Rousseau's rejection of Enlightenment ideas, and you have Kant's utopianism, right? And then you have Hegel and his synthesis of Kant in terms of his phenomenology, right? And then you finally have Marx. And of course, in the Masonic literature, right, you have the Freemasons, right? And then you have the Theosophical Society, and then you have the Fabian Socialists that come out of the Theosophical Society.
Yo, man, bro, I'm in an argument with Dave Green on Substack right now.
Who's that?
The distributors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think
You know
I
what
heard
I'm talking
about it. No. The distributors. Is that a libertarian? It sounds like a libertarian.
No. He's a Catholic distributor. He runs around with Aaron McIntyre. He's on like Stitch and Adam. Goddamn it, Charlemagne.
Oh, Charlemagne. Yeah, that's the only guy I know, Charlemagne, because of the stupid hip hop shit.
Not Charlemagne the God.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
Nah, man, listen, these guys like they're like the Christian Nationalist YouTube guys. The original, the OGs. The guy who came up with the political trichotomy with Charlemagne.
Is they related to a 2-bit guy or whatever?
You know Aaron McIntyre?
No. McIntyre.
How do you not know Aaron?
Yeah, see, I need to get schooled on these bigger names. I mean, honestly, and look this guy up, Aaron McIntyre.
Yeah, listen, these are like bigger YouTubers. He's like part of the Blaze TV, right?
Oh, Blaze. Okay, yeah, I know about that.
Yeah. He's part of their shit. Yeah, like I'm arguing with one of them dudes on Substack right now. Like, it's a terrible place to start. You know what I mean? Like, I'm defending paganism at the moment, which is horrible, right? I probably shouldn't be doing that because I'm not smart enough to do so, nor do I know anything about paganism, right? But I'm just mostly shitting on Christians at the moment, right? Which, listen, I'm okay. You know what I mean? I hold my own a little bit. And it's writings. I think I'm shit.
Well, have you ever read Julius Evola?
A little bit, not enough.
Yeah,
Just
that
not
guy's
enough at this point.
monstrous. Yeah, that guy's monstrous in his analysis. Especially he does a whole analysis of I guess Christianity versus paganism. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. In Revolt Against the Modern World. All right. Yeah, you get a lot of good points from that.
Yeah, listen, I gotta read his shit, right? I don't know, like I was just arguing that, like,
he's an Italian
in order
too,
to have
actually.
communities. Yeah, I know, right? Like most like really good philosophy is all Italian, right? At the end of the day, Richardson, Thiel, fucking Ebola, fucking Machiavelli, like listen, Dante,
Parmenides,
like listen, all, almost all the guys. Yeah, fucking Aurelius, right? Like, listen, you want to go back to like real good philosophy? It's mostly ours. All those like fake ass faggots like Nietzsche and fucking Kant and all them Germans are trash. And I mean, Solzhenitsyn was a Russian, but like, listen, you're just anti-communist. Yeah, but fucking, I like Dugan. No, Dugan's my terrible. Yeah, man, listen, it's like I've been arguing with Dave Green, the distributors, right? Like I hooked up with him like a little while back. You know what I mean? Just like, like conversating in DMs a little bit, right? And like there was like some post that some pagan had put up about like how terrible Christianity is or whatever it is, right? And he's like, listen, would anybody like to have a conversation about like the theology of paganism versus Christianity, right? And I said, I'm down. He said, do you want to do it? And I was like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut, right? Just for a second, right? And I mean, I wrote a piece today, right? Kind of like shitting on Christianity a little bit, you know what I mean? And promoting like, communitarianism, that type of thing. I was basically, all relationships are transactional. Was the take of the post, right? Was the title of the post, and it was basically about how like number one, like women and men's relationships don't work anymore because the transaction's fucked up, right? It's almost like social contract law, but like on a much like longer time length. You know what I mean? Going back to like antiquity and like prehistory, and then fucking like breaking down how like you have to have like a culture and a religion that rejects modernity, industrial devices, and goes back to like, like fucking community gardening and local agriculture in order for like women to have like a place in the home and the community so that they have like that proper transaction. right? And Christianity's not going to let you do that because like of universalist ideologies about like what it means to be a fucking Christian and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not totally on board with Christianity as universalism.
Okay, so basically you can't.
Wouldn't a lot of shit no, but real quick, like, wouldn't a lot of shit have to happen for it to transform into universalism? I mean, right?
No, it wouldn't, right? And I'm gonna tell you why, right? And here's a take on why it's universal. When I was in here earlier, right, it was Unseen Warfare was in here, and I mean, I don't know if you met him yet, but he's a bit of a retard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right, fucking, so he's in here, and like, he's literally like going, well, like, if you don't believe in Christianity the way I believe in Christianity, then you're fucking wrong, and you're an idolater, and you're a blasphemer, right? That's the universalist take. Like, everybody has to have the same idea, right, of the same way, and like all this fucking shit.
But he doesn't believe that. But like as it is now, like he understands and believes that only a sliver of people in the world are capable of having that. But he doesn't expect everyone to align with his particular.
Oh, but he wants to. Right?
I mean, yeah,
like he thinks. Yeah, he thinks that like the Muslims are worshiping a false god, the Jews are worshiping a false god, that like the Chinese and the Hindus are worshiping a false god, right? Like he doesn't think there's any god but his.
Yeah, but I think that like, isn't that a good thing?
I mean, in the end of the day, no, right? And I'm gonna tell you why. Right now,
but what if he's just rocking with his community and saying that?
Oh, I'd be fine if that's what he was doing, right? But he's not.
I feel like he kind of because he's more like localized. Like his version of Christianity is more like on the ground, like localized. Right?
So where? He lives in America. His version of Christianity is in Russia.
Not necessarily, because he rejects the Russian, like like he doesn't he thinks that if you're beholden to Christianity because because you're Russian, and that's not a good thing, right? So and also like a lot of the Orthodox churches, right, they have been able to maintain some semblance of cultural expression. Like for example, they have different rites depending on what country you go to, right? Like the Antiochians and the other the different types of the enclaves of Christians, they'll still have cultural rights.
Okay, you're the same thing in like Catholicism too, right? The same fucking thing. Or like you have like tarantulas in Italy, or like
Catholicism, it's a little in Catholicism, it's a little less pronounced than in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. They actually have like a different church in like every country with their own like cultural rites, right? Which is kind of like which that's more. That seems like more in line. Like I get what the people are saying. Like that's more in line with like some semblance of reality than saying like, oh yeah, we're Catholic and universal. Like the Catholics literally say we're Catholic and universal. They say Catholic means universal, by the way.
Yeah. I know, right? So like this is where Christianity. Yeah. This is where Christianity, the same as like Protestantism or Methodism or Unitarianism, right? Or like fucking, I don't know, like a non-denominational shit, right? Those are all like universalist fucking churches. Right, because like anybody can go there and worship God in any way they want to. You know what I'm saying? Like as long as they're worshiping God, right? It's their God. You know what I mean? Like they have like Jesus is like God is the Trinity. All these things. Like these are universalist principles, right? These are principles where you go like, listen, universally we all understand like this is what this is, right? And that's kind of like fucking gay and dumb, right? Because like in each community, you should probably have your own gods that tie you to the land. Right, because ultimately that's like what you need. You need to have like shit that ties you to the land and the people, the nation, and your culture as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing is that if they have, he calls it ethnophylatism, right? So he says ethnophylatism is a heresy. Right, so that's the kind of universalism that you're referring to. Right?
Yeah,
so that would be the place where you want to attack the argument. But then, much to his point, Russia is a globalist empire, so it's like makes sense.
Yeah. So it's like fucking the United States, right? But like, and this is where the ideas of liberalism come out at, right? And I mean, it's that universalist ideology of every man, and every man is like important, every soul's important, every person's important, all that type of shit, right? And I mean, like, it's a universal fucking dogma. Like, I don't know, I think that, and once you have that, right, all of a sudden, then like you start having like people being able to make up whatever bullshit they want to get away with nonsense and read the scriptures however they feel in order to like, I mean, just live the life that they want to live, right? And that fucking shit annoys the fuck out of me because it's like, why do you even have a religion if you're just gonna do what you want any fucking way? It's fucking stupid.
Well, that's actually why you know, see, in terms of cultural assimilation, if you have large empires, it makes sense that they would create a monotheistic design. I mean, because you want to assimilate various cultural forms. I mean, eventually. So, and then you need a code or some type of stuff. So it's like, I feel like great empires, they sort of worked within these major religions. It was more because, see, the major religions didn't spread until the great empires, right? So the thing is like, what brought it first? What brought the predominance of monotheistic religion? I think it was technique that preceded it, obviously.
Oh yeah, of course, right. I mean, like, Christianity took advantage of like the slaves and the women in order to spread, right? And then like, fucking after, God, I want to go fishing.
Well, it's not only that. I think Rome took advantage of assimilating various pantheons. Like henotheism. So it's not just monotheism. It's also what they call henotheism, which is like, you just absorb somebody else's pantheon if you conquer them.
I mean, I don't know about any part of Rome like doing that. I mean, but like if you've read it, like it's true. I mean, I trust you. You know what I mean?
They definitely did. They definitely did some of that where they would like here. Hold on, let me actually look this up because I'm pretty sure Rome is one of the main examples of how it happened. Because they would just be like, look, you guys need to pay the tax, and we acknowledge your gods. I mean, but like, like ours are still the top ones.
No. That was something else completely. Right. That was you ever read about like, God damn it, who was it? Nebuchadnezzar in Persia?
Yeah.
Well, Nebuchadnezzar in Persia, like fucking, he used to have to make pilgrimage throughout the year to certain villages and like go and hold the hand of their deity or their idol. Right? I mean, when they were celebrating their shit. Right? I mean, they paid their tax and he would just go over and like, fucking, it was like, it's the same thing as like a politician back in the day going around kissing baby or, fucking like somebody coming to your local town and like, I don't know, participate, eat a cheesesteak or a piece of pizza from New York or Chicago dog. Same type of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Check this out. It says, while Greek and Roman religion began as polytheism during classical period, under the influence of philosophy, different conceptions emerged, right? Like basically the philosophers said there was one God, right? So it said often Zeus or Jupiter was considered the supreme, all-powerful, all-knowing king and the father of the Olympian gods. According to Justina Carlos, monotheism was pervasive in the educated circles in late antiquity. And, quote, all divinities were interpreted as articles, or epithets of one supreme God, unquote. It says Maximus Tyrius, 2nd century CE, stated, quote, in such a mighty contest, sedition and discord, you will see one according law and assertion in all the earth. Literally universalism. That there is one God, the king and father of all things, and many gods, sons of God, ruling together with him, unquote. Now check this out. The Neoplatonic philosopher Plotinus, this guy's a heavyweight, and it said taught that above the gods of traditional belief was the one. So I think it literally comes from Plato, right? Maximus, the polytheist grammarian, Phoedros even stated that only a madman would deny the existence of the supreme God. Of course, they meant in a deistic sense, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, right. Like fucking, so like the ideas of what the gods were and how they were changed. In particular,
Think
like
about,
from Greece to
the
Rome.
Jews. Like the Jews literally had like zodiacs in their I'm like synagogues and stuff. The Hellenistic Jews, they studied all that shit. They studied Plato, they studied like Greek religion, and they wrote about all that shit. They combined all that shit, right? With Judaism.
Yeah. Well, like me and you had that conversation before, you know what I mean? Like once I read the Republic, I was like, why does this sound like Judaism?
Yeah, let me read you a quote. If I could find it. This is from Pro Flacco. Pro Flacco offered a defense of LV Flaccus, a Roman proprietor in Asia. Flaccus was charged with embezzling Jewish gold destined for Jerusalem. Strikingly, Cicero begins with noting the power and influence of the Jews. He says, you know what a big crowd it is, how they stick together, how influential they are in informal assemblies. So I will speak in a low voice so that only the jurors may hear, for those are not wanting who would incite them against me and against every respectable man. How did Cicero die?
I know, how did Cicero die?
It's political assassination.
Huh?
I'm not saying, I'm not blaming anybody, but
Jews killed
it
him.
is interesting.
But like, listen, Jews killed him. No. It's like, listen. Like, yeah, like the Jews, you know, I mean, like they have a very insular, like fucking way about them, just as a whole.
By the way,
right? They always have.
Cicero, by the way, if you think Cicero's a good guy now, he was one of the main promoters of Plato. He was like one of the main promoters of universalism. I mean,
but yeah, sorry. Like,
oh yeah. By the way, he took the name of Plato's work, The Regime, and changed it to the Republic. Put a smiley face on it.
Put it right, big dick right next to it. Yeah, so like all this shit, you know what I mean? That fucking, like as far as Christianity is concerned, you know what I mean? Like my original gripe was that Christianity, number one, doesn't have the balls to be able to do what needs to be done. Number one, number two, it also like it doesn't have the like hard like cultural practices, and it's not a European religion, right? And that's why you ended up with like Protestantism, evangelicalism, fucking like, you know, all the shit that baptism, like Baptists, all these things that came down right afterwards is because of the fact that like it's not like a natural European religion, right? And so like it had to like be, its mode had to be changed, its system had to be changed in order to fit European value, right? And like these Europeans, they changed it to become something it's not, and adopted it and killed each other over it, like for no goddamn reason, as far as I can see. And like today, it grew up alongside of a lot of like American towns because the Americans never had any culture of their own. And like they relied upon the church to be able to be like the place in town that everybody did business and worship and I mean ran all like a local events and all this type of stuff. And once you took away that church, everybody thought of shit to atomization and life became commoditized. That was like my main argument today, right? And I mean, like me and him were arguing about the definitions of commoditization and like fucking transactions, right? And I explained to like every interaction that like you have with anything, whether it's food, like fucking entertainment or like other people, it's all transactional, right? And this mentality, right? It hits hard with, I don't know, I guess Christians and liberals. They don't understand that like you don't deal with anything that you don't like need or use, right? It's like one of the reasons why like your vision is based on like your verbiage and your like knowledge base. Like you can see shit and not actually see it because it doesn't make any sense to you because it doesn't apply to you, right? And so like everything that you do, go ahead.
But here's the thing, like, see, historically, right? Like in the modern world, the case can be made that Christianity devolved into universalism, right? But like, like the fact is that you know, it's going to be very hard to make that argument without a historical analysis of Plato and the Jews, right?
Why?
Well, first of all, like if you want to challenge Christianity, right? The greatest way to historically do that would be to point out the Alexandrian Jews and their syncretism. You know, so that's so that's a whole different idea, right? So the main challenge to Christianity lays right there at the feet of the history of Christianity itself, right? But then mainly after that, right? You know, it's the because first of all, right? You know, Christianity unified the European tribes, right?
Right.
And that's the thing is that is its accomplishment, right? So either, you know, so you can't you can't like, you know, you're not going to get the Picts and the Gauls and all those guys back. I mean, right? They're gone, right? Now we have Germans, French, and I mean, whatever, right? But they're gone too, right? Because there's a global world system, right? So it's like, you know, Christianity created Europe, but then Europe created a technological system, and now nobody owns that, right?
Yeah.
So that's the big problem. It's like nobody owns that shit. Like we can't be ourselves because nobody owns shit.
Okay. And this is where I get down to, like, we need to be tied to the land. Right? We have to get back to, like, the idea of the land, and that starts with local agriculture. Like, the only way, and this is the thing, like, you have to have new nations evolve. Right? And you have to be able to have the processes that allow that, right? The systems that allow that, which are, you know, I mean, like, allowing people to have, like, local festivals, harvest celebrations, fucking local fucking agriculture, fucking recipes. I mean, start from the ground up, right? And then, like, the local fucking, like, how you do agriculture, how you live, how you interact, right? That evolves naturally out of that. And then you end up having shit that you own. And you're not going to be able to do this. I mean, like, you can do this with Christianity, but it's going to look way more like the Amish, right? Or the Mennonites than it will, you know, I mean, like, anything that you see today. It won't be Orthodox Christian. Will not.
Yeah.
You're better off going pagan. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, you know, like, do you think it's possible ground up? I mean, right? Because
yeah, 1,000,000%. Yes, 100%. Yes.
Even with the mass surveillance and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, like the only way, like, see, if we took the English language and made words, symbols, and sounds, right, so that only me and you could understand them.
Yeah.
And then we taught our kids to communicate.
Yeah.
In that, right? I think that could be, personally, where, like, nobody but, you know, we can understand what we're saying, and then we only transmitted knowledge through, like, notes or something like that, and everybody hid the notes.
Not okay. So, like, have you ever been in, like, an actual city? I don't know, like, where you live. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like, in America. You ever sold drugs before? You ever sold drugs before?
Yeah.
Or been around drug dealers? You know, they speak a different language.
I sold weed for I sold weed for like a month, but I was really bad at it because I, like, gave a lot of it away to my friends.
Yeah. Right. So, like, you know, we used to stand there and be like, bro, listen, he carried the sword down there and fucking handed it to the motherfuckers' enemies and shit. They swung on his own people. Like, what? Like, yo, listen, man, these motherfuckers down here, I told them I'm gonna get a fucking plate. And they just came through. Right? You know what I mean? Like, listen, I told them, like, listen, I'm gonna get a fucking hand me a plate and shit. Right? And literally, like, all the things that I said had nothing to do with any of the shit that we talked about.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All the time.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out a little bit, Holmes. It's like going in and out, like your voice. Yeah. Yeah, you're roboting pretty much. But yeah. The robot. Mossad got him.
All right, there we go. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, we used to stand here and, like, have what was known as pigeon. You know what pigeons are?
What is that?
A pigeon.
Like carrier pigeon or?
Nah, like a pigeon's a form of language that, like, uses, like, the local, like the whatever language that you're using, but you're saying different things, right? You know what I mean? So, like, when you're in jail or, like, you're, like, you know what I mean, like, hustling, if you're doing something, you have to be able to, like, speak and communicate between each other, but you can't say what it is that you mean. Right? So you use words as cutting and stand-ins and shit. Right? So, like, instead of saying, like, listen, I'm gonna go, like, you ever heard, like, in a rap where they, like, listen, go pick up these birds? Right? That's an ounce. Yeah. That's an ounce of coke is a bird. Right? These are like pigeons and shit. There's a reason why, like, a lot of motherfuckers, you can't understand them when they talk is because, like, they're literally, like, using words that only motherfuckers who are, like, you know what I mean, in these type of, like, situations can understand. This happens all the time. But just like you go down, you know what I mean, like, you go up in, like, the fucking mountains and shit around here, you'll have guys, like, saying shit that, like, you have no clue what the fuck they talking about unless you're from here to, like, understand things.
Yeah, like,
right?
Like, here's the thing, like, I don't think ellul's, like, dumb at all. I think he's, like, one of the smartest people that ever lived at this point.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think one of the main things he points out is that technology was always limited by cultural forms.
Yeah.
You know, so what I'm trying to say is I think ethne logos can beat techne logos, you know, or whatever, if we just exemplify, you know, language and culture. I mean, so that is one of the ways that it could limit the development of technique, because technique needs universalism, as you've said. So
yeah, I mean, so, like, think about it like this, right? Like, imagine if you started doing local agriculture, right? And you have, like, whole groups in your community that were dedicated to, like, growing shit, and they never left your community. Right? They didn't go to work. They didn't fucking go to college. They didn't do any of this shit. They literally, like, they stayed in your community forever. Right? Eventually, them talking would become, like, their own, like, dialect. Right? And that dialect would affect everybody around because you have to talk to them to get food. Right? And then all of a sudden, like, the food that you're growing, you know, I mean, you're going to have to, like, be able to, like, can it and use it or whatever. Right? Like, you know what a mountain pie is? Machine? No? Like, we have mountain pies around here, right? So, like, you go up in the mountain, right, and you fucking go camping or whatever, and, like, literally, like, you fucking have, like, two big ass iron things, right? That, like, you put two pieces of bread in, and then you put in, like, peaches or apples or fucking, you know, like, like spaghetti sauce and cheese or whatever, right? And then you put it into the fire, and it turns into, like, I mean, almost like a hot pocket type of thing, right? So you make it on the fire. It's called mountain pies, right? Yeah. Again, these are cultural things, still exist, right? We have Scrapple, Moon 5 Pies. We got all this shit here that's just ours. Turkey Hill, right? You don't know, nobody even fucking outside of PA has no idea what Turkey Hill is. Rudders, no clue, right? We have things that, like, nobody else has, and the culture can affect, right, everything else. Once you have this, and you start having, like, dialect and language, and if you fucking force motherfuckers to grow food instead of, like, having a universal thing, all of a sudden you're divorced from the regular system, and you, like, you're trying, like, your time, like, you have to dedicate some of your time to growing food, which limits the technique of, like, technology of being able to go, like, yeah, we're going to go work 80 hours a week. Like, I can't, I have to grow food. Right? So, like, now, like, you're pulling yourself away from that system by force.
Yeah, but the system still exists.
Doesn't matter.
Are you sure?
You do, yeah, you do this on a large scale, right? All of a sudden, right, you start having like these languages and dialect pockets pop up, right? And people start becoming more ethnically inclined. You're still becoming more nationally inclined, more community inclined, because you have something to actually defend. You have something that is yours. Instead of having children just because, like, oh, you know, like fucking 2.3 kids and a white picket fence, you have kids because, like, you want to pass that culture down, right? Your kids grow up like gardening and farming and like fucking being around your neck of the woods and like hearing these languages. These things change.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's definitely gonna happen, right? But the fact is that it's gonna look, obviously, I think like it's gonna go cyberpunk then steampunk, you know. So I think Dugan is gonna be eventually right, you know. But I think
Is that what
that
you thought? I hate. Why did he say that shit before me, bro? Listen, I literally put that down in one of my essays, bro. Like I said, our options are like pods, cyberpunk, or like fucking totally gay automated space communism and shit.
I think he wants steampunk. That's more of the ideal of his. But I think that it's eventually after the system that's now in play, you know, can't really function. But the problem is that like if then they just have, you know, like steampunk for the poor people, and then you know, digital faking gay cyberspace, you know, for the rich people.
No. The digital faking, I see. That's where I think you're wrong. I think a digital faking K will just be for the bugman, right? It'll be for like the guys who, you know, what I mean, like our office workers and managers now. Not even the upper class, like the middle class.
Yeah, I mean, until they start combining them with the machines.
I mean, I think I'll just let them die in the pods. To be honest with you.
I don't know. I think they might start upgrading them and combining them with machines, and then you have a much bigger problem on your hand. You know, which is like, now we have these super bug men, dude. Or they're hard, they're hard to spot.
Hey, I mean, like, I don't see a reason for it, right? Like, they're just going to be 50 laying in bed, you know what I mean? Like, fucking playing, you know what I mean? Like, whatever video games with their fucking.
They're gonna keep experimenting on these guys. Keep experimenting on them, and then they're gonna break out. It's gonna be zombie outbreak. And
Yeah, did you read my book? Did you read my book? Did you read my book? Have you read my book? That's literally that's what my book's about right now. That's what I'm writing right now.
Send me a PDF. Oh, you're still writing.
It's on Substack. Yeah, it's on Substack. Right, I'm chapter by chapter. I'm dropping it. No, man, listen, I got it. Like,
let me send it.
You got to tell me where it's
to
at.
you, right?
No.
What?
No.
Oh man, give me a second. Give me 1 second.
Right, you need to send it to me, right?
Yeah, I got you. Oh, I thought I did. See, this is the thing. But see, sometimes if people don't ask me, I don't remember. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, like, I know you were right. I know you wrote one, and I mean, I haven't had a chance to read it because, like, I didn't even know where the fuck it was, to be honest with you. Right?
Yeah, it's like it's sold online, but yeah, I just sent you a free copy of it.
Like, right? Like, yeah, man. Listen, like, yeah, I'm writing a book. It's like fucking sci-fi meets like fucking, I don't know, like Days of Our Lives type of shit, right? Elon Musk is the king of the country, right? And like all the they put all the bug men in the pods, and like they have survivors on the outside. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a character study / like Italian politics / like, you know what I mean? Like fucking look at the world outside of like shit from like a view of like whatever. I set up a whole new like paganistic religion and shit in it. It's called 2035. Now, I'll be honest, it's kind of prophetic, like, because I said 2028 is when shit's gonna happen, and like everybody's calling it 2028 when the AI really like fucking takes over about 50 to 60% of all jobs.
Yeah, that's why that singularity number, like, something's gonna pop off with that singularity number, you know, because they're like, they keep saying they're gonna predict the singularity. The singularity is definitely not gonna happen, but something else is definitely gonna emerge. Right? Like they have a trick up their sleeve, like that's when they're gonna make the shift. They're in, and more, it's looking like, you know, like Elon Musk is literally just basically just a transhumanist, you know. So the fact that he's in power, I mean,
yeah,
or he has power. I mean, or that means that ideologically things have shifted because, you know, like 20 or 30 years ago, somebody with those kind of views would have been laughed out. You know, they would have been like, it's like, what are you, a sci-fi nerd or something? So the fact that that's become normalized means that, you know, like Kaczynski and like Scarbino were like basically right. They've been vindicated like 1,000%.
And I gotta look up this desktop site thing for you. I'm gonna send you like my book and shit, right? Fucking, because like it only works like tab. Wait, hang on. There it is. Substack home. All right, you gotta look at it like a desktop view because like it doesn't work on like the app the same way it does. God damn it! Listen.
Yeah, how'd it go? Oh, there, Professor Nick.
Huh?
Oh, he said he went to go check out some kind of stream or whatever. The dude that was just in here. Yeah, I guess he fell out.
That'll work. God damn it. Shit. Fuck. This is not like working the way I want it.
Sorry, I broke my audio.
I feel
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah, I
still
was
hear
asking
me?
how. Yeah, I was asking how it went for you at the other panel. Oh.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yep.
so it's working again.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you now. If you're talking. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it isn't working because now I can't hear you. Maybe
I
it's
can
like
hear
going
him.
in and out.
I can
Yeah,
hear
but
him.
but it's going in and out. Like I can't hear.
I heard him fine. I hear him fine.
Okay. Here, try to talk to him.
Yo, what up?
See?
I think you're going in and out.
No, I'm
I
not
think
going in
you're
and out.
going in and out.
Yeah, something's going on.
I don't know. Stop. God damn it.
Yeah, but I think they're gonna combine the Bugman with the machines, right? Because they're gonna be too dilapidated to actually function on their own. So they need a little
No. That's the point, Brad. Like they're gonna like.
quote-unquote
I wrote about all. They're gonna feed them dino nuggies and like fucking fake Mountain Dew and fake coffee, right? And they're just gonna keep them in these pods that are like gonna be fully self-contained, right? And like when they die, they'll just dump them out into the goddamn ground and compost them. You know what I mean? And it'll be like a whole solar energy system. And they'll just run on the whole thing, right? And they'll just live in a virtual reality world where they'll play video games with their friends until they fucking die. There's no reason to combine them with anything.
Well, the reason is because their immune system is going to be destroyed.
I mean, what does that matter if you're in a fully self-contained pot?
Yeah, they're gonna have them hooked up to the machines. Like I'm talking about, their mind's gonna be hooked up to the machine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, their mind. Of course, your mind's up to the machine.
Yeah, like systems gonna crash and they're gonna become zombified and they're gonna go after the people in the villages for sure. They're like eventually you're gonna have to deal with the bugmen.
Yeah, I wrote with that. I literally like that's half the book is me killing these motherfuckers because they escaped. Like quite literally, that is half my goddamn fucking shit.
Yeah, we can't
You know
hear
what I
you,
mean?
Nick. Still.
I can't hear Nick at all now if he is
wait.
talking.
Now I can hear you.
Oh yeah, there you
There
go.
we go. Nice.
Oh, strange.
Yeah.
Because I run my audio through like a breakout box and it wasn't audioing.
Yeah, now it's working fine. Yeah.
Okay, but now I have
Yeah,
to
now
wear
it's good.
headphones to hear you. But at least my mic's still working. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine.
Jeff's party has been postponed till tomorrow.
The gaytonist.
But it turns out both of us like Italian disco, so I think I'm going to DJ.
That's perfect.
Italian disco is the best, man.
Giorgio Moroder.
We were just talking about Giorgio Moroder. I saw him DJ right by my house. We had this theater here called the Observatory. My wife's like, who are you making me go see? Because she didn't know who Giorgio Moroder was. And sometimes she thinks that I like really obscure music. And like, of course you're going to know all the songs. The only reason I play keyboard is because my mom had this Donna Summers tape and I heard this song, I Feel Love, which is all like this keyboard arpeggio thing. I'm like, that's the coolest thing in the world. Italian disco, man.
Italian fucking disco.
Some of it's kind of gay, but it's disco, man.
I'm not a huge fan of disco, but I understand where you are.
It's not working.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of electronic music.
Huh. It's
Yeah.
very strange. It only works through my headphones. I don't know why. Weird.
Yeah.
And it just
Yeah,
stopped.
you just went out again.
Yeah.
Yep.
They gave me this online class to teach over the summer. Like during COVID, I had this awesome like studio setup, 3-point lighting, but it's all taken down. But since California is broke, they can't.
There's the first chapter of the book. That there's 20 chapters, right? They're only like usually about like 8 to 10 minutes long for a read, right? I mean, now I can just sit down, knock out, 10, 15 minutes worth of like fucking reading and then like, continue on or whatever. You got to keep it short on Substack because people's like, their shit, their attention span's not that long.
I might read part of this at the end of my show.
Hell yeah.
Get like,
right. Yeah, like literally, like I break down, like, and I'm one of the oldest people in town. I'm like 50. I guard a node. You know what I mean? Fucking, it's literally like it's basically me. Like a female, like halfway made up. Mike's in the book. Fucking Mike and Mims are in the book. One of my kids, and then like fucking, I got like a ghost daughter type of deal going on. I mean, she died and shit. So it's like, I don't know, chicks really dig my shit. They like my writing. You know what I mean? It's real like, has some like a heavyweight emotional shit to it. But on top of that, it also gets in like real big into the world building, religious ceremonies. There's like this End Near Festival, which basically lasts from like December 25th until January 2nd, right? Where like, we take care of all business and shit. And like, there's like, fucking food and like games and all types of stuff and like fireworks and shit. It's not like big bonfires and whatnot. boxing matches. It's cool. I mean, you'll probably like it. But a lot of bug men killing, that type of thing, where like you have like these bug men who are like these whatchamacallits, they're like fucking, they're like escapees from the pods, right? And they've been trained their whole lives that the people outside propagandize that they're all like mutant disease people, so they come out and they try to kill everybody and they steal like chickens and food and shit. We try to use one to like fucking kill in front of everybody so that we can show that, like, you know what I mean, like we're protecting the town so we can take the town the fuck over. You'll like it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I try to grab like some type of description of my book, but
I just downloaded it to my phone, so I'll listen to it a little bit later.
yeah, it's like basically all the ideas about, you know, like Judeo-Christian and Western, are those ideas were basically aligned throughout time.
Right.
So it's a development of, I mean, I guess it is a book about how like universalism came about or whatever. And a lot of it's based on Nietzsche and some of it's a response to Dr. Scribina's work, Jesus Hoax. Yeah, like most of my books are just like, as are just responses and ideas of people who I think really get it. Yeah, you're robotic. Yeah, you're totally roboted if you're talking. Damn. Well, there goes the whole everybody. Because Neuro's not even back, but yeah. Playing with audio. Yeah, no worries, Nick Volt. Blessings. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could share this motherfucking screen out here. Shit. Yeah, let me actually see what the fuck is. Oh, motherfucking Truther Cops on. Oh, you know what? I should actually go on Truther Cop. Son of a bitch. Up in here. I guess you guys will only be able to hear me. Man, I don't know what to do about this. I don't know if Pinoid is there.
I'm just going up out,
Figure it
bro.
out.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, going up a mountain. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, I'm about to hop onto this show real quick. All right. Wonder if people could still hear me. All right. Share this. I'll fix this motherfucker out. Oh. Yeah, I don't think he's really into that. I tried to get him to join my show because he had very intelligent commentary when I was doing my show several times. So I was like, definitely you should join, but I don't think he's really about the panel situation. Yeah, I personally feel like he's one of the top channels on YouTube, honestly. In my opinion. Yeah, one of the top ones. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Yeah, blessings, Chuck. Yeah, that's one of the top shows. The cultural commentary, the philosophizing, breaking down books and stuff. Crazy, man. Insane. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What? No way. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great loss. It's a great loss. Yeah, Benton is another guy that I like his show, I like his monologuing, but he doesn't come on too often. But yeah, I wish he would. I haven't seen him come on in a while. Yeah, maybe if yeah, that I feel like they only let certain people watch certain shows at certain times. Like, I feel like certain shit is blocked for me to watch, like, it won't show up in my like, on the side shit where it shows who's live, like, they decide who you can go watch, and, like, I feel like it's planned in advance, honestly. Yeah, see, yeah, you gotta look the shit up yourself, basically, at this point, because they decide yeah, yeah, because otherwise they'll decide what shows you watch easily. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, it definitely is working. Um Yeah. Ugh, both. Sword, isn't it? Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because, destruction is creation.
Yeah, destruction is creation. Yeah. Yeah, if you do nothing, that's a response, and destruction is creation. 1,000,000%. By who? Oh, by Brown. What happened? When? Oh, I gotta code my words. 'Cause AI government is wild at this point. Yeah, but I already set off the alarm out here. It's too late. It's too late. It's too damn late. No, Ezra, I just want you to know. Yeah, I just want you to know you're one of the top friends I have out here. Yeah, peace be with you. Yeah, peace be with you, Ezra. You know, you're one of the only people I talk to out here. Yeah, I texted you. Yeah, I texted you too. You know, yeah, I texted you on the. Yeah, I texted you and you and Truther Cop on the phone. Straight up. Straight up. I love you guys. Yeah. I don't I don't love Stephen David. Yeah, he's cool. I just don't like his personality, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, of course. I'm not trying to. Yeah, those guys are not. Yeah, those guys are not thinking correctly. They're not like here's the not thinking correctly when they create content. That's my opinion, right? They're not really thinking like they're not thinking things through when they make and create content, and you can tell. So I think that is I think it's full yes. Like I'm talking about Stephen David, I'm talking about CBO, I'm talking about TBE and EBT. All 4 of them. All 4 of them that no, no, 'cause here's the thing, I didn't project this. Oh, wait.
I was just saying that their show is trash. I do lots of stuff when I'm not talking online for 12 hours. And I don't talk for 12 hours. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's totally an assumption that you feel because maybe you don't do anything, so you're projecting that onto me. Yeah, but what is that doing for anybody? I can ask you the same thing. What is that doing for anybody else? Yeah, because you see the ambivalence and the way you stated that.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only, We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We're only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined, But it is obvious that modern leftist philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there's been rapid change and/or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process. but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explain in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases, a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their ruler's will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens, hence it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components. An erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of a catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational, long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. and a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly, the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143, 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. if large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system.